Peace, peace, peace. What's happening, people? It's that guy again. You know that guy that just randomly goes online? It's that guy. You feel me? Peace, peace. What's happening, peeps? What's cracking? Who's the person online? Who is the person that has decided to join us? Is it a stranger or is it a regular? What it do, what it does. Talk to me. I'm fuming today, man. I'm bloody fuming today, man. You know what I mean? I was watching this show on this channel called The Thought Adventure, blah blah blah, and they really got to my last nerve today, man. Yes, my brother. What's happening, bro? What's happening, bro? How are you? Bro, they got to my last nerve today, man. That channel really got to my last nerve, man. Honestly, these guys and their assertions is just intolerable. And it needs to be dealt with. Do you know what I mean? So what I really wanted to do today is I wanted to get to the bottom of this so-called qira'at argument. So anyone that knows where I can find all of the qira'ats, if anyone knows where we can find all of the qira'ats, and we'll go through them all together right now. We'll go through them all together right now so that, we can get to the bottom of this. So please, anyone who knows where we can get hold of these so-called qira'ats, let's get to the bottom of it. As a matter of fact, let's settle the first one, which one of the dudes kept on repeating over and over and over again, which is the so-called Maliki Yawmiddin and Malik Yawmiddin. Let's just get rid of that one straight away, because they use it all the time as though it's a very no worries, bro, as though it's a very difficult argument. But this is how easily we can settle this. In the very next chapter, قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ النَّاسِ, it goes, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ النَّاسِ مَلَكِ النَّاسِ. So Malik al-Nas meaning the king of mankind. So if Allah is the king of mankind, if God is the king of mankind, and mankind exists on Judgment Day, then can you say he's the king of a day? What's the possibility of saying that he's the king of a day when you've already said that he's the king of mankind? Does mankind not exist that day? Because if mankind exists that day, then he's already the king. There's no need to specify king of a day. King of a day is absurd by any measure. King of a day. So the day before, he was not a king. So before Judgment Day, he was not a king, no? What do you mean king of a day? Now, on the flip side, the Quran tells us over and over and over again that ultimately God will inherit everything. Ultimately, everything will go back to God. By definition, that is an owner. Everything goes back to God. He will inherit everything. That makes him an owner. So that's the second angle that you can look at this from. The third angle is which is superior, owner and a king. If you are owner of the day, what do you need a king for? So there's three angles. Number one, قُلْ أَعُوذُ بِرَبِّ النَّاسِ already tells us that he's the king of mankind. So there's that angle. The second angle is the fact that the Quran tells us over and over again that everything will be inherited by God. Everything will return back to God. By definition, that makes it an owner. The third angle you've got is owner and a king, which is superior. If you're an owner, what do you need a king for? So three angles. There is not the slightest reason that you can provide to even entertain king. On top of that, there is, naturally speaking, so you have these so-called different readings. The question you should ask yourself is, are these different readings due to different memories, people's different memories and memory ability? Or is it due to, oh, God gave 7 readings? Which one do you think is more likely? On top, furthermore, if you say God gave 7 readings, for what? Because the different Arabs spoke different accents. So since when was God obliged to satisfy every single Arab and their dialects? And what has king and an owner got to do with dialect? How dare these people get away with this nonsense? Seriously, how dare they get away with this nonsense? I'm going to send you guys the link. Please, someone that has, access to all of these so-called qira'ats. Let's just get to the bottom of it right now. Because the whole reason that they're putting doubts in the Quran, they always put doubt in the Quran in order to justify their hadiths. All the time, there's got to be something wrong with the Quran for them to justify their hadiths. And it's just not tolerable, man. It's really intolerable. I don't know how they're getting away with this. It's unbelievable. So yeah. So let's get to the bottom of these so-called different readings. I'll send you guys the link. Please, man. Stop being scared. There are people literally lying about the word of God every day, casually. And they don't have the slightest concern that they will be pulled up. Because, I don't know, there's too many people scared of them or something. What are you not scared of? Should we be more worried about people than God? What is this? You think you won't be held to account on Judgment Day for allowing people to lie about the word of God, and you just there saying nothing? You really think you won't be held to account for that? So annoying. Different readings. The audacity. Oh yeah, one of the so-called different readings and so-called different accents, one of the ones that he mentioned, what's happening, 1975, what are you doing, bro? How you doing? What was I going to say? Yeah, one of the so-called different readings, different accents, blah, 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 is one that Farid brought up, saying something about Rome, whether they were victorious and whether they were defeated. How on earth has that got anything to do with accent? What kind of stupidity is this? Seriously, what kind of stupidity is this? It's 2 different meanings. It's the opposite meanings. One is victorious, the other one is defeated. How can that have anything to do with accent or dialect or anything of the like? How? How can that possibly be the case? And then what's it called again? One guy said, we'll find out the right word from the context. And then they tried to say, no, you're not going to find out from the context. Please tell me, when in the history of communication has a word been divorced from its context? When in the history of people talking, for crying out loud, people talking, people writing, people communicating, period, when has a word been completely divorced from the context it's in? When has that happened? When? Can you even communicate if you have a context and then you have, within that context, you have one word that has nothing to do with that context whatsoever? Can you even communicate if that's possible? I'm bloody fuming, wallahi. This is just straight stupidity. Like, it's not even an argument. It's literally stupidity. Well, you'll dumb yourself down to protect your community. What is this? No, I'm so sick of this mystical, magical Arabic. Please tell me. Maybe it's me, innit? Guys, tell me, when in history has a word been distinct or different or divorced from the context it's in? When has that happened? How is that even possible? How can these people say these things out loud? Bloody ridiculous. Oh, does it say defeated or does it say victorious? Let's read the context. No, the context is not going to help. So the context is not going to make it clear whether it's victorious or defeated. Can you comprehend the level of stupidity that it takes for someone to say whether a sentence has something to do with victorious or defeated, which is completely opposite, will not be resolved by the context? Can you imagine the level of stupidity that it takes? Farid, one of these hadith mongers, he said that out loud because no one's gonna stop him. No one's gonna go, hold on, mate. What are you saying there, mate? Makes no sense, that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm going mad. And the reason no one can catch these people is what they do is, I've noticed they are left with three arguments. That's all they have. Like, they have three strategies in it. Number one, they will always make sure they outnumber you. Always. They will always make sure they outnumber you, so that in case you rebut one of them, another one's gonna come, and another one's gonna come, and another one's gonna come from another angle, and they'll all try and speak over you and overwhelm you. So that's one of their tactics. They'll always make sure that they outnumber you. The second tactic, which is just straight supremacy. I don't know why people are letting them get away with this every day. When they have no escape, when they have no argument whatsoever, you don't speak Arabic. When they have no argument, you don't speak Arabic. How is that not supremacy? Because regardless of, if let's say you don't speak Arabic, cool. I don't speak Arabic, no problem. Tell me the definition of the word, and then show me how that definition that you gave fits the context that the word is found in. If the word does not fit the context that it's found in, I'm sorry, but you're not getting away with this mystical, magical Arabic nonsense. Because every word has to fit the context it's in, irregardless of the language it is. It makes no difference that it's Arabic. Every single day. Arabic. Like, I've never seen piss take to this level in my life. Arabic. What do you mean? You show me in any language where a word doesn't fit the context. So you show me in any language, give a definition to a word, put it in a context, and then show me, and then tell me this definition doesn't fit in this context. However, that's the definition it has. Try that shit with me, innit? Absolute piss takers. What is this? And another thing someone mentioned the other day, which I have to agree with. If you think about it, the last prophet, other than the narrations that were relevant to his time, which is, him dealing with the mushriks and him getting persecuted and him dealing with a few hypocrites among the people that immigrated with him and etc. The rest of the Quran Regardless of how much you might dislike it, especially you Arabs out there, the rest of the Quran is about the children of Israelites. The majority of the Quran is about the children of Israel. It's about the Israelites. The majority of the Quran. A very small portion is about the Arabs. A very small portion. Which means majority of the Quran is in fact a translation of the previous revelations that God has sent to the children of Israel and other communities that spoke different languages. So really and truly, the majority of the Quran is in fact a translation. And you want to scream Arabic, Arabic, Arabic all the time. Cognitive dissident. If you play about with this deen, if you joke about with this deen for a moment, I'm going to give you one warning. I will block you straight away. This is not a joke. Go play about with the Sunnis. I take my deen very seriously. So don't come to me with that nonsense. As far as I'm concerned, atheists are nothing more than cattle anyway. As I was saying, where was I? So yeah, the majority of the Quran is in fact a translation of previous revelations that God has sent. So why are Arabs screaming Arabic, Arabic all the time? I'm sick of it. Arabic, Arabic. So yeah, I've sent you guys the link. Please, someone with the DVs here. What it do, what it does, my bro.
Assalamu alaikum, you okay, bro?
Peace, fellow man. Bro, I got to tell you this right now, just so you don't waste your time. I refuse to promote Arabic.
Okay.
Bro, there's something in your background.
It's my son. Let me just mute for a second and get him out of the room.
Yeah, please. I'm just gonna let everyone that's watching know right now. I refuse to promote Arabic under the guise of Islam. Salam means peace. I'm in England. I speak English. Other than English, I speak my own language. I will not promote Arabic under the guise of Islam. It will not happen.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
You're breaking up. DV.
Me properly? Yeah, hello?
You're yeah, I can hear you now. What's up?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yo, I can hear you.
Yeah, so I watched that stream earlier on.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much of it you caught.
I caught bits here and there, but go on, tell me what you got to tell me. DV.
Because they were obviously saying, hello, yeah.
What's happening with you? Yeah, what's wrong with your mic, bro? You went off there. I didn't hear a word.
Let me disconnect.
You're gone? Let me disconnect. Yeah. On the level, this can't go on, bro. Like, people are lying about the word of God, you know. Unbelievable. Well, I have to say this. No, you're not blocked, but don't be talking about that atheism nonsense around here. Like, this thing is not a joke. I know you as an atheist, you live purposeless. Anything grinds in your life. But some of us have principles in it, so don't play about with deen, fam. But yeah, where was I? On the level, these lot have made it a habit to lie about the Quran. Like, another thing that we need to remove is this. You know what? 1644 needs to be removed. Like, wait, this illiteracy nonsense is just driving me nuts. Just think about what the people are telling you. Please think about it for 1 second, yeah? They're telling you that the verse says, this is before, obviously, they're going to isolate the verse and not give you a context. But even if you focus on the verse alone, what they're saying is not possible. Because, listen to this, they're saying, the verse says something along the lines of, we have revealed to you this book so that you may explain it. Think about that sentence, people. Oh, shit. Yo, mic check. 1 minute. Let me make sure it's fine then. Yo. He's acting up. Yo. Mic check. Any better? It's better, yeah? All right, cool. Where was I? I'm getting so tired of this. Where was I? So there's they're constantly using the so-called Arab business. They're constantly using Arabic supremacy. Yeah. And you speak Arabic every single day, but yeah, DVs, you know.
Yeah, I'm back. Is that
yeah, that's better. Any
better now?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, it's better.
Oh,
go for it.
I think we might have a little delay between us.
I can hear you though.
Okay, cool. Right, so there was a verse that they started quoting, and so they quoted it, and I found it quite disingenuous actually, because when you actually pilgrimage in the prescribed months, right, which is plural, so I couldn't quite understand why that, you know, they're saying it's plural themselves, yet we actually only do Hajj in 1 month.
Very good point. Very good point. But this is the thing: the hypocrisy is through the roof because nobody checks these guys, so they can say whatever. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Now, what's it called? Speaking about the Hajj, do you remember when Jake asked the question? He asked one of the callers, as though it's a trump card. He said, "Oh, the Hajj is supposed to be in during those 4 months or something along those lines, right?" And he said, "What are those 4 months?" Didn't he?
Yep.
Please read chapter 9, verses 2 and verses 3. I put it all over their chats as well.
I was actually putting it in the chat. Chapter 9,
verses 2 and verses 3.
Yeah, I couldn't see. I didn't understand the point you were making.
He was trying to say that basically the Quran says that Hajj is supposed to be done during 4 months, and you don't know those 4 months, so therefore, That's was his whole game. His whole game was, you don't know those 4 months, so nah, you need to come to us now. That's all it was. Read 9 verses 2 and verses 3, please.
So you idolaters, in parentheses, may move freely about the land for 4 months, but you should bear in mind both that you will not escape God and that God will disgrace those who defy him, or who defy. On the day of the great pilgrimage, there will be a proclamation from God and his messenger to all people. God and his messenger are released from treaty obligations to the idolaters. It will be better for you idolaters to, if you repent, know that you cannot escape God if you turn away. Prophet, warn those who ignore God that they will have a painful punishment.
Yeah. So you see that chapter 9 verse 2 tells you that the 4 months is a treaty between the Muslims and the polytheists, and during those 4 months is when the Hajj happens, as you read in chapter 9 verse 3. You see that?
But I'm not sure if the Hajj happens in those 4 months. Does it?
Read. Just literally read 9 verses 3. 9 verse 3.
It just says on the day of the great pilgrimage.
After saying what? After saying you have 4 months to basically now roam free on the earth.
So isn't Hajj then after the 4 months?
Okay, check this out, D. Yeah, you could say after those 4 months. You could say during those 4 months. Whichever it may be, one thing is clear: it's not addressing you and I, because the 4 months treaty was between the polytheists of that time and the prophets and the prophet and his followers. Was there not?
Yes, it was.
So that excludes you and I.
Well, yeah, I guess, yeah.
So where's his argument then?
Oh, is that where he's getting the 4 months from?
That's what there is no other 4 months in the Quran. The only 4 months there is to speak of in the Quran is the 4 months treaty between the Muslims and the mushriks. There is no other time in the Quran. And if you go to 196, that which we read the other day, that's when he actually does go into Masjid al-Haram and does do the Hajj. Remember?
Yeah.
So there you go. So what's it got to do with you and I?
See, the thing is, the people they were bringing on, right, didn't really have the knowledge to debate with them.
They pick and choose. They're like boxers, bro. They pick the weakest opponent they can get. I'm telling you, listen to this. You know what they do, yeah? They either pick the weakest opponent they can get. They always make sure they gang up on him, and they always make sure they try and gaslight him and say, oh, you know, speak Arabic. They have no other argument, no other tactic but those three. You will never come across any other tactic but those three.
What verse did you say for me to bring up?
Well, about the 4 months.
About when the Prophet went and did Hajj.
196.
Sorry, 196.
Yeah. We've already done that last time. It's when he went back and started to do the Hajj, basically. Remember when we discussed, did he go back to finish the guidance he was spreading, or did he go back to finish a ritual? It was you, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yep. I remember now. Yeah. So that verse where it's talking about the months, right? What's your take on that? Because then obviously, you know, is it supposed to be a month?
What month?
Or 1 minute, let me...
Oh, the verse that says the known months.
Yeah.
Okay, then DV, you're a reasonable person. What other known months? What other known months exist for them? The only known months that they know is the 4 months treaty. There is no other months in the Quran.
So it's the 197. That's the one.
Yeah.
So the following verse. So the pilgrimage takes place during the prescribed months.
There is no other time. As a matter of fact, of course, it would take place during those prescribed months, because if you think about it, if they have a treaty, that means they can enter the Masjid al-Haram and spread the message because of the treaty. The treaty basically guarantees them safety. So of course they would do it during those 4 months.
Okay, so it's saying at a point within them 4 months.
Of course they would.
Is that what it's saying?
Think about it.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense, because obviously, because then it says there should be no indecent speech. That's giving the advice to the Muslims that you need to honor this treaty, right?
There you go. It's even saying don't beef them unless they beef you therein. If you start from 2:190, and you will see that.
Yeah.
By the way, just this little bit that you and I have been chatting, we've referenced more verses than they have in 4 hours. Come on, B.
I did find that funny because there was a guy called Zaid that came on.
Yeah.
And, and he goes, "You guys don't even quote the Quran."
They don't. They will never quote the Quran. They can't. They literally cannot. How could they? Where are they going to quote? I take that back. They like to say, obey Allah and obey the messenger from the Quran and then move on. That's it. Do you know what I'm saying to you? As a matter of fact, Sunnis really and truly, Sunnis are nothing but some made-up sect to rival Christianity. They've basically turned Prophet Muhammad into basically like the Muslim Jesus without using the word son. That's it. That's the only thing they do is not use the word son. But if you look at practically, it's the same thing.
It's the same thing, yeah, pretty much. I get that. If you go to like Pakistan, for instance, and you see in like forget what they say in words, right? But how do they
practice?
In what esteem do they hold the Prophet? All right. Obviously, he's honorable. There's no denying that, right? But the things they start attributing to him is just crazy.
Even that, is he more honorable than any other prophet?
Oh, see, I feel like I'll be disrespecting the other prophets if I say yeah.
Exactly.
But I feel like...
So go with your gut, bro. Go with your logic. Is there any reason why a prophet would be superior to another prophet? The same title, for crying out loud.
See, I do believe that there was messengers who are distinct from the prophets, right? And I believe if there was a hierarchy, then those messengers would, I guess, outrank the prophets.
Fine, but that's not the see. Messengers can also be prophets. You see, prophets don't have to be messengers. A messenger is merely a prophet that goes to a community who have not received the message. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Now, but the question is this: the Quran, by the way, unequivocally tells us, "Thou shalt not make any distinction between your prophets." But we do. I mean,
we're one of the worst at that.
Sunnis do all day, every day, bro. All day, every day. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah?
See, there's one thing that I wanted to discuss with you, which was about Jesus now. I don't know what your take on it is, right? Or Prophet Isa, right? But from my reading of the Quran, right, I'm using these words intentionally because obviously I'm going to go, on the day of judgment, I'm going to be judged for my own,
of course,
actions, right, and beliefs, right? So why should I take on someone else's interpretation, right? So when I read the verses regarding Prophet Isa, right, to me, there is no second coming. I don't know what your take on this is and how you see it.
No, it's there is no question. There is actually no question about the fact that there is no second coming for anyone who's actually read the Quran. They don't read the Quran, bro. As a matter of fact, if you look at, I think it was chapter 4, 150. What was it? Help me out here. Help me out. There's one verse that actually makes it pretty explicit.
Is it the conversation between God and Jesus at on the Day of Judgment? Because that for me was like what seals the deal, really.
No, there's plenty, bro. There's plenty actually. Let me look it up. There's plenty. The only thing it says in the Quran is that he was not crucified. That's it. Just because he didn't die by crucifixion doesn't mean that he didn't die at all. You know what I mean? People have just come to the conclusion, oh, God said he did not die of the crucifixion, therefore he didn't die at all. That I don't know how they jumped there. Yeah, it's 4:159. Oh, bruv, there's really no argument here. Check this out here. 4:159. Everyone, everyone among the people of the scripture was required to believe in him being Jesus, before his death. Before
Which verse
his
is that?
death. Look at chapter 4:159. You can read a few verses before to get context, but this is what it says. And there is not from among the people of the scripture, but that they were to believe in him before his death. His death. Whose death? Whose death? Read verses before and you'll see there's Jesus. So if everyone was required to believe in him before his death, you know what, bro? It's there. I don't understand these people. Brother Mo, what it do? What it does? What's happening, bro?
Yeah, peace and blessings, fam. The whole Sunni Christian thing had me dying. But nah, like that one thing right there is one of the biggest beefs between Muslims and Christians that doesn't even need to be there. I mean, there still could be the beef on the whole Trinity thing. Is Jesus God? All yeah, cool, got you. But there's no need to make the Quran say something that doesn't say. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean the Christians obviously they want their what's it called? AJ, what's happening, my bro? The Christians they want their whole, died and resurrected in 3 days and died on the cross and all of that. They're not gonna get any of that from the Quran. Now, the Quran unequivocally rejects the idea that Jesus died on the cross, and he said, and the Quran says anyone that claims that is the case, they have nothing but just assumptions and etc. And if they had otherwise, they can bring the evidence. However, the Quran does confirm that he did indeed die. He just didn't die on the cross.
So if you want to get technical, the claim in that verse is that there will be those that say that they killed him, or that he was crucified, like the crucifixion was the methodology of death, right? And so it says in the next verse, but Allah raised him to himself, which is literally would be the manner of death, right? Not necessarily that he didn't die on the cross, right? But him being on the cross isn't what killed him. In that, and that the people who like the Romans or the whoever, they didn't kill him. You know what I'm saying? You can confirm that in other parts of the Quran where it literally says, like where Jesus says, like, blessed be the day I was born, the day I die, and the day that I'm raised alive. There's other verses where it talks about where Allah says that he will raise him to himself in such a way, like mutawafiq, where it's literally like it's like take you in death, right?
Okay, let's separate two things: mutawafiq and daraja. They're two different things. So when the word is used in during that whole crucifixion context, the word used is daraja. So daraja that people have taken as literally when it says rising and etc. However, it can also be used to say, and it makes more sense if you, with the whole context and the whole theme of the Quran, is that Jesus has been exalted. He's been raised in stature, meaning basically God did not allow him to be humiliated that way. Do you see what I'm saying? It doesn't have to mean anything beyond that. There's no indication that it means anything beyond that.
I don't disagree with that in any way, shape, or form. That's even consistent with biblical scriptures, such and whatnot, right?
The one thing that can be confirmed from the Quran, which makes sense, is that these people obviously wanted to humiliate Jesus, and God exalted him from such humiliation. That's all. That you can confirm.
Yeah, and that aside, right? That whole thing aside, the point being is, no matter how he died, etc., whatnot, the Quran isn't claiming that he didn't die. I think that's the clear point that I'm trying to get to, right? Is like, so there's a beef between, like, again, there's a bunch of beefs, a bunch of arguments and polemics that can be done between Christians and Muslims. But that one right there shouldn't be one of them. And
Christians will not be happy. Christians will not be happy with this regardless, because they want Jesus coming back. According to the Quran, that's not the case. He's not going to come back.
There could be arguments for that.
Fair enough. But the one thing we need to stop doing is claiming that there is such thing as Jesus coming back. Not according to the Quran, there ain't.
So in what in what tense, present, future, past is the conversation between Jesus and Allah, where Jesus talks about like he didn't say certain things. He never claimed to be Allah. He never claimed to have anyone worship his mother, him, etc. Is that past or is that present or future tense in your understanding?
Well, when he's speaking to God.
Yeah, when Allah's speaking to him, when Allah's asking him question, when he's saying Ya Isa.
Yeah. No, God pretty much always speaks in the present in the Quran, does he not? Because there is no such thing as past and future to him, is there?
So okay, so the question is, did that conversation happen or is it going to happen?
Well, no, I would say it happened. Why think otherwise?
Can I give my take on it?
Yeah,
sure.
Go.
So obviously, this is a conversation that's taken place to me on the Day of Judgment, and obviously because God's outside of time and space, obviously he's speaking to Jesus as if it's happening in the present. Yeah. Now, because he's asking him, did you tell them to worship you and your mother? And Jesus is like, nah, man, what are you on about? No way. I would never say that. You know that. Right? So why is he denying having said that if he's going to come back at a second time and clarify the situation? Because according to this conversation that's taking place between Allah and Jesus, people are committing shirk by saying that he's going to come back. Because if he's going to come back, is he not going to clarify the situation? If he is going to clarify the situation, then you're saying that Allah is not Allah is not outside of time and space.
Yeah. So real quick, just want to understand what you're saying. So you're saying that it's a conversation on the Day of Judgment. Is that future tense or past tense for you? Just what I'm saying, or is it like in a whole nother concept of time?
Well,
like go ahead.
For us, it will be the future, but not for God, isn't it? God is not
right. That's why I was asking it that way, like a whole other concept of time.
Yeah, not for God.
Okay.
Yeah, so for God, because he's outside of time and space, it's for him. It's not in the future.
So you're saying right. So you're saying
for us,
right. Okay, I got you. Okay, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in starting a whole debate over that concept.
Okay, but the point we were making at the end of the day is that, which we can all agree on, is that Jesus is dead Quranically.
Yeah, because either he's dead or he's taking the world's longest nap, fam. Because you know what I'm saying, like
no, you cannot read. Please read. Check this out, yeah. Read 157 to 159. There's no way around it. Actually, you don't even need to read all of that. I'm not going to waste your time. Read 159, and there's no way around it.
Yeah, real quick. Do you agree or disagree that he's in the presence of Allah in some sense? Like when he says that Allah raised him to himself or something like that. Like, is he in the presence of Allah or no?
Is he in the presence of Allah?
Or anywhere?
I can't see. I don't want to make any. I don't want to be like Sunnis and start to have opinions when it comes to Deen, innit? So whatever the Quran has not spoken about, my mouth is shut.
Okay, no. The only reason I was saying that is because the Quran basically makes the concept if you're present with the law, that you're either dead or you're sleeping, right?
Yeah.
And so either he's dead. Like, so when I read it, it says that he's present there in a sense, right? Like, so either he's dead and he's in the presence of Allah, or he's taking the world's longest nap. You feel me?
Nah.
When God takes you, is there any coming back from that? So when God takes you, is there any coming back from that? If so, can you give me an example of that?
Exactly.
Where this has happened, or where Allah has said that I've took this person and then I've returned them back to earth.
Bro, I genuinely.
I can't think of any example in the Quran.
I think Sunnis are bored of the Quran, so they're trying to spice it up. There's some spicy nonsense, people coming back from the dead and all of that.
That's been that thing since day one, fam. Like that was the whole thing about the Hadith. Like the Quran wasn't enough; they needed more.
They're bored.
I think it's a matter of authority, really.
Hmm?
I think it's a matter of authority.
It is because a matter of authority.
For them to now admit that, actually, we may have got a few things wrong.
It's too
They
much.
can't have
too
that
far.
because that destroys any authority that they have over the
Yeah.
claim of the religion.
No, you can see that with the Bukhari collection, right? Because like, so they had hundreds of thousands to up to 1 million hadith that they sifted through, right? But when you go through them, there's only 110 to 322 mutawatir hadith, and 110 if you cut out the repetitions.
More. You know, guys, you know that verse that they love using, 1644. Just think about the Just think about this sentence, yeah. If I was to say to you, I've sent you a book so that you may explain it. Does that make sense? Think about that sentence. I've sent you a book so that you may explain it. Think about that sentence.
Here's a better question with it, right? I sent you a book that says it explains itself.
No, I know. Those arguments are too obvious, isn't it? But this, but I've noticed that every single argument they make, they never pay attention to the stuff that's actually coming out of their mouth.
And here's the cool part. This is what I love, right? It's like, so when they try to make an argument like from the Arabic, well, no, little bayin, it's like, okay, can we go to the other parts of the Quran where this word is used and really just compare and contrast right quick to what it's to what it's actually saying?
No, brother Moore, check this out. If I was to send you a book, yeah, if I was to send you a book, and I was to say, I sent you this book so that you may explain it, isn't there certain presumptions? Isn't there certain what comes before that? In order for me to send you a book and say you're going to explain it, what comes before that?
I got to read the book first of all, right?
So it's got to be clear to you,
right?
You see that? So before you even explain it, it has to be clear to you. It has to be explained to you.
Either it's got to be explained to me, or I'm just literally either that, or I'm just literally taking the book and just reciting the book. One of the two.
So the only way for you to explain a book is if it's clear to you alone. It's not clear to anyone else.
I'm not sure I'm following you guys here.
Huh?
I'm not sure I'm following you here.
Okay, Theyve, if I was to say to you, I'm going to send you a book so that you may explain this book, isn't there something that comes before you having the ability to explain it?
Well, you have to have understanding of it.
There you go. So in order for you to understand it, either the Quran is, let's say the book, either the book is clear to you, or I don't know, maybe we made the book together or something. What's the other option? What other option is it?
Isn't this verse just saying, well, it could potentially be saying that we've sent down the message, right, to you, to the Prophet, right, so that you can explain to people what was sent for them, so that they may reflect. Is this not addressing prior scriptures here? Like the Quran is clarifying prior scriptures.
Theyve, if only I could, if only I could reward you or something with your intellect, man. That's how easy it is. But I don't know why they didn't understand that.
As a matter of fact, am I right then?
You're 100% right. Listen to this, Theyve, yeah?
All you got to do is go to the previous verse.
Not only are you right, they can't even eliminate that. Does the Quran not explain previous revelations?
Yes, yeah, of course it does.
So they are bypassing that. So rather than saying, oh, this verse says this book was sent to you so that you may clarify what was sent down to them, speaking about previous revelations. Rather than saying
I misunderstood you there. I thought you meant that this is so you're saying that this is what Hadith people are saying, that this is the explanation as to why, what is the Prophet explaining to the people, which is Hadith. This is why we need Hadith. Is that what you're saying?
They're saying the verse says that basically the book was sent to the Prophet so that the Prophet does the explaining of the book. Do you get it?
That would then be the Hadith.
And that would then be the Hadith. That's what they're doing.
Right,
but what they do is impossible, bro. Because what they're doing is now all of a sudden the Quran does not explain previous revelations, but in fact the Quran itself needs to be explained by the Hadiths. Do you get it?
Yeah, yeah,
Do you see how demoted the Quran becomes?
yeah. This is what I said to you last time. The problem I have with all of these hadith collections and all that is that
Let me see
so
who this
before I
person
can
is.
be, before I could
One
be
second.
considered
Let me
a
quickly check who this person is.
Yo, it's
Yo,
me, Blair. What's going on, man?
is that Vegeta?
Yeah,
It's
Vegeta,
Vegeta.
man.
Vegeta, what's good?
Vegeta,
Assalamu
what's
alaikum.
happening?
What's going on, man? I have to
All
go
right,
masjid in a bit.
let DV finish off. 1 second. Let DV finish. Go on, DV.
So the problem I have is that for me to, according to traditionalists, for me to understand Islam, I not only need to go through all of the Quran, but then I have to then pick up all the tafsir books and all the hadith collections, and then have another person interpret it all for me. Whereas when I feel personally, when I'm reading the Quran myself, it's pretty clear to understand what it's trying to say.
I've never read a
As long
book
as,
easier to understand.
as long as you have like an open mind and the right intention, I think it's quite easy to understand it.
I've never read a book easier to understand. As a matter of fact, Iron Man is ready with the verses. 1644, an answer to 1644 is what he put up to 159. Watch this, yeah? Which is exactly what you were saying, DV. Indeed, those who conceal what we sent down of clear proofs and guidance after we made it clear for the people in the scripture, those are cursed by Allah and cursed by those who curse. Basically, the previous people, the rabbis, they started concealing what's actually in the revelations, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And what
it's
does the
confirmed
Quran-
all throughout the
like
Quran. Said multiple times.
Sorry?
Yeah, that
No,
hits home.
No, go
No.
ahead. No, go ahead. You got it. DB, go ahead.
Sorry, I was saying that hits home. That actually
There you
describes
go.
the situation we're in today.
There you
Not
go.
only that, it's backed up by 1643. Like, so 1644 is the verse they always cite, but like we always talk about context, right? Like, so you go to 1643, it says the same thing.
Yeah. Read DV, what you were saying will be clear if you read it from 1643 to 44. It becomes ridiculously clear.
Right, here's 1643. And we sent not before you except men to whom we revealed our message. So ask the people of the message if you do not know. Then 1644, right? Hold on.
We sent them with clear proofs.
Yep. With clear proofs and written ordinances, and we revealed to you the message that you may make clear to the people of what was sent down to them, and that they might give thought. And this is a concept that's reiterated all throughout the Quran about clarifying the previous scripture.
Yeah, so clearly 1644 is not talking about future tense or the communication of the message. It's talking about clarification on the past tense, as in the
Exactly.
scriptures that have gone by.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. See, my issue nowadays with the Sunnis, yeah, you can follow whatever you want to follow, but what's this about basically distorting the Quran? What the hell is that about? Like, how's that acceptable? Do you see my point? How is that acceptable? Seriously.
How is it defensible is what I'm trying to figure out.
And by the way, DV, I need to quickly address this. A quick salute to the legend himself, Hamza Abdul Malik. He's taught me something again. You know that conversation we were having about Fatiha?
Yep.
About who were the people that were reciting it? Yeah, remember we were having that conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. Hamza pointed out chapter 289, and we read chapter 289, but there is one particular thing that he told me to pay attention to, which I saw later, that basically ends the entire argument. So if you look at chapter 289, you will find that the Arabic word used for when it says the Jews used to seek, they used to basically seek to be victorious over the disbelievers, when they used to call upon Allah, in other words, the Arabic word is the same root word as Fatiha. So if you look at chapter 289 right now, where's my phone? Where the hell did you go?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Someone put 289, both Arabic and English on the chats for us, please, guys.
When a scripture came to them from God confirming what they had already had, and when they had been praying for victory against the disbelievers, even when there came to them something they knew to be true, they disbelieved in it. God rejects those who disbelieve. So
Okay.
are you saying that this this would make sense to an extent when the angel is, because I obviously I believe I could be wrong. I believe that in the cave when the angel Gabriel is asking the prophet to read, and he's confused, and then I believe he read Surah Fatiha,
Okay,
and
but
then
let's put
the revelation
that
came upon him.
aside.
But that would make sense.
I hear what you're saying, but let's put that aside for now. Let's see if we can eliminate whether the Jews have been reciting Fatiha or not. Let's see if we can eliminate that. And I'm saying there is absolutely no way that we can eliminate that, considering chapter 289 not only clarifies that even when it came to them a book from God, one which confirms with that which they have, even though they used to seek from before it. You see that? So before this revelation, they used to seek it. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And if you look at the Arabic where it says min qablu yastaftihuna. Yastaftihuna. Look at that word. Yastaftihuna is the same root word as Fatiha. Gentlemen, how on earth are you going to eliminate that now?
So just so I'm clear, what's the end point you're trying to make about Jews and the Fatiha?
Basically, the Fatiha
Mm-hmm.
was recited by the Jews even before the Quran was revealed. And that is evident just from 289 alone. Because 289 not only tells us that they used to seek it from before it was revealed, before this Quran came to them, they used to seek it. And the word seek it, if you look at the Arabic, it literally uses the same root word as Fatiha.
Mm-hmm.
So if he uses the same root word as Fatiha, if they used to seek it, if they are people of the book and they received revelations before, how are you going to put it past them that they've been reciting Fatiha? How would you eliminate them?
Okay, so let's just say that they've been reciting Al-Fatiha. I'm trying to understand what's the end point to that. What is that end up proving? Because it seems like it's a proof for something else.
No, it isn't. The whole point is that Fatiha is part of the Quran, but it's a narration of what people used to recite before. Do you get it?
So so you're talking about the argument of Al-Fatiha not being an actual surah. It's just being a description of something like a prayer, and then the Quran being a response to it.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just showing that it was a prayer that was made by the Jews.
Yeah, I get what you're saying now in full context.
The point is, look, if you look at chapter 289, it clearly says that they used to seek it before it came to them. So they used to seek it. They expected the revelation. Do you see what I'm saying to you? And the Arabic word is Fatiha. So what's there to argue? You see my point?
Yeah, to an extent. To me, the whole thing about people arguing and debating over Al-Fatiha being a part of the Quran or not, or being a part of being a surah is to me it's inconsequential.
Yeah, it's inconsequential, yes, but I have to admit I was personally impressed with.
No, Hams would be breaking it down. Like, so you're directly talking to him now?
Yeah.
No, that's what's up, man.
He gave us a shout out, don't you know?
No, on what, man? Okay, so which channel is actually his?
Huh?
Which channel is actually his?
Only the Truth Matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know there's a few people putting up his videos and whatnot. So
yeah, Quran versus Hadith. That's his friend as well.
Okay.
But
No,
yeah,
that's good,
but do we the point I just want to clarify is that basically the Quran is very consistent. People used to recite the Fatiha. The Quran is a response to Fatiha. Do you see what I'm saying to you? Yeah? And it clarifies who used to recite the Fatiha, namely the children of Israel. That's clear in chapter 2, 8 to 9.
Yeah, you know what gets me about modern Islam is the actual disconnect and disassociation from the people of the previous scripture, from just in that point that you're talking about, right? Like in the sense to where like there's a lot of what's in the Quran talking about is clarifying previous stuff and get people back on the right concepts. You know what I'm saying? And they make it more about like a Mohammedan supremacy concept, and it's like, it's
insane what they've done.
Yeah, and it goes against the whole tone, tenor, and premise of what the Quran was meant for.
Everything about the Quran, it goes against it. It's amazing. Yo, DV, you there?
Yeah. When I express these same views, like publicly or around Sunnis, right? They kind of like start saying to me, "You're just a hippie."
Yeah, they say you're a hippie because there is no organized religion in the Quran. So as far as they're concerned, it's either organized religion or it's nonsense. They really and truly, what they believe in is rituals and symbols. That's where their faith lies in.
In no living religion whatsoever.
And no living conduct.
Even though they tell you, like, the whole point of anything that they would consider to be a religion is so that you can remember Allah when you when you're in the land just doing your thing. Like, anyway.
And they bully people with these rituals. It's always about rituals. Have you noticed? Name a conversation about the hadith that has nothing to do with the rituals.
It's not one.
Yeah, I felt, you can't really argue with them because, like, when they start bringing up the Hajj, right? It's like, well, where are you getting your understanding of what Hajj is from the hadith? Right? So already, either I have to play your game because you're not willing to entertain any other game. So if I try playing my own game, you're going to be like, well, you ain't a Muslim. So it's like circular reasoning, but they don't get it.
Yeah, but that's why you got to flip it on it. Though. Like, you can flip it on it real easy. Like, so, okay, so simple question does the Quran say itself that it's the best hadith?
But here's my thing. I'm tired of arguing with them. They can do whatever they want. Now I'm just trying to get them to stop lying about the Quran. Stop lying about 1644. Stop lying about 59:7. A third of it, for crying out loud.
A third of it, bro. Yo, come on. At least quote the whole thing when you say the joint.
Do you know what I mean? Stop lying about 459. I mean, read 483. There's your answer. But hey, let's play dumb, minute. You know what I mean? Yeah. And stop going on about obey Allah and obey the messenger when I can give you at least 11 verses stating over and over again that his only duty is to deliver the message.
Yeah, if you can give me one verse that says Sunnah of the Prophet or Sunnah of Muhammad or Sunnah of the Messenger, I'm good. I'll take it. But right now we're at an 8-0 clip to where you're losing 8-0 right now, where the Quran says Sunnah of Allah 8 times.
Bro, like, what amazes me about the Quran is that the Quran already exposes them. Every single word they use. Hadith, the Quran uses it in a way that, only it is the legit one. Everything else is baseless hadith. You see what I mean?
Facts.
It uses sunnah, but guess who's sunnah? Allah's sunnah.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? It uses, you name it. Every single, like, when
it says the Sharia comes from the book itself, and that those who don't judge by the book are kafirs, zalim, and fasiqs.
Do you know what I mean? Oh, bro, one of the funniest one is, have you seen what they do to 1746? I know you know about this one, brother. Mm-hmm. Now, 1746, yeah, it really does them, it destroys them. So they change it to something that is not even conceivable. So check this, yeah. The verse says, and this, by the way, when they say the Quran needs explanation, this is what the Quran says about those people who can't understand it. Check this out. we place shields around their minds to prevent them from understanding, and deafness in their ears. And when you preach your Lord using the Quran alone, they run away in aversion. You can't really like that verse. Really, I don't know how they can like avoid that verse. You see what I'm saying? So what they do is this, where it says using the Quran alone, they'll say,
your Lord alone.
Yeah, your Lord alone in the Quran, something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
But what they don't understand is, though, your Lord is not the only one mentioned in the Quran. So that's a stupid idea right there. Is Allah the only one mentioned in the Quran? No. Satan is mentioned in the Quran, for crying out loud. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't work. But it's the desperateness, isn't it?
Here's the cold part. This is a conversation that's being had amongst like the people, like, you know, like the ones who don't want to give up the practices of their fathers or whatnot. This conversation is literally being had with them. That concept, right? Like they're the ones who don't want to hear the Quran by itself. They need to hear the other traditions of their fathers.
Exactly. That's what every community argued against with the messengers. They want their father stuff.
Yeah, and to back what you're saying, this term with Lord and or Allah and how this concept of wahdahu is used. Me and Vegeta had a good back and forth on this concept and whatnot, because I did a video on my Sunnis of Allah channel. It's actually my highest read video on there, to where I reviewed you and Shamsi going back and forth, and Shamsi pulling this one out, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, actually, 1746 literally does say Quran. He's like, give me one verse where it says the Quran alone. I was like, it literally says Quran wahdahu. literally
says that Quran wahdahu, bro. Look, I can give you the.
But the other time, real quick, the other time this word wahdahu is used, it's used in a different context in the sentence, right? Like, so like it's placed differently. So there's other times where it's talking specifically about Allah, right? Yeah. But this time it's not placed in that context of the sentence. It's talking about the Quran specifically. And they can't shake that in the mystical, magical Arabic. It just is what it is.
Yo, let me welcome my brother, man. Yo, Ahmed, what's happening, bro? Ahmed. What you want? IMG? Is that what you want?
I was looking, man. I didn't see no Ahmed on the stream. It's like, what's this guy talking about?
What should we call you? We can't call you IMG, man. Come on, bro. So that's long.
Bro, I don't know. Just call me whatever.
Let's think of a nickname for you then, innit? Shah Rukh Khan. There you go. That's it. It's staying. Shah Rukh Khan.
SRK. Should I change my thing to SRK?
Abbreviations are long, man. Give me a name. Give me a nickname even.
Nickname. No, man. You guys name whatever. All the names are good. You know? Call on whatever name you want.
You're using the verses of God, yeah? I hear that. But yeah, man, seriously.
Assalamu alaikum ya ma'ashar al-mu'minin. As-salatu wa-salamu ala kulli anbiya'i wal-mursalin. Amma ba'd.
Amma ba'd, yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Amma ba'd. They love that stuff.
It's like a you know, when you wind up a robot, like when you wind up a toy car and it has to do the thing before it stops. And then they speak normally.
No, so that's what Ahmed says when they're playing the tape. they're just playing the tape right now.
They're playing the tape, bro.
The Polly want a cracker tape. You know what I'm saying?
Where's DV, man?
He's getting a cup of tea.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Vegeta what he thought about the Saudi prince saying, "Yeah, we need to go back to the."
Oh man, he's gonna get killed. He's gonna get fucking hung in his own palace.
I think he said all that stuff because he's sitting on a whole bunch of American weapons he got from Trump. For real. I think he's feeling this. So like, yeah, come do some stuff right quick. Like, I think he's actually gonna go make a move off that for real. I wouldn't hesitate on that one. I wouldn't underestimate him on that one. I got a hunch he's gonna go take out some militants right quick. Like, see, and then try to make the West talk about him in a positive light. Like, see, we're trying to make Islam great again. Bring it back to its educational heights, and back when it was the height of the intellectual world and whatnot. Them kind of things.
Or maybe he could do all
on a
this
propaganda level. I'm just saying on a propaganda level. I'm not saying this.
Yeah. Or maybe he could be doing all this so he can do all that bullshit propaganda. You know, feminists, bring in that whole feminist shit from the US.
I don't think he's gonna go that far.
Because he wants to get all his universities top notch and everything.
Right. But I think he would want to still keep a Muslim like that. I don't think he's gonna I mean he's gonna let women drive or whatnot. But like, what you think he's gonna let feminists and gays in?
I don't know, man. You gotta start somewhere, yeah. Everybody, like even in Pakistan, yeah, my country. Last year the US sent them like 10 million aid package for quote unquote women gender studies programs. Studies, and now you see all the women there. You know, like it's that whole shit that's been playing out in the US for years. The whole feminist bullshit. Now it's coming out on the Pakistani scene.
Yeah, but we didn't give them money. We gave them guns. You know what I'm saying?
That too. Yeah.
We gave them guns. Like, the money comes with strings attached. Like, you give them guns so they pull the trigger right quick. Like, someone's they're finna run up on somebody real quick, or they're daring people to run up on them. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, he's talking real big. Like, he's like, yeah, run up on me if you want to. I just got my first shipment of American guns. What's going on?
Yeah, it reminds me of this verse, in the Quran. Have you like, I don't know if anyone remembers the number. It's we have made you a balanced community among the believers or something.
Yeah.
Do you remember? So the word there is for balanced is wasata.
Oh,
Yeah, like the Salat al-Wusta. So wasata, I was looking at the dictionary. Yeah, it means something that is the equal distance from everything else, like all the extreme boundaries.
Proper proportion. I like that. Yeah.
So we should be, this is what I was thinking of. Like, every time we come across shit like this, we should be thinking of what's the best, like, middle point approach.
Chapter 2, 143.
Before the Qibla drama.
That's it.
That's a good point.
I mean, it's like when people say, why do you believe in the Quran? I always say everything in the Quran is demonstrable. Like, in terms of, you see the commandments and that, what is expected of us, they're all demonstrably universal. I mean, what can anyone have a problem with? It's about exactly what you said. It's about being balanced. It's about being a balanced community. But no.
You know what? I forgot to bring this up earlier, Ahmed. So Maverick. So you know what you were talking about the prophet clarifying the previous scriptures?
Yeah.
So you know when it's talking about that Abraham and Ishmael are building the foundations of the Kaaba or whatnot, or the foundations of the house or whatnot.
Debate.
Yeah. Within that is literally a covenant to be a keeper of the house, right? To where they promise to be a keeper of the house, but also within that is the fact that there will be a prophet in line to basically do the same thing and whatnot, to help keep everything straight or whatnot, right?
Yeah.
So in your concept of what the house is and all that type of stuff, right? They're talking about setting the foundation of the deen, and that there'll be a prophet, basically somebody come through to make sure that everything stays like that the foundation stays okay. You know,
Abraham actually makes a dua for that.
Yeah, 100%. But it literally says that there's a covenant with the law given right there, that he made a covenant with Abraham and Ishmael for that to happen and whatnot, right? So The whole context of 1644 and 43 and all that type of stuff. When you look at it through that lens, I mean, like, how do you try to match the hadith up against the
No, honestly, honest to God speaking, this really is a matter of people just not reading the Quran, and they're not reading the Quran because of all of this Arab supremacy that's being used on them.
facts?
It's really all it is.
Facts, 100%.
It's pure.
Do you
Like, I've
know,
never seen anything uglier in my life. You don't understand it. When you take what we say, then you understand it. But the moment you challenge it, you don't understand Arabic. See what I'm saying?
Oh, but and again, like when you try to use the Arabic though, they just run off. They just completely run off. I'm like, wait a minute, how does that work? Like, so for instance, I literally heard like Mohammed I'm talking to Cameron, right, talking about like, oh yeah, the word hadith in the Quran doesn't mean the same thing as the Prophet's hadith. Well, all right then, cool. So you're saying there's nowhere in the Quran that is authorized? Got you. Straight. There's nothing in the Quran that indicates that hadith has anything to do with the sayings and narrations of the Prophet. Got you. And so, like with Lithuania and whatnot, again, like you can go to any word that they want to stick to, right? And it's just simple. Like, okay, instead of eisegeting the text, how about we exegete the text?
And they always start with this idea of, oh, how do you know the Quran's been preserved? Like they actually attack the Quran more than Christians and stuff. Like they use the same argument.
Facts.
I've noticed they actually use the same arguments against the Quran that Christians do. They'll pull up the how do you know it's been preserved. They'll pull up the what's it called? The so-called hand chopping verse. And no one actually
right.
And you know what the funny thing is, yeah? I've never seen, like, no one wants this hand chopping business more than they do. Like the Sunnis will literally they'll pump it like it's the greatest thing ever.
Mm-hmm.
But here's my thing though. Where's the word off in that verse?
do you know I was talking to the people on our Discord earlier, because I usually use the Sam Garrett's translation. So he puts down in his notes that there's two forms of that verb, the form 1 and form 2. So in this verse, it's been used as the form 1 of the verb, which can only mean to cut off. And the one in chapter 12, Surah Yusuf, is the form 2 with the woman cutting their hands. So that can be understood as a mark, but this one has to be cut off.
Why?
Because of the verb that's used. There's two different forms of the. No, it's the same word, but it's two different forms of the word.
But here's the problem.
This is why
this is what I love about the Quran. This is how I know one word will never become, as big of an issue as they like to have you believe. Mm-hmm. If you read the next verse, the very next verse about this hand chopping, what is it? 538, right?
539.
Okay, so if you read 539,
it's about forgiveness and repenting, yeah.
So if the next verse says, if one repents after committing this crime and reforms, God redeems him, God is forgiver, most merciful. Now, if the previous verse had anything to do with cutting off the hand, then how are you ever going to achieve that if one can simply repent, as it says in the next verse?
Maybe it means repent.
You can't repent and get your hand back. I know that's that much. You know what I'm saying? There's no level of repentance that makes a hand reappear.
Let's eliminate the first idea that it could have anything to do with the hand chopping. Because if it could have anything to do with hand chopping, then people would simply repent. So when are you going to cut anyone's hand off?
Maybe he just repents while he's in jail or while he gets caught or something. Why does it have to be?
Ooh, interesting point. Which begs the question. So what's the root of that word? Like, what does it actually mean?
No, but wait. Is it possible for it to be hand cutting off and one could repent? How can you have the two? Like, let's say if you cut off my hand, what am I going to repent for? You're cutting off my hand anyway.
Yeah, I'm not saying after you cut off the hand. I'm saying before his hand gets cut off.
Okay, but okay, that's even worse. Before you cut off my hand, if I repent, what are you doing cutting off my hand?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We shouldn't then. We shouldn't cut off the hand then if you repent.
So it can't be cut off then, can it?
It wouldn't make logical sense because no one
It
would ever,
doesn't make sense.
no one would ever choose to get their hand cut off.
I mean, it can still be.
So like,
there are
so
some-
like, so real quick, like, so if the concept is to try to deter people from stealing, if I can just repent and keep my hand from getting cut off, I'm just going to keep stealing.
Yeah, and I'm gonna keep repenting.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? You can't do anything. You can't say, "Oh, your repentance is fake." You don't know that. You're not God.
Right. That's why I asked for the root of the word, because like so, and I'm asking it for Arabic because in Hebrew I know the word, right, and it actually has a meaning for restraint. So I wanted to know if that was partially there in the root, because like that's how I see it when I read the verse. When it has to do with Yosef and Yusuf and the women, when instead of cutting their hands, when I read it's like it makes sense that they restrain their hand instead of attacking it. You know what I'm saying? So when I read that other verse, the concept of restraint makes sense too. So what's the actual root mean?
Before we get to that, Arbin made a point as well. I've said this before as well. If you amputate someone's hand, what's next? You might as well kill him. How is he going to support work for himself?
Come on.
Think about it. It wouldn't. You would actually cause more burden.
I would have to steal more now.
Now you're going to make this person steal more or beg. You like. How did you win there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
How did
that's
the
a
law
good
win?
point.
How did the law win in that situation?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm gonna think about that.
They went full Yakuza on it. Let me cut the pinkies.
And wait. Just to end that, yeah. If God wanted to use the word sever, which is what people are implying here, to basically amputate is to sever, right? If God wanted to use that, he would have used, as it says, batara. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر. Abatar means cut off, sever. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
God
Can I
knows
add
what
some
works.
sense in this?
Yes.
yeah, man.
So
Bolo na.
have you guys heard of the saying, "Don't bite the hand that feeds you"?
Yes.
Don't sever the
Okay,
hand
so
that
this
feeds you.
verse seems to not don't sever the hand that
Yeah.
feeds you. I'm saying it's not a literal saying that, you know, as if, you know, you're going to actually bite somebody's hand, you know, that feeds you, like as in literally. It's a figurative. It's figurative speech, right?
Yeah.
So in this, there was the guy that came on. I believe he made this point that it's talking about that basically the person is severing them, so they're cutting themselves off from the deen. So I don't know if that kind of like applies.
Well,
Here as well.
I would say there's two implications basically. One could be cut off from society. The other one could be, and it most likely is, if you ask me, is because your hand represents access in it. It represents your income. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So it could be cut off their income. You see what I'm saying? To basically pay for what they've done as a punishment. Because the same was done with Joseph's brothers. They had to work for the guy they stole from, didn't they? Help me out here.
Sorry,
Joseph's brothers, when they stole, what happened to them?
They had, I think nothing yet. Yeah, there was something going on in the story, and then
Yep.
They went with I think they went with the guy they stole from, like to basically work for him, work it off, sort of thing.
when they had the cup of gold in their bags or something.
Yeah.
And
Let's
he
go to
produced
that. Let's go to that verse now.
It's around 1275 or 1276. And he began the search with their bags before the bag of his brother. Then he produced it from the bag of his brother. So did we plan for Yusuf. He could not have taken his brother within the deen of the king, except that God had so willed. We raise in degrees whom we will, and over every possessor of knowledge is one knowing. If he steals it on
Can I tag in when you're done?
Yeah, here it is, 77. They said, if he stole, so did a brother of his in the past. Joseph concealed his feelings in himself and did not give them any clue. He said, you are really bad. God is fully aware of your accusations. They said, oh, you noble one, he has a father who is elderly. Would you take one of us in his place? We see that you are a kind man. He said, God forbid that we should take other than the one in whose possession we found our goods. Otherwise, we would be unjust. Bottom line, they had to go with him. You see that? God forbid that we should take other than the one in whose possession we found our goods. Otherwise, we would be unjust. So when they despaired of changing his mind, they conferred together. The elders said, do you realize that your father has taken a solemn pledge? We'll go back to your father. So bottom line, they went. Oh, father, your son has committed theft and not because this is what he's
Okay, so yeah, I know now. I understand the story. So this was the youngest brother who Yusuf wanted to keep with him, so he put the cup in his bag.
So you had to go with
So
him.
he fell into servitude.
Yeah, like the whole pretext was like he wanted to bring his brother to him because he was the good brother or something.
So in other words, he owed him something because he stole from him. That much we can verify.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's fallen into servitude now.
But
Because
see,
he
and
stole.
yeah, and that's what I read in 538 and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like so like that word there for cut off. I was looking it up, and yeah, there's a word that you can look at it in the passive participle form, and it means limit, right? To limit something. If that's in 5633 of the Quran, it's the same root. It should mean to limit, right? So in that context, it's like if you're stealing something, it's saying, or it can say if you read it word by word, to limit their hands as a recompense for what they earn, as an exemplary punishment. Yeah, so you gotta so you gotta work up. Basically, it's saying like, okay, if you stole something, it's verifiable. Like I'm either gonna garnish your wages or whatever, but you got to pay back what you stole.
You got to pay back what you stole, basically.
Yeah, that's all it is. And then run in, and then the next verse makes even more sense. You know what I'm saying?
Now, exactly. The next verse makes even more sense. Bottom line, we can eliminate hand cutting off.
Fact.
We can eliminate that.
And again, that same concept of limiting makes more sense in the verses with the women where they cut their hands, because it makes more sense that they're restraining themselves from attacking somebody, restraining their hands versus cutting their. Anyway.
You see, the purpose of punishments is to deter. And when it comes to the Quran, when it comes to the Quran is very clear about the fact that you can only do to someone what they've done to you. Is that, what is it? The law of qisas or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you think about it that way, stealing and chopping off someone's hand, that's not really, it's not equal, is it?
Yeah. What's going to make me repent, right? Getting my hand cut off or actually working off my debt? What's going to be more likely for me to lead for me to actually repent from something like so if I'm working off my debt, okay, I'm thinking about what I did to get there every minute that I'm working off the debt.
Exactly. You're losing time. You're losing hard work and everything.
Yeah.
You're giving your sweat.
I'm working for money I don't get to keep. You know
exactly. That's a punishment and a half. But,
and in that, you know what? At the end of it, I could have been like, you know what? I could have lived in a culture where you cut off my hand. I could say thank you to Allah and everything. Like, you know what? At least I got to work this off and it's cool. I get to keep my appendages and go about my business and whatnot. I can reflect on, you know what? I really wouldn't want no one to steal from me.
One second. One second. A brother's brought a point here. Abdullah. Yeah, he's saying the Pharaoh has spoken about cutting hands. Read both verses in Arabic, and they use two different words.
Facts.
So let's look at this. Let's look at this verse he's talking about. What is the verse, brother? Give us
I
the verse.
think I think it should be maybe chapter 20. Because I think he said that to the magicians when he was threatening them with the, I will cut off your hands.
Yeah, what was the number? What was we need the verse.
Maybe chapter 20. Maybe. Dun, 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 dun. This is good, man.
These discussions, isn't it?
Tafsir from the Quran.
Straight, bro. That's all you need.
And Firaun, okay. Should be 12 something. We have been.
He found it. Surah Al-A'raf, verse 124. 124.
Okay. 124. لأقطعن أيديكم وأرجلكم من خلاف ثم لأصلبنكم أجمعين. أقطعن.
But that is the same word, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, is that off now, or is that just cut?
This should definitely be off now because it's on alternate sides.
Okay, but then if this is off, how's the other one off? 538. Is it the same?
So
why
this
don't you
is
drop the link to this guy? Drop the link to him in it. If you got room.
Wow, a delay. Oh yeah. Of course you
Ah.
can, my bro. Of course you can. As a matter of fact, I've upgraded now in it, so I can have 10 people on and things.
damn.
Yeah, man.
So this one is we're talking about لأقطعن said this is like I will cut off. So that one is you cut off. فاقطعوا.
Right. So if it's off, what would be you cut then? What would the Arabic be for that?
I think that's what 538 is. فاقطعوا.
Is that just
So
cut?
that's why we need like an Arabic linguist or a grammarian on, you know.
He's coming on now. But really and truly, bro, it would have to be just cut. It can't be cut off because if
I want it to be cut as bad as anyone, you know, but I want to
no. Let me
make
tell you
sure.
let me hear me out. Let me give you my reasoning. Yeah, my reasoning is if you say "faqta'u" is cut off, I need to know what just cut would be. That's all I need.
Okay.
Then I can accept it.
Oh, we can look up the roots maybe.
You cut, basically. If you was to tell someone you cut, what would that be?
I
Or
think
even you mark.
What's the root? Qata'a.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the word saying about when Iblis says, that he's gonna make the Iblis? Allah says that Iblis says he's gonna cut people's ears. He's gonna make people cut their ears.
Yeah.
What's the word used there?
Good point. What's the verse?
Qata'a.
I don't know, man. If I open my app, this shuts down, innit?
Good point, though. Very good point. Even though you're a Sunni.
Hey, Vegeta, you're my favorite Sunni fan, fam. Just know that.
Nah, straight up. He knows he's my favorite Sunni fan.
It's Quran 4119.
4119.
It's about this. The
4119 or 199?
119.
Okay.
119.
Yeah, it says cut off now here. And it's a different word completely. It's falyabtaqu. Yeah, falyabtaqunna.
Yeah, but it's Shaitan speaking in the first person. So I will.
Yeah, but it's a different word. Batak.
Oh, okay. It's a different root.
It's a different root, yeah, completely.
And it's only used once in the entirety of the Quran. So this word for cut off, when it like the cut off in the hands or whatnot. So I'm seeing it used in like a multitude of ways. Like, so I'm seeing it in like literally to cut off and to sever. I'm seeing it to like divide. I'm seeing it as to portion something out. I'm seeing it as to make a decision. I'm seeing it to limit something. So in the overall context, I'm seeing it controlling whatever's happening to the thing. You know what I'm saying? So it seems like on the literal form, it can be like to sever or to cut something off or to divide something. Then on figurative form, it's going to be like to limit something or to decide something. That's why I was asking for the root on that joint.
You see, to me, a clear-cut case of sever is found in chapter 108. So if you go to 108, verse 3, he uses batara. Indeed, your enemy, he is the one cut off. Batara. And there's no argument that batara there is cut off. Like it's sever.
Mhm.
You see what I mean? Like,
But that's separate, though, isn't it? You could say separate. 1083, you could say separate.
he is separate. Nah, bro. He is separate. Indeed, your enemy, he is separate.
Separated.
Bottom line, like there's really now 538. What we saying here? Have we not eliminated cut off?
Because if you look at chapter 59, verse 5, it can be cut down because it says, what you cut down of palm trees or left standing on its roots. So it's so you're cutting down trees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at all of them.
Nine, right? Where it says, I will mislead them and incite vain desires in them. I will command them to slit the ears of cattle. Now, is this talking about severing the connection that the cattle, as in like the Jewish term goy, like as in, you know, the herd, the sheeple, for instance? Is this what this is talking about? Not as in cattle, as in a cow.
You want some deep stuff?
Hey, DV, what translation is that? Yo, Abdul Halim.
Abdul Halim.
We don't do not Rashad Khalifa quotes, man. That guy needs to be cut off. فقطع.
Well, somebody literally did, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going over this term for cut off in from 538 in all of its forms, and I'm going through the first form, the verb form that it is right there. Like every time that I'm seeing it used, it doesn't seem like it's literal at all. Like it can be, you can see it to where it means to divide or to limit something every time. Like it would make sense in the context, like, and they cutting like so. There's no. Go ahead.
What about the one where and we would have taken him with our right hand, talking about the messenger, then we would have cut from him, we would have cut off his aorta.
What verse is that?
That's the 69, 46, and 47. 45 and 46.
Okay.
So this is like threatening the messenger, you know, like if he made up false sayings in the name of God.
Okay, fine. Cut off.
I think it has to be literal in some places, obviously, because
no, I'm with that, but I think if it's going to be literal, it wouldn't make sense for it to be figurative, right? You know what I'm saying?
No, 1 second, one moment. As a matter of fact, Sharukhan. Oh, Al-Kitab, we're going to call it Al-Kitab then.
I made it even longer.
As a matter of fact, in this verse, I have no problem that contextually it's basically cutting off.
Facts.
However, you don't need to say cut off in this verse. Like you could equally just say, then surely we would have cut from him the iota. That's enough. You don't need to say cut off. Do you see what I mean? It's just understood.
Yeah. Yeah, like it'd just be like straight sever or cut or divide, portion, something. It's not going to be like off isn't there.
So does the root only mean to cut off, or it can also mean just to cut like a?
I would say it means to cut the cutting off depends on the context. Do you get it?
Yeah, it means it literally means to cut, portion, divide, limit. This is how it's used in the Quran. This is how it's used. This is the word by word Arabic breakdown of it. This isn't me saying.
One second. We got someone's joined us.
Assalamu
Hello
alaikum,
there,
peace,
mate.
guys.
Wa alaikum salam.
Salam. Alaikum assalam.
What's your name, bro?
It's Ali. It's Ali.
Is it Abdul Ali on the comments?
Yes, it's Abdul Ali.
Yes. How you doing, my friend? Welcome.
Doing good. Thank you very much. How are you doing?
It was slave of Ali, servant of Ali. Yeah.
Yes, but I refer to myself as Ali because I'm no slave to any Ali.
Good
Yes.
point. Good point. Very
Oh,
good
you
point.
Shia background.
No, Quran. I'm a Quran follower.
I know, but
No,
background.
background.
No, I have no background. It's the Quran.
No background. Yeah.
No, your
He's like
family.
Jesus.
No
He's
obsession.
like Jesus.
I
No,
grew up.
What did your
I grew
family
up as a Sunni. I grew up as a Sunni. I memorized the Quran and I would study and all of that Islamic education stuff. But then
Yeah.
later on, it doesn't make sense. Just
MashaAllah.
doesn't.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question. Where are you from, by any chance?
I'm from Morocco, brother.
Alhamdulillah. So you can help us out with the Arabic then.
Bro, I see that in the videos and they play that game and it just doesn't. I don't get it. It's just a language.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
in Arabic, so you might use aql. What is so difficult?
Facts.
Sorry, I just want to address that point because when we read the Quran, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala quoting something and like the Pharaoh speaking about cutting off hands using a sharp knife, sharp material. So here's the difference. There's this shadda. The shadda on the letter ta, لأقطعن, is what makes the difference. Because if you have the shadda, then it could mean cutting off with a sharp material. But when you say qata'a, it could be cross the road. You know, قطعت الطريق
Oh,
or
good
قطعت
point.
الكهرباء. It means I cut off electricity. And there's a point because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in that verse says فَقْطَعُوا أَيْدِيَهُمَا, hold off both of their hands. There's 4 hands over there. So these people, the sectarians, they say you should cut some part, you know. But the Quran, if you take cut as cut off, then you should cut their hand. You should cut their hands, like both their hands, not just one. If we use their narratives.
So you're saying the shadda on the
Shadda definitely makes the difference because here's the thing.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The Quran, the Quran has no synonyms. Every word has its own meaning. If there's a slight change, there could be a change. There is a change. Like I'll give you an example. The word nisa could be referred to we could call a group of women nisa, a group of men nisa, and it's all in the Quran. Sometimes let's say I have a son. If I have a son, then he's my nasi, and a group of them is nisa. So what is new and what is modern? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran says nisa'ukum harthun lakum. He doesn't mean women. They're not our whatever they want to call it, but he's speaking about what is time given you, what is coming up to be new is harth, is maksab, is a gain for you. So you can use it for an example, a phone. It's for you. Taqillah when you're using it, and that's basically what I'm trying to say. There could be a huge difference. First of all, the context. Second of all, the small details on the, I don't know what they call them in English, but those details on
the grammar,
the shakl,
the vowels and everything. Yeah, not the
Diacritic
vowels.
marks.
Diacritic
Thank you
marks.
very much, my bro. That was beautiful.
No problem, Ahmed. No problem. To be honest with you, it's that Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says, "Seek, is it other than Allah? Should I seek as a judge? While is He who referred to you the book or revealed to you the book fully detailed?" And there's many other verses. I mean, it's just simple. If you speak Arabic, the thing is, if you speak Arabic, then you're not gonna find it difficult, or in any other language. But my question is, how do they read Arabic? How do they read Arabic? I don't get it. They claim to be the best in Arabic, but bro, what is that? Why do they like to give narratives?
Yeah, they read it through the like 2 or 3 sources. Yeah, they use Jahiliya poetry and then they use grammar.
First
But
of all, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala never complimented poetry, because when he speaks about the Prophet
yeah,
and how he was eloquent in his language, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا عَلَّمْنَاهُ الشِّعْرَ وَمَا يَنبَغِي لَهُ, and we have not taught him poetry, and he shouldn't.
MashaAllah.
You know what I mean? So the
What's
Prophet,
baghila?
all of these.
Baghila.
Sorry.
Baghila. You said baghila. What's the meaning of baghila?
وَمَا يَنبَغِي لَهُ, and he should not.
You should not. All right.
He should not, because,
have
and
that
in
goal.
another verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَالشُّعَرَاءُ يَتَّبِعُهُمُ الْغَاوُونَ, and the poeters only,
Only the
the
foolish
ones
people
deceived,
follow them.
will
Yeah.
follow them. So it's really not a good thing to try to support your claims with shi'r, because it's basically a huge mistake. You're just shooting yourself in the feet.
Yeah, good point, man.
Allahu al-Kabir. MashaAllah.
But,
Yo, man, is this a mystical Arabic thing you keep saying, man?
no, brother, it really, it was in Arabic, because Muhammad lived in the Arab Peninsula.
No, this
That
is
easy.
Arabian
Well
Mubin.
said. MashaAllah.
It was because Allah subhanahu in the Quran says, if we revealed it to you in a different language, then you would say, why isn't it Arab?
MashaAllah.
I have to refresh
See,
one
this is
minute.
what I love about people that follow the Quran, bro. Man just giving you verses, Habibi. Say something.
Yeah, I mean, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, if it was from other than Allah, then they would disagree. I mean, I don't see, there might be few disagreements, but we like to be constant, be logical. But the problem is when someone hits a wall and he can't understand more, they feel like they're losing their identity, so they get very defensive.
That's exactly what it is. MashaAllah. That's exactly what it is. This all comes down to identity, bro.
And
This is why they go crazy about the rituals, because it's just an identity measure.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Ahmed. Have they ever read Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saying to Muhammad, indeed, those who divided the religion and took sects, you are not associated in anything.
Yep.
So he doesn't know that, basically. And there's a very, very important point I don't want to forget. Every person that was followed, or any being that was followed during their lifetime, from outside than Allah, they will say, we are innocent from you. The shaitan will say it, the prophet will say it, all of these, the companions and whatever, they will say it. Everyone will say, I'm innocent. And you shouldn't have followed me, You
know what, brother? I'm glad you mentioned that verse, because when I first heard of the term scholar in Islam, wallahi, I was shocked. Because all I kept on thinking about was precisely the verse you quoted now. Because if you call someone a quote-unquote scholar, that now means what? You're subject to whatever he says? So you're going to go to Allah on Judgment Day with he told me that? Is that what you're going to do?
Bro, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks about that.
Exactly.
Allah says in the Quran, and if you mention your Lord alone in the Quran, they were their heart will, I don't know how to refer to it, but if you mention other than Allah, then they rejoice.
Absolutely. 39:45.
I don't really know the chapters and the numbers.
No,
but
I'm giving you one now. I'm giving you one now. Check this out. 39:45.
Surah, please.
And Surah Az-Zumar.
Az-Zumar.
Surah Az-Zumar 45. Check this, yeah? And when God alone is mentioned, the verse 45.
45. We're gonna get it now.
When God alone is mentioned, the hearts of those who do not believe in the hereafter shrink with aversion. But when others are mentioned beside him, they rejoice.
Yep.
You could say that's basically all religions. Literally all religions.
Well, it's
mention Jesus, mention something to do with the Hindu stuff, the Sikh stuff, the Christian stuff, the Jewish stuff. That all of them. You have to mention something beside God.
Yo, can we look at Can we look at one more verse? Surah Tawbah, verse 110. This
Ahmed,
is
Yes, Habibi.
go on. I was getting the the conversation. The guy that was speaking now, I just got his word, so I interrupted. I'm sorry.
yeah. So chapter 9, verse 110, Surah Tawbah.
Right.
So this is a bit confusing.
Tawbah verse number.
110. This one is tuqatta'a with the shadda.
Sure, let's see. 110.
Their building which they build will never cease to be a doubt in their hearts, except that their hearts are cut
Oh.
off.
Now here's the thing. أفمن أسس بنيانه على من الله ورضوان خير أم من أسس بنيانه على شفا جرف نار والله لا إله ليس منهم إلا أن تقطع قلوبهم. You got a
What
point.
chapter is this?
Chapter 9.
It's chapter 100 verse
Chapter
100.
9. Chapter 9, verse 110.
Or this could mean, this can this mean like until they die or their souls are taken away physically?
Separate, innit? Yeah, separate.
But here's the thing: we will have another verse that has a cut without the shadda. لقطعنا فلولا علينا بعض الأقاويل.
Well, does it have to be off here? I'm not sure it has to be off here. Like cut off their hearts? Is that what we're thinking about?
No. You can. But here's the thing, brother. I need to ask you a question. Where is the heart? The Quran, when it says qulub, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أَلَهُمْ قُلُوبٌ يَعْقِلُونَ بِهَا. Do we use aql by our heart, the muscle that makes blood?
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes. I hear you.
What?
So
Like
and
the
Allah.
soul,
Uh-huh.
the nafs? Are you talking about he cut off the nafs?
I don't know, because qulub is in the Quran always. I would say it's always that part of our system that we use to think.
Yeah, mind.
Yeah,
Isn't that
mind.
Mind,
isn't
not
that
brain. Mind.
so? What is fuad? Fuad then?
The fuad, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تَقْفُ مَا لَيْسَ لَكَ بِهِ عِلْمٌ إِنَّ السَّمْعَ
Yeah.
وَالْبَصَرَ وَالْفُؤَادَ. So that's the result of the test that you have tested, whatever you tested with your own eyes and your hands and your logic has comprehended.
إن السمع والبصر والفؤاد.
كل أولئك كان عنه مسؤولا. So when you use sam'a and basar, you listen and you see, then basically Allah says, do not
I think that's the one you mean. I think what you just said about the
it has to do with testing. It has to do with testing.
You gotta remember there's a difference between mind and brain. Like there's a difference between mind and thinking. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Definitely, yeah.
Yo, you saying when there's a shadda, it means cut off. But when there's no shadda, it means just to cut.
And it depends on the context. It depends on the context.
I really think the context is the king here, guys.
It is.
It's impossible for a word to be, like a context will always make it clear what word has to be. What word has to be. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
like so they could have used the word aorta like they did for the prophet, right? But they didn't. They used the word for like when it's talking about their hearts. It's almost always like an intention kind of a concept. It's not it's not like your physical heart beating in a sense when it says.
Bottom line is this: 538 cannot be cut off because of what comes next. The next verse talks about if they repent, for crying out loud. So if people can repent, you're never going to cut off.
You already cut their hands.
So right, like so, it's this simple. Either it's literal or it's figurative, right? Like so, the context gives you a literal understanding or a figurative understanding. When it's figurative, that's when you go to the other meanings of the word. Like, okay, doesn't mean to limit, doesn't mean to do this, doesn't mean to portion, divide. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Fair enough.
It's not
When,
possible.
when I see
Definitely
stuff like their
speaking.
hearts and whatnot, the way it's used to me, that's always used in a figurative concept. Like it's always like Allah put a covering
Hearts is
over their
always
hearts.
figurative, yes.
Or
Hearts is always figurative. Qulubihim is always figurative.
yeah,
You've also got to remember what's the possibility of when it comes. Remember, God says His laws does not change. His sunnah does not
Yeah,
change.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
So
He also says there is no alternative for my words.
exactly. So it's not possible for Joseph's brother to have one condition when it comes to stealing and another condition on the last prophet. Do you see what I mean? It's just not possible.
yeah. Particularly when the meanings of the word actually match up or whatnot. Like so, so if you can read 538 in a way to where it's either cutting off somebody's hand or that person is working off what they stole or having to pay the debt off what they stole. What makes more sense when you can actually find the reiteration from within the Quran itself?
Exactly, literally from within the Quran itself. So
Now, in hadith, they say that it has to be a certain amount you have to steal.
but all
Well,
of that is their
yeah.
usual. They don't get that from the Quran, do they?
No, that's from the Prophet.
Okay, so for
No.
in the hadith, so real quick, like, so do they actually have to pay back what they stole and also get their hand cut off, or did you get their hand cut off?
No,
Because like real talk, if I real talk, I might give up a hand for a few.
that's a
$1,000,000.
good point. That's a great point.
What's that? For
Do
a
they
couple
gotta
of
pay
million?
back what they stole in the hadith, or is it they just get their hand cut off?
I don't know. I don't know about that. But they get their hands chopped off for a certain amount. But if a guy is stealing because he's eating or something, that's different.
I think this is from the schools of thought, maybe not from the hadith. Like maybe the fuqaha.
No, there is certain hadith, like there's a hadith about when there's poverty, the law is lifted. This hudud is lifted when there's poverty in the area.
Mm.
So there's a hadith that says that. And also there has to be like I think a quarter of a dinar is the minimum, or something like that. There's a limit to it.
So what makes more sense to you logically though? Like, so like if let's say you stole $1 million, right? Would it make more sense to cut your hand off, or you pay the $1 million back?
Take the million as well. Take his hand as well.
That's why I love it, Gina. That's why you're my favorite Sunni. He didn't even hesitate.
He sounds like that brother Ismail from earlier on.
Look at what Zoltan said.
Some guys trying to take food out of your kid's mouth here. That's disrespectful, bro.
Hold on,
even
you just said if I'm broke, right? If I'm poor, I can do it, and it's cool.
Now, if you broke, then steal a loaf of bread. Why are you stealing $1 million for?
No, I'm broke. I literally just stole the loaf of bread out your kid's mouth now.
So the hudud isn't really lifted. The hudud isn't really lifted. It's only lifted to as much as you want it to be. So it's not really God now. It's the.
No, but that's like when it comes to laws, right? When it comes to punishing your kids, you're gonna say God is doing or you doing it, right? You're gonna implement what God told you.
Yeah, but it's a whole different story for cutting something off, man.
Yeah, giving a slap at the back of the head.
I think we've moved past this point. I think we've moved past this point. Can I bring your attention to something that you guys have brought up? I just went back a few previous verses from it, and I found something that I hope we can discuss. So it's from chapter 9, 105.
Mm.
So, shall I post it in the comment section so you can read it, or
actions?
Sorry,
it's about actions.
So well, it says. I'll just read it myself. So it says, "Say, Prophet, take action. God will see your actions, as will his messenger and the believers. And then you will be returned to him who knows what is seen and unseen, and he will tell you what you have been doing." And
that's a good verse.
Beautiful.
So, well, where it carries on, right, it gets even more interesting. And then there are others who are waiting for God's decree, either to punish them or to show them mercy. God is all knowing and wise. Then there are those who built a mosque, right? I want to come back to that word mosque there, yeah?
Yeah.
Then there are those who built a mosque in an attempt to cause harm, disbelief, and disunity among the believers, as an outpost for those who fought God and his messenger before. So who fought God and his messenger before. They swear our intentions were nothing but good, but God bears witness that they are liars.
Liars.
Prophet, never pray in that mosque. Right, I want to come back to that as well, yeah? Never pray in that mosque.
Ahmed,
You should rather
Let
pray
him finish.
in a mosque founded from its first day on consciousness of God. In this mosque, there are men who desire to grow in purity. God loves those who seek to purify themselves.
Indeed.
Which is better, the person who founds his building on consciousness of God and desires for his good pleasure, or the person who founds his building on the brink of a crumbling precipice
Mountain. Yeah.
that will tumble down into the fire of hell, taking him with it. God does not guide the evildoers. The building they have founded will always be a source of doubt within their hearts until their hearts are cut to pieces. God is all-knowing and wise. Right, so just up to there, right?
Uh-huh.
What's the context and what's the message you think that that's trying to portray here? And I think this is very relevant to our discussion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a figurative message about good actions and intentions behind the actions.
Right, so first it was talking about 105 to 106, right, where it's saying that, it's talking about actions, right? Good
Yeah.
or bad, right? But God knows, what you've been doing. Then in 107, it talks about, then there are those who built a mosque. Is this talking about, can this be literally translated into institutions?
Like
To a
mosque.
degree. To a
Yeah.
degree. Let me help you out there. Basically, it's three groups in it, yeah? So the first group are the ones who basically actively do good deeds. Yeah? The
Yep.
second group are the ones who basically just lay about and just hope for the greatest. You know what I mean? They don't do anything.
Hmm.
The third group are the hypocrites. You understand? It's basically people who quote unquote built their building, but for other than honest reasons, to cut it short. Do you see what I'm saying to you? So they would be the hypocrites. So I suspect what you now want to ask is what would masjid mean here, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because for me, when I'm looking at the context of it, it seems like it's alluding to institutions, not necessarily a physical building or a
It's
mosque.
alluding to something close to an institution. Let me explain to you what it's.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
What's the-
basically the word masjid is basically the word sajda with the prefix mean before that. You see what I'm saying to you? So the word sajda, I believe we've discussed this before, in the Quran means to submit.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Place of
So
submission.
so masjid simply becomes place of submission. So let me explain why place of submission for you. The reason place of submission is called place of submission is because the Quran is all about societies in it. So there's societies that reject, and then there's societies that submit. You understand? So those that submit, they basically agree to form a society that is a place of submission. This is what makes them hypocrites. They're claiming to uphold a place of submission when they are in effect just using the place as an outpost to basically spy on the prophet. See what I mean?
Yep.
So it's an institution of a kind. Basically, it's the society's constitution, if you like.
You could
The
say it's
word
those.
ussisa, Ahmed,
Yeah.
the word ussisa makes it impossible for it to be a physical place. It could be if it's an institution of some kind, because
Yeah.
that's like when someone founds an institution. Like you can't found a building, you build a building.
Thank you.
That's what I mean. So they did not build buildings; they founded institutions. That's what it
Thank
says.
you.
And just to add to what the brother just said now, right? I know zero Arabic. Yet, how is it that I read a translation and from that I get the context from an that agrees to what an Arabic reader of the Quran also
Because
says?
the context makes it clear and you are literate.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Ahmed. No,
Okay.
it's not that. The trick, it's very smart. It's a smart trick. I give them that. Is that the translations of the Quran are based off hadith. Simple.
No, I know, brother, but even though the translations of the Quran are based off hadith, they're only playing with one or two words here and there.
They
However,
manipulate
when you read
verses.
the context, check this out. When you read the context, brother, it always makes it clear for someone who has the ability to read and understand. You see what I mean? DV has not suffered at all. Like he keeps just pointing them out only because he has the ability to read. That's all it is.
And then what?
Yeah.
9108, right?
Yeah,
What's
108. Yeah.
could we like
So
just discuss that? So where it says never pray in that mosque.
yeah,
Now,
stand
what
within
does
it.
it mean by pray? Firstly,
Look at the Arabic word first and foremost.
No, it doesn't say pray in the verse. But what's more important is like I want see the thing it says here, yeah, do not stand within this mosque, this type of mosque.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm trying to say. Like I'm not disagreeing that it could be a figurative place of submission,
Yeah.
but there's no harm in saying that it can also be a physical building. Like it doesn't really affect our case much
No,
because it's
it doesn't affect our case, but the context simply won't allow it. It cannot talk about people doing good deeds, people that are lazy, and then all of a sudden talk about buildings. It just doesn't make any sense.
yeah, because this is talking about consciousness. Do you know what I mean?
It's talking about
Intentions.
behavior.
And doubt.
yeah, but it's saying like do not stand in such a mosque. Like, it says do not stand within it.
Yeah, but
So
we're talking about a place, aren't we? You stand in a place, don't you? And remember, I'm glad that you mentioned stand. First and foremost, just to clarify for DV, where your translation says pray, his translation says stand. And that's because the Arabic is actually, what's the Arabic? Which verse is it? 908? Yeah, taqum, which is the same word as aqim and all of that. You see what I'm
So
saying?
how
to you?
can
So the
they
word is,
translate that as pray?
they're
because they
taking
want
the
to
piss,
pray.
bro.
Do you want to know the
Because
word
they'll
prayer in the Quran?
Dua.
It's da'a.
dua.
هنالك دعا زكريا ربه.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Habib.
No, there is a uphold. It's uphold. It's stand.
It's
Aqim.
uphold. Thank you. Thank you. And remember,
Uphold.
actually, speaking of this word aqim, we were discussing this last night. Remember, we were talking about last night or whatever night it was. Remember, we were talking
Yeah.
about those that hang about.
Tawaif, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What was
yeah.
the other one? The other one was al-qa'imin or something, wasn't it?
I mean, yes, yeah.
There you go. And that would be what?
Those who are stationary.
There you
Standing
go. So same thing here. Just don't basically be in this place, this hypocritical place. In other words.
So this is
Because
like when
if you
your mom and
remember-
dad say to you that don't chill with these people because they're going to
There
corrupt
you
you.
go, DV, man. If only I could pay you or something.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, don't chill with these people. If they're standing outside or they're in a building, it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, they could be anywhere.
No, bro, you really can't give them building. They will run with it. You can't give anything to these people. They run with it, fam.
I don't know, man. It's a
You give them the tiniest bit, they build the building, fam. You know how they are.
Because now if I read that verse to you with how we've kind of like discussed it, never chill with these people, right? In their institution or amongst their people, right? You should rather chill with institutions or be around institutions
Who've
founded
kept it real from the beginning.
from it, on consciousness of God. In this institution, there are men who desire to grow in purity. That seems to make a lot more sense.
Exactly.
You know, it says Masjid Dirar.
Whereas when you start saying never pray in that mosque, right? This is what somebody like a Sunni will now use this to say to you. See, it's trying to say to you, don't go to a Shia mosque.
You know, when I first read that verse, and I didn't know about when I first read that verse and I didn't know about all of the trickery that they've done with the translations, the first thing I used to ask myself is, how can there be a mosque when the Prophet is there and the Prophet is not the one praying in that Prophet? Like, why would you say, imagine that the Prophet is there and there's two so-called mosques, and then the Prophet is only praying in one mosque. Why would anyone go to the other mosque? Why would the other mosque even exist?
Yeah, and it's a small community anyway, so you know.
And
why,
who are they
would
following at that mosque? If
Yeah,
Prophet's
who's the
there?
Imam at that mosque? Who's the Imam at that mosque? I'm baffled. Come on, man. It don't work.
And surely back then there was only one mosque, right? Because
Exactly. Why would there be another? Why?
so then obviously when it goes on to 109 now, right? This kind of like makes everything absolutely clear. Like what we're saying makes sense, because which is better, the person who founds his building on consciousness? So this is talking like this is an innate.
Exactly.
Thing,
How do you build an actual building with consciousness? Like bricks with consciousness. How do you do that?
Exactly. So surely this is talking about someone's values, right? Someone's character, someone's ideology, basically.
The verse contains words that tells you that it can't be. It's just impossible. It speaks about taqwa. It speaks about the person and how is he founded, like his taqwa, and then the ridwan of Allah, then buildings. I don't get it.
Yo, can you build your house upon taqwa?
That's the question. Yes, that's a good question. That's what I
Exactly. I
want.
don't know why these man's laughing. Why are you laughing at? Who are you laughing at for?
Hey,
Are you talking physically?
Huh? I'm being serious, bro. Ali said it was a good question. You two are laughing, bro. It's not funny, man. Is it?
No,
Can
but
you build?
it's a
Can
good
you build
question.
your house upon taqwa?
How can you build a house on taqwa?
I don't know. I got my own house. I build it on taqwa. I'm in charge of my house. I'll make sure everyone in this house behaves according to the taqwa.
Yeah, but that's you're figuratively
No,
speaking now,
that's
aren't you?
you're not talking about the building. You're talking about the
Character.
family
The
house.
ideology.
Yeah, and a mosque can be there as well. Why can't a mosque be there?
No, the house has nothing. The whole dunya has nothing to do with your taqwa. Nothing physical has anything to do with your taqwa.
No,
Taqwa
I'm
can
saying,
be seen.
what about community? Can a community be about taqwa? Of
No,
course it can.
people can be righteous.
Exactly,
A
but when you
community,
got your
a
own
whole
house.
a whole community will never be righteous. There will always be.
Let me give you an example. If I say I'm gonna beat you and your house up, I'm not talking about come to punch your holes, bro. I'm gonna beat everyone in your house up. You know what I'm saying?
Vijaya, that's the point we're
Exactly.
making.
Use the same.
making our
Use the
point.
same method. Use the same mechanism that you just used right now to understand that it's not a building and it's actually speaking about something personal, not physical.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, a building can represent a community.
A physical
Unless
building can represent a
unless
community.
your house is homeless. It don't make sense, bro.
Yeah, I think he has a point though. That's why I wasn't discounting the whole physical building. Obviously, the whole point of the passage is people's intentions behind doing things, but like for me, I can't discount the building part completely. You can always make an institution to represent an ideology, and the Quran can
It's
also be warning.
The White House. The White House represents something, bro. Downing Street represents something.
Yeah, but there's an institution within that building that this is referring to. This is the point we're making.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, so
understood.
So why it can't be overlooked is that they're not separate. Is the point.
That goes without
Wait,
saying. bro.
Vegeta, let me help you out. Vegeta, let me help you out. let's say the White House was going under construction and the president and all his staff and all of that had to move out. Do you think the White House, the institution, is somehow closed or something?
No.
So the institution is still operating, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the building is not necessary, is it?
The building is unnecessary, no.
There you go. You made my point. You made my point.
But the building is part of it. Even it says when you say you think about it. Building.
The building represents something. This is what we're trying to say to you.
Every building.
This is what we're saying. So that's what we're saying. This is talking about what that building represents, not the building itself.
Wait. We've got Hamza in the building, bro. 1 second. What's the verse he put up? 7-128. Peace, Hamza. Peace to you and yours, my brother.
Before we move on,
I'll jump off. That makes some space for him.
No, we don't need to. I've got up to 10 people can come in there.
Oh, okay. That's what's up.
Hamza, the link is there, if you will. And if Hamza comes on, we're all just gonna kick back and listen.
Yeah, for sure.
Can I just finish
brother
the
Hamza. It's always a pleasure to hear you stuff, brother. Man, I always enjoy listening to your builds, brother Hamza.
Brothers, can I just finish the point off with this, and then I'll be silent. So where we were talking about, where it then goes on to 9110, right? Where it says the building they have founded will always be a source of doubt, right, within their hearts, until their hearts are cut to pieces. So this is all literal. This is all figurative speech. So it's not physically that their heart is going to be cut into pieces. So this is where I was trying to get to, like with the previous verses, to establish what is it saying in the previous verses, to understand, the context of where that word "cut" in this verse, where it's coming from.
Indeed.
So how do you cut a heart? How do you cut the heart? Figuratively.
You don't. It's talking. It's figuratively speaking. It's like saying, someone broke my heart. Doesn't mean that they physically actually broke my heart.
Good point.
So when it says the heart cut, what happens? If you say broke my heart, I understand what that means. Like you got upset. When you say
but it could be the same thing. It could be the same thing, but the Arabic version.
It could be the same thing, yeah.
I mean, depends on the context. Go on. What does the context say?
Now I just want to hear that. I understand it as cut someone's heart means you chop them, kill them, like they're dead. That's how I understood it.
Yeah, because it's making them inhumane. It's basically destroying their humanity.
All right, but what does it say cut the heart? What does it mean, bro? So they get heartbroken.
Didn't I just tell you?
I'm saying that. Hamza,
what is being cut though? It's talking about their skepticism being cut in the verse.
But Brother Hamza, we're not talking about bait right now. We're not talking about bait. We're talking about chapter 9, 107 and 108 and 109.
So when their wife leaves them or cheats on them, that's when their skepticism breaks it, because they get heartbroken.
Right, read the verse. The building they have founded will always be a source of doubt within their hearts. Do you understand that?
Which verse is that?
That's 9, 110. So chapter 9, 110.
That cannot be an actual building.
Exactly.
We mean it can't be.
The institution, the ideology that they have founded will always be the source of doubt within their heart. It's going to misguide them. It's going to mislead them to a point until their hearts are cut into pieces, basically until they've lost all humanity.
You don't establish a building, man. You build the building.
That's the point.
You do establish a building, bro.
No, you establish an institution. You establish a program.
It could mean the same thing, bro.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
What problem do you have with the explanation that we've come to?
I'm just saying that my understanding, it was Masjid Dirar. It's called Masjid Dirar, right?
Right, so you've got a preconceived idea of what this verse is saying.
Yeah, of course. course,
And where did you get that from?
from the Sunnah. Sunnah, yeah.
From Hadith. So this is exactly the problem that
Mhm.
we're discussing here.
Bro, you're doing your own little freestyle interpretations right now. You understand that?
Guess what?
What?
I'm going to be answerable for my own actions and understanding.
No,
No
reason with each
scholar
other.
is going to answer for that. So
Yeah.
why am I going to then? I only get one shot at this. Why am I going to leave that in the
Only
hands
get
of
one
someone else?
shot. What's that? The Eminem line.
Vegeta, come on, man. Guys, remember. we
Right.
have an
Let me read.
audience.
Vegeta,
Guys,
this
audience,
is
so
a real
let's keep
simple
it
question.
respectful,
Right.
reason with each other. Just remember, we have an audience, lads. All right.
Yeah.
Vegeta, this is a real simple question. Is the hearts in that verse is that literal or figurative? Like, are they feeling doubt in their literal heart, or is it a figurative concept?
They're feeling doubt in the, their heart, like literal, innit? No, was it figurative? Yeah, figurative.
So if the heart is figurative, then the cutting can't be literal.
Yeah. But even then, if I say, you cut the guy's heart. If I give an instruction, cut his heart, all right, that means kill him.
And that's why I just made the distinction between literal and figurative, right? So if the doubt if the doubt is in a figurative heart, how do I cut the figurative heart?
Yeah, but even the cut off, right? You even said when you were saying the word, it means divide,
or
section
to
off.
limit, right?
Yeah, but let's say with divide in it. Yeah, divide or separate, cut off. Yeah, their hearts get cut off, meaning their hearts are no longer operate.
Guys, look at Sam's comment. If it was a physical building, wouldn't the doubt end if the building was destroyed rather than their hearts being cut to pieces?
Thank you. Fantastic point.
Beautiful.
No, it doesn't end because.
But here's the question: when does the doubt end, though, Vegeta? So you using this cutoff sense, like, so if in my heart so either you're killing me, right, or I'm doing something to restrain my own doubt. One of the two.
Doesn't the verse say the doubt won't end?
What was that?
Doesn't the verse say? The verse itself says that the building which they built will not cease to be a cause of skepticism in their hearts until their hearts are cut off. Meaning, even if you take the building out, they're still going to have the
skepticism. Yeah.
Yeah, because these mans built it with skepticism. You understand that?
So right, but if the skepticism is in a figurative heart, how are you? So check this out, right? Like, so you could kill me, right? But how is that changing anybody else who believes what I believe?
Yeah, but I killed you, then your skepticism ends because now you know the truth when you see Allah.
But this is a group of people, though.
Yeah, their hearts.
Right, so you can just kill me as an individual, right? Like, you got to kill all of us now, or what?
No, it doesn't say kill all of them. It says their hearts when their hearts call.
So
when they're
right,
dead.
That's plural. That's speaking about everybody there.
So
it's not differentiating. It's not dividing the people. They're saying those people there.
Doubt, yeah, but when you're dead, and now you know the truth. All of us will know the truth when we're dead. Right? So that's why everyone, even if anyone got a small doubt within us, that doubt's going to be cleared up when we're dead.
So all right. So let's say we're not going the death route. Does it also make sense to you that the doubt, the figurative doubt in the figurative, or the doubt in my figurative heart can be ended by me restraining my figurative heart?
You said figurative doubt, right? What's the difference between the figurative doubt?
No. I meant to say figurative heart.
Figurative heart.
Yeah.
So it's a literal doubt in a figurative heart.
Right. So in the figurative heart, does it also make sense? Like, so I can use this word to say limit, right? Does the doubt can I also limit the doubt in my own heart?
You see right now this flipping, what's this called, StreamYard. Maverick made this on figurative doubt. He's made an institution, right? Even Yeah, even if I break the stream, yeah, it ain't gonna take away the doubt in his heart. You know what I'm saying? The doubt's still gonna be in his heart, unless he clears that up inside, or his heart gets cut off. Then he realizes that he was in doubt.
Okay, let me ask you two questions. One, do I as an individual have the ability to limit doubt in my heart? And two, if the word can mean such, right, to limit, does it also linguistically make sense in this context? I'm not asking you to agree with it. I'm saying can it also make sense?
You can make it sense however you want to make it sense, man.
No, I'm asking, does it make logical sense?
I'm saying to you, you can make it a sense as much as you want to make it sense, bro. Seriously, when they say cut their hearts, yeah, you could actually think about getting a knife and stabbing them if you really want to do that. You could think like that if you want to.
Okay, so quick question: How come in the same Quran it didn't use the same word for hearts when it talked about cutting the aorta of the prophet? Like when it wanted to get literal, like, so I don't think any of us disagreed that was not a literal situation where someone's getting cut. We all agree that all right, the prophet's literally getting his aorta cut there.
Yeah, the jugular vein in it.
Yeah, so why does it say that? Why does it say that, not the heart?
It means life, but that could be what you call. Where's Brother Ali? Ali, that could be balagha.
No, but here's the thing. There is Quran is Quran. It's clear. Sorry, you were speaking right now. Forgot the idea. Sorry.
Yeah.
The thing is, I remember. My question still stands. How can you cut off the minds?
Cut off from someone's mind?
Yeah, because the qalb, because qalb, the Quran is mind.
Yeah, you kill somebody, you separate his mind from his thoughts.
No, you kill someone, you kill them, and it's over. There is nothing.
Yeah, you separate their soul from their bodies. What you do?
No. Look. Don't get killing into this because it has nothing to do with killing.
Right.
If that was the subject, it would have been obvious, man. You don't need.
We're not talking about. We're talking about cutting mind and what happened.
Cutting the mind in Arabic never has any relation to do with killing, with someone ending up being dead.
Someone smokes too much crack, he cut away his mind from his sanity.
No,
you know what I'm saying, bro?
So you're agreeing with the figurative concept then?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, can I just add one more point here? In chapter 9, 114, right? I'm not sure, Vijay, if you're understanding figurative and literal, what the difference is here, right? So in this verse, hopefully it should become clear to you. Abraham asked forgiveness for his father because he had made a promise to him. But once he realized that his father was an enemy of God, he washed his hands of him. Abraham was tender-hearted and forbearing. Now, do you think Abraham actually went to a tap and started washing his hands?
And when Allah says,
washing his literal father off his hands at that.
So now Abraham was tender-hearted. Do you think that's literal or do you think that's figurative?
No, I agree with you.
Do you understand the difference between what literal and figurative is?
I agree with you with the literal stuff. When did I disagree with that?
So we've been going around in circles for the last 10 minutes for what then?
No, I'm saying the building itself, right? You could say it's literal. I'm saying that could also be figurative. It can actually be an actual building. That's what I'm saying.
No. What we were saying was that the use of the word building, a better translation in the context of the verse would be institution, or a movement.
If it is a real building, right? It can represent an institution as well, right?
Then it's a figurative building.
But
that's the point we're making. You're agreeing with us, so I'm not sure why we're still.
No, but hear this now.
Like when the Bible says the synagogue of Satan, we're not talking about a brick and mortar.
I gotta go, guys. Listen, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave you guys to it. Just remember, there's an audience, so keep them. You got
it.
Keep them interested in stuff. All right. Peace out, lads.
Peace.
No, we're not.
Peace.
If I say
I'll be back. I'll be back in about an hour or so. Peace.
Whoa, what's
Is
up?
Hamza
What's
going to join
happening?
us?
American
Hamza,
Joining us?
I don't know. The link is there. Before
left
I go, if anyone wants to jump on now for the next hour, you need to do so now because I'll be gone. So the link is there. Whoever wants to jump on, do so now. Innit?
Because otherwise we won't be able to let him in.
Facts.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you like 5 minutes before I go. Anyways, continue, lads.
Brother
Yes,
David.
so you know, like the White House, right? Does it literally represent something?
Oh, we're still talking about the house?
No, because I'm just saying.
Okay, I think Maverick
Vegeta,
gave
how
you a
about
good example
Vegeta? How
of
about
this.
real quick, Vegeta? How about this? Is the synagogue of Satan in the Bible a brick and mortar building?
The synagogue of Satan
Mm-hmm.
could be.
No, man.
Yeah, it could be.
You're just taking a piss now.
I'm not, bro.
You're winding us up. You're winding us up.
No, I'm not.
You're stalling the conversation, bro. We're trying to move on, and you're
You
still
could
going on about
move
brick
on.
and mortar.
You could move on, but you moved on from the cutting the hand off part to this, right? So if
Yeah, because I'm trying to bring to you to the realization that when it's using the word cut here, it's not physical.
Right.
all right.
It's not literal cutting.
Yeah.
It's figurative speech.
You know one thing. Guru, sorry, Ahl Qatar mentioned earlier on here. He said he wants you to be cut off. You said something like that, right?
Sorry?
You said
No, I said, look, I just want it to be the right thing, man. Like, obviously, not the physical cutting off is the easy thing, but I want to know why it's the right thing. You know, I just don't want to decide something.
I'm just saying, like, you could want something and then interpret the Quran to what you want.
Yeah, I don't want to do it because I want to do it. I want to do it because it's the right thing. You know?
Yeah, exactly. So that's where you should be in it.
But if you read the Quran, you can't go wrong with the Quran, brother.
You can't go wrong.
You can't go wrong. When Allah says, وَيَقْطَعُونَ مَا أَمَرَ اللَّهُ بِهِ أَنْ يُوصَلْ, and they cut what Allah has ordered to be delivered, how do they cut it?
Yeah, it's not literal.
Yeah.
وَقَطَّعْنَاهُمْ إِثْنَتَيْ عَشَرَ. A lot of verses, brother.
Stop. It could mean stop. Well, if I cut off your supply, I didn't actually cut your supply.
You agree with us and then you disagree.
I know, I don't get it.
We are in agreement. You can listen, move on. It's no problem. Move on. But what I'm saying is, I understand this is a physical masjid, which was representing an institution of the hypocrites.
How did you get to that conclusion, brother?
The Sunnah.
He said it earlier because of hadith. That's why he believes it.
The Sunnah.
Which is why we were saying that this is the exact problems that hadith can cause, because it's distorting your understanding of what's clear in the Quran.
So in the hadith, this is about a masjid that was destroyed, by the believers,
Masjid Dirar.
Yeah.
So the thing is, if you're... Yeah, go on, brother.
Sorry. So chapter 4:119 now, the one we spoke of earlier on, again, where it says, where the shaitan saying, I will mislead them and incite vain desires in them. I will command them to slit the ears of cattle. Now, do you see this as a literal verse where you're going to slit the ears of cattle, of cows? Or do you see this as it's going to slit the ears of cattle, as in it's going to cut off the message, it's going to cut off the sheeple from hearing and understanding the message of God?
DV, too deep, DV. It's not gonna work. I promise you. Consider what you just did. Consider what you just been dealing with. This.
No, because if he's saying because this is the shaitan, right, speaking, So what on earth has literally cutting the ears of cows got to do with anything? Someone explain that to me.
It's a fair question.
Because if that's so, come on, Vajia, explain this to me physically, literally.
So DV, you're saying this the an'am, the cattle here means the sheep people, the sheep mentality people?
Yeah, because the Jews
Eh,
have a specific term for this word, which is goy.
Okay. So why does
So they
God
call
use two
us. They
different
call us
words?
like. So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that they call us cattle.
What verse is this, brother?
So this is chapter 4, verse 119.
4119.
you got a very good point, DV. You got a very good point.
So then it says, I will command them to tamper with
Hey.
God's creation.
Yes.
Whoever chooses Satan as a patron instead of God is utterly ruined.
Yes.
So this is obviously talking about misguidance, right?
Definitely. You have a great point. Thank you.
So now, okay. So what does the word an'am here signify? Like that's what I want to know.
The an'am behavior that we are on.
So, but look, man, look at the previous verse. It says, وَقَالَ لَأَتَّخِذَنَّ مِنْ عِبَادِكَ
Nasiban.
your servants, yeah,
Mhm.
your people, God's people, and I will lead them astray, the ibadika, and
Yes.
I will arouse desires in them, the ibadika,
Yeah.
and I will command them, the ibadika, and they will cut the ears of al-an'am.
Yes. Yes.
So the ibadika, us, we will cut the ears of the an'am.
No, but here's the thing, brother. He gave the explanation, but you have to put two images there. The shaitan saying, "I will mislead them and then give them wishes and then order them." Then he will cut the what is called the ears of the an'am, the animals.
Mm.
What does that have to do with the message?
Okay, so yeah, that's a
Too
good
much
question.
intellect,
So
guys. Too much intellect.
So
Oh wait, hold on. We've got an atheist that joined us. James, welcome.
Oh,
Hey,
James from
hello
Twitter is
everyone.
joining.
Hello.
Man,
Yo,
the one with the two videos, the 10 things about Muhammad and the 10 things about the Sharia. That's the James, yeah?
Yeah, I did that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was great,
Well,
man.
have a conversation with him then.
Nah, man,
Eh,
I
what
Now
was
we
love
have an
those.
atheist in the room.
before we
I
get,
love those
cutting the
videos.
ears, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Sorry,
saying like
sorry.
they do that. I think they even do that in India, bro. They cut the ears
Yeah.
off.
Oh, no.
None of
they
these
do
guys.
that everywhere, brother.
Hey, yo,
No.
hold on. What are you
Don't laugh
laughing
at
at,
him,
blood?
man. Don't
Yeah.
laugh at him, man. No, seriously. You look. The thing is, we're thinking about the Quran like now in 2021. We don't know what the hell was going on back in the societies 1500 years ago. You know, like what kind of shit they used to do to people and to animals, and we don't know what the hell they used to do.
They used to mark the animal, and they
So
used to
we can't decide.
dedicate
You know
that to
what
their
the hell
gods.
this is saying.
Yeah, they used to dedicate that to their gods.
No, but we know
I mean,
we
what's
know that
I
the
don't see any
Jews,
point. I
this
don't see any
word
point in
cattle is very.
You know what's cutting off right now? Your microphone, blood.
Hey, real quick question. Like, so the word can also mean like favor or pleasure, etc. Whatnot, right? So does it make more sense that cattle are being cut off, or that their favor is being cut off?
One question: why didn't he say the ears of animals?
So,
Because not all animals are available to people. Like the an'am are the animals that are within our control, and we
But
use
they
them.
cut the ears of the dogs too. They cut a lot of
The what?
ears.
The what? Sorry.
They cut dogs' ears, a lot of ears, not only cows.
Yeah, dogs are an'am also because people use dogs to work cows around,
Yeah,
like
I
herding
understand.
cows.
But what does the shaitan have to do with cutting off ears, brother? That's the question.
Look, this is the thing I'm saying. I don't know about the society. Like I don't have every detail of the people
It's
that they used
irrelevant
to
to
live.
the verse. It's irrelevant to the verse. You don't have to worry about what society did at any
Well
point of
said.
time.
Why not?
Why yes?
Because
He's saying it's
look, man,
irrelevant to the verse. That's a good point, and Al Kitab. We'll just call you
Yeah,
Stab.
okay. It's I don't mind. Look, the thing is, what I'm saying, it's God is telling them that they will do something evil. Okay, so evil today is different to what evil would have been 1400 years ago.
But that's
This is
still
what I'm trying to say.
irrelevant to the verse.
But
No, I
it's
get what you're
irrelevant.
saying, but it's irrelevant to the verse. It's irrelevant to Satan.
You saying the verse is irrelevant to the verse, bro? How are you gonna say that?
No, it's the
Because
verse is
the
talking about what
context
Satan's going
matters.
to do. Is
Okay,
it talking about
so
what Satan is going to do to mankind at a particular time, or period?
okay, so it's basically what you guys are saying. From what I understand, is he's gonna be leading the people astray. That's basically the whole thing. Yeah.
What else does it Satan do?
No, let me
Yeah.
give a freestyle. You want to do freestyle interpretations, yeah? You know those no, I'm saying, you know those punks, hipsters, they put some big earrings on.
Yeah.
Yeah, they cut the ears. Those guys, they are sheeps in it, sheeple, cattle. And you know, in Surah, one of the ayahs says they are like the cattle. Nay, they are even low.
Yes.
In Surah Araf, I believe, or Surah Anfal, sorry, one of the two. Yeah. So I could do a freestyle interpretation there, bro. If you want to do freestyle interpretations, bro, we as well. And you can't argue against my freestyle interpretation because it's within the context.
But why are you calling it freestyle, though? Come on, Vijaya, bro.
And when you call it an interpretation, you always hint that he's making up something. He's not interpreting anything. He's reading the Quran, actually. You can't interpret the Quran. Allah already did that. You can't do that.
Are you saying Satan basically tries to make people go astray is an interpretation? Is that an interpretation?
No. Cutting the ears. What does that mean, cutting the ears of the cat?
Okay.
You tell me.
You tell me.
Revelation.
You tell us.
I already told you, Dad.
Is there, okay.
How about you?
Okay, but seriously speaking, though, do you really believe Satan literally cuts off the ears of cattle? Is that what you literally believe that?
I already
That's
told
what
you,
Satan
yeah.
does.
I already told you.
So you believe Satan does that?
Not saying he inspires. It says he inspires.
He commands us. He commands the people.
Okay, Satan inspires people to cut off the ears of cattle. That's what he does.
Yeah.
In Hindu,
Come on, guys, man.
In India, but women in India, they worship cows, right?
No, but we're not talking about
They do
worship.
this-
We're talking about slitting the ears of cattle. What's the
and
what's
that's
the
what they
big deal
do.
in that? Okay,
So what they do is they mark the cattle, right?
okay. Is that okay? What are you saying? Is that torture?
And they say, one minute,
Is that
they mark the
akin to
cattle,
torture?
and
Is
they
it
say,
akin to torture?
but the thing is, I'll give him my one. How about you explain to me what does
Okay,
kind of ears mean?
Vijita, I'm trying to understand you.
Can I take a shot at it?
No, 1 minute. Let me try and understand this. Let's say we take it literal. Let's say Satan inspires people to slit the ears of cattle. Let's say we take that literal. What are we implying if we take it literal? Are you calling it torture?
Listen,
No.
it's not torture. It's like, superstition. They do superstitious stuff,
Okay,
right?
but now you're interpreting now, though.
Everyone is doing interpretation here, blood.
Where?
Why am I
Yeah,
tripping?
exactly, man.
One minute.
No.
Vegeta,
I'm simply
I'm with
going
you.
by. It's literal. What's the purpose of it being literal? What would that achieve?
DV has given his interpretation. The Goyim, the Jew,
No, but-
he's given his one.
Vegeta,
All right.
I'm trying to
No,
have
that's not
Vegeta.
literal. That's actually figurative. That's the whole point. Like
Vegeta, I'm trying to have an honest conversation.
One minute.
Bro, I want to listen.
Let me just answer some Orthodox more, innit? Because
Possibility.
why is he cutting things off right now? Yeah, the Orthodox. How is cutting the Goyim is literal? How is it literal?
No.
It's
Saying that the goyim are cattle, like that's literal. That's figurative language right there. That's not direct language. That's not, you know what I'm saying? Like saying people are an animal is figurative language.
As a matter of fact, doesn't Allah call the disbelievers cattle?
Yeah.
yes, in humu illa kal an'am, yes.
Yeah, I'm the one who came with that one right now.
Yeah,
So when you
but
think
he
there you go, like,
specifies.
you boy,
but
I'm the
he
one who brought that up.
specifies.
But the thing is, how about woman X? How about you give it?
Huh?
How about you give an explanation of what this verse means by cutting the ears of the cat? Only Orthodox more say you should take a shot, so you could give it.
Yeah, like okay, real quick, like so there's the word for ears is also used for the base of it is also used for permission and other things like that in the Quran, right? The word for cattle is also there. It can also mean
Permission.
No, not permission, but hold on, what did I say it was?
Followers.
Favor. So it cannot, like the way I'm reading the verse right there, it says cuts off the permission of the favored or the favored ones, right? So if does that reading make logical sense or not if you read the verse that way?
To me, it doesn't. I'm with Vegeta on this one for some reason.
Which
That's cool.
verse is that? Which verse are we talking about? Chapter
4119.
4119, yeah. I understand there's superstition.
Look, see the other verses, yeah, the one you guys are talking about, the leading they're like cattle because they don't heed, they don't listen. It's clear from the context that it can't be animals, you know. It's making a metaphor, but this one is not clear. It's like this is quite a bit of interpretation going on here. Like we need to interpret the cattle are people,
Guys,
because people.
Guys, I got it for you, lot. Man. All right, check this. You know when it says, let's say instead of cutting the ears, let's say marking the ears of cattle, yeah. And the reason that would be relevant, is simply because the last community that the Prophet Muhammad was sent to, one of their two sins. So there are two sins. One was they used to attribute female angels to God without warrant, and the other one was that they used to make laws around cattle. So they used to say, "Oh, these cattle only the elite can eat, and these cattle are for the peasants." Do you see what I'm saying to you? So the marking of the ears or slitting of the ears could be to do with that. You see what I'm saying? Like marking the animals, saying this is the animals we can eat, and this is the animals for the peasants. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. That ties in what I was saying as well.
But that ties in with the Quran, though. It does tie in with what you were saying, but it ties in with the Quran because that's what the Quraysh, quote unquote, did. They literally made laws surrounding the animals that the elite can eat and the animals that the peasants can eat. And they would do that by obviously marking the ears of the cattle. And that would be inspired by who? The devil, wouldn't it? So there that goes.
He gave you the old version and what was happening at that time.
Yeah, and if I just open up some books of tafsir on this here, they talk about they had a custom like this where they would cut the ears. It was called bahira. They would cut the ears, and this animal no one can touch. Like it's untouchable. They do that in India as well. If you, that's why they kill Muslims there.
But Vegeta, I didn't need any of that though. I just used the Quran.
Where?
What you're saying, I didn't need any of the tafsir though, did I? The Quran literally does say that is what the Quraysh did.
Yeah, but right after the same thing, everyone was disagreeing with it, and the DV was just you lot laughing at it. And then if you had the Prophet as our judge, all right, we would have no problem. But when you said it,
but you're kind of both right though, if you really think about it, because the fact of the matter is, Satan misled them. Now, the way he misled them is obviously by telling them to start making laws around animals and start marking them and etc. But you're both right. Like you talked about the literal, they talked about the whole point at the end of the day. Because fact of the matter is, what did Satan do? He led them astray, did he not?
And I also mentioned another thing, superstition. There's some superstition behind.
Okay, he did. Okay, you know what? This is what it is. They're saying he led them astray. You're saying he led them astray through superstition. So you're both right, really.
Yeah, it's fair enough, but the thing is, right? It doesn't mean cut off the ear. It means mark the ear.
It means
mark.
But here we have a problem.
Hands off.
No, but here we have a problem then. If it means mark here, what's the Arabic word for here?
لأبتكن.
It's not qata.
لا
at all.
not cut.
Exactly. So 538 means chop off the hand, bro.
Nah. Chop that hand off. Nah, don't get it twisted. The same bataka was used in another verse, I swear. and it was cut off, wasn't it? Remember we was reading that earlier. But yeah, so that's the point with that verse.
Yeah, man. Like we've decided, it's basically he's leading people astray. That's all it is. Whether it's physical or it's not. So this question that James SC asked us on chat. Chapter 30, verse 27. And it is he who begins creation, then he repeats it, and that is easier for him. To him belongs the highest attribute in the heavens and the earth, and he is exalted in might the wise. So his question is, if God is omnipotent, can't he just say be and it is? Why does God get stronger with practice?
Stronger?
Yeah, because the thing is the translation he's used says easier for him. So it's implying that things are getting easier for God to do. So but the translation is not accurate. So it should be easy, not easier.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I don't even need to look at the verse. I guarantee you that's what it is.
Yeah, it's easy.
You know, but yeah, I agree with you. It's easy, but you know, when it comes to us, right? The first time things are, second time things are easier. So in terms
Yes,
of
for us.
yeah, it's true though, isn't it? First time is like anything you do is a bit tricky. Second
Yeah,
time
but
is
you can't
easier.
apply that to God.
Yeah, you can't,
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah,
you can't.
you can't. Yeah.
But just in case James want to take it there, you could take it there if he wants.
Yo, another thing we need to get rid of, because James and his cohorts have been running around with this. You know the so-called inheritance argument.
Yes.
All right, let's just remove two things from there. Number one, when it says, I think it's in chapter 4, verse 12.
15 as well, I think.
Even I've seen even the sectarians do the same thing with this one. So when it says, and for you is half of what is left of your wife, if not, there is for them a child. But if it was for them a child, then for you is a quarter. So the point here is a child, walad. So
Walad.
what they try to do is they try to make that to olad.
Oh,
Do you see what I'm saying to you?
yeah.
So where
Walad.
yeah,
Mm.
go on, bro.
Yeah, walad is a singular, either a female or a male.
Thank you. What they try to do is they try to make that into olad. They try to make that into plural. And so what they'll do is they'll come up with this maths where they'll say, oh, you had this woman with say 3 children, and the children get this much. If the woman gets her portion, then it's going to be over the 100%. Do you see what I'm
Yes.
saying?
Yes.
However, the way the Quran deals with that, is there's a reason why it's very specific when it says a child. And the reason for that is when there is plural children, what the wife can get, or even the husband, either or, what they can get is a bequeathment. Do you see what I'm saying? So before you even do the inheritance share, there are two things that you have to get rid of, which one is your debt and the other one is your bequeathment. So if you have plural children, they can all get their share of the inheritance, and the spouse can get the bequeathment, whatever bequeathment you wish. You see what I mean? So the 100% will always maintain. But what they try to do is they try to make the children into plural. Go on,
Well,
bro.
that doesn't work.
I know, but what they do is they try to construct sentences where, let's say, you're talking about um, you're talking about um, you're talking about, let's say, a couple of balls. You're talking about, let's say there's like 8, 9 balls or whatever, and you say, there is a ball over there. Now, a ball can represent basically all of them. Does that make any sense? there are in certain contexts where maybe that can work, but they don't prove that. They just insist on it. You see what I mean?
Yeah, actually, that's the case with everything, basically.
Yeah. But the sectarians help them out, though. Sectarians try to make themselves obviously useful. So they'll say, yeah, that's true. It does go over the 100%. So therefore, you need the hadiths, and we will tell you how to make this calculation work.
Yeah.
The sectarians literally help them out with that.
Yeah, I mean, you reminded me of a point. This guy, I'll mention in names. He said the Quran says it's okay to marry children.
Yeah. I made a video about him, bro.
I've seen that.
I'll say the name, god damn it. Mohamed Hijab.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, we
anyways.
both made videos on that one. That's craziness.
He
Anyways,
still has that video up.
anyways, Ahmed, the thing is, when I saw the video the first time, I said maybe because he was ran out of argument, like he ran out of argument, so he made up something. Then going back to that hadith stuff, that's exactly what.
Here's the
It's
crazy
okay.
part, though. He's telling that stuff to Christians, fam. He's telling Christians like Kay at the park, like, yeah, if you just went by the Quran by itself, yeah, it would allow for child marriage and blah blah blah. I was like, you're
No, Allah tells you, the Quran tells you about marriage and when someone can.
facts.
That is, when you see maturity and they're able to deal with wealth, that's
Exactly.
when someone can get married. But if not, then they're kids, and marrying a kid is pedophilia. Simple.
We've already
Yeah, but
discussed
but it's even clear, right? Like, so if you want to say someone who has not yet reached puberty, there's literally language for that in the Quran where it's used. In the verses where it talks about people that have to go ask permission for the 3 times a day, etc., whatever.
Yeah. I got you.
It literally uses the term for those who have not yet. Yeah, right. So if it wanted to use that term in that verse, it could have used that term, and it didn't in any way, shape, or form. So like,
the weird thing is that sometimes you find the same word, like what did they say? There is no difference, but then they would understand one in a way, and then the other one in different ways. You know what I mean? Some malakat aymanukum, they translated like.
they took
like ما ملكت ملك اليمين. The term milk al-yamin is the alternative of riq, which is slavery. The difference is a contract, and it's a contract between 2 free people. Service for money. You know, that's literally malakat yamin.
I love how you just broke that down real quick.
Here's a point. Here's a good one. We are, me and you, and anyone who works at a company, you are a milk al-yamin of that company, because you have a contract with them. Exactly. You have a contract with them that says you're gonna work. Otherwise, what's the difference between slavery and malakat?
100%.
Exactly. Not only that, I mean, we brought up chapter 60, verse 10. We showed that, the women were actually refugees, for crying out loud. They ran to the Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So, bro, wallahi, not only that, even the word used in the Quran is actually never yamin. It's actually never milk al-yamin. It uses malakat aymanukum.
Yes.
So aymanukum is plural. And when the word is plural in the Quran, it's always oaths. It's never rights.
It's oaths, yes.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
So
when Allah wants us to know that He's speaking about right hands, when He was speaking to the Prophet, telling him, وَمَا كُنْتَ تَتْلُو مِنْ قَبْلِهِ مِنْ كِتَابٍ وَلَا تَخُطَّهُ بِيَمِينِكَ. You weren't reciting nor writing with your right hand. So he says, you're right. That's how we know it's a right hand. But aymanukum, it's always oaths.
Yeah. Throughout the Quran. Not only aymanukum, even aymanuhum, aymanihim, all of that.
Yes. And that's the problem, brother. The consistency and their inconsistency is just a lot of contradictions.
Isn't it?
When the brother mentioned that he got some instructions from the Sunnah, I would say when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks and says we have not left anything unless we mentioned it in this book, you can't just simply come and tell me that I got an information from a different from a different source. It doesn't work like that. It's. I'm sorry, but you see, I respect the intellect, but I don't respect feelings, brother. That's hypocrisy.
Absolutely.
You either
Absolutely.
believe in the book or you don't believe in the book. Don't take sects.
Absolutely. Guys, quick one before I go, yeah. Just to leave you guys with this. Speaking about masjid, do you guys remember the verse about the kids? The kids that said they were gonna build a masjid over them or something like that. The boys, the two boys.
لنتخذن عليهم مسجدا. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the possibility of that being a building? Let's look at the whole context. What are the two boys just building a building? Is that what they're doing?
And would two boys build a building?
Let's look at the whole context. Let's
What
see
is
this.
this?
Sorry, Ahmed. Sorry, just to make it clearer, because these boys are orphans, right?
Mm-hmm.
What
You
is
know
this
what's the
chapter?
definition of an orphan? Is a minor that lost his father. That's an orphan, a minor, a kid.
Yeah.
Is this
So-
Surah Kahf?
Yes, verse 21.
Oh, okay, that one. The Musa story.
Which chapter?
21.
18. 18
No,
or
this is a
21?
different one. These are talking
18.
different one.
1821.
1821.
That's the story of Khidr,
Nah.
right? It's
Yeah,
not that
Khidr
one.
and Musa.
Yeah, it is.
Is it that one?
Yeah.
So Khidr and Musa and I think Ben Yamin was
Yeah.
it?
Yeah,
Well,
1821.
to be honest, we don't have any names.
Yeah,
we
let's
know how
leave
to
the
do it.
names out.
No,
Let's stick to the-
don't mention the names. We don't have any names.
Yeah.
He's
Musa
Al
and the
Abd Salih.
servant.
You know, Allah referred to him as Abd Salih. You know,
Yeah.
a good servant. Let's call him that.
All right. It doesn't even say Khidr.
No, it doesn't.
It
Okay.
doesn't say Khidr.
Nor
Yeah.
Hawa. I don't know where do they get these names from.
These names.
And Adam wasn't in heaven. He was in a garden.
True.
When Allah says اهبطوا منها جميعا, He also says اهبطوا مصر. So did they land from the sky to Egypt? Or were they in a territory and then they moved, which is downhill? You call it اهبطوا.
You're jumping from we go back to the which topic you talking? You're talking about the building of masjid over
All
there.
right, guys. You guys are on your own, man. I'll be back. Peace.
We just gone on about the names, so let's just cut the names and refer to them as the Quran referred to them.
Yeah, who
So
cares?
these boys, would they build a masjid?
Where does it say masjid though? Does it say masjid?
Al-Kahf 21.
No, 21 is something else. 21 is about the previous story, not the Musa.
21 is about the children of the cave time.
Yeah. So this
You
is
might be-
more like 60 to 70-ish.
Surah, please. Surah 9.
18, Kahf.
Kahf 18.
It doesn't talk about masjid. It's about the kids
The
and
wall,
the
innit?
wall.
It was a wall,
The
yeah.
wall, yeah. Doesn't say masjid anywhere.
It must be a different verse, bro. If it's a masjid.
1821, man. Read the whole thing in the bottom. It does say masjid.
21?
Yeah, 1821.
Oh,
Masjid.
it's the people of the cave, not the children.
The
Okay.
Kahf, Surah Al-Kahf.
Yeah. Take over them a masjid. Yeah, okay. قال الذين غلبوا على أمرهم لنتخذن عليهم مسجدا. So what's wrong with this?
No, I mean, would you understand it as if they gonna build a masjid over them?
So the boys in the cave have died, yeah? What's the story in the background? And thus did he acquaint us with them, then they might know the promise.
When they slept, and then Allah says, وَكَذَلِكَ بَعَثْنَاهُمْ لِيَتَسَاءَلُوا بَيْنَهُم.
You saying they were orphans?
No, he I think he mixed up the two stories with the Musa and
No,
this one. So
I mixed
no,
the story. Yeah, this is the Kahf.
yeah. So who's building the structure? Look at the verse 21. It says فَقَالُوا أَبْنُوا عَلَيْهِمْ بُنْيَانًا. Bunyana, what does bunyana mean?
Mm.
Build over them.
No,
Abnu.
the plural. The plural of buildings. Bina is bunyan. It's not. It's banin or banun.
Yeah, you know in our language, look it up. We say banawaya. Banawaya cheese.
That's
Bunyan.
different.
No, it's the same word.
No, man, that's different, bro.
It's
That's
the same word,
Urdu.
bro. Bana. Bana means construct.
Hey, real quick, not to cut you, but to answer Brother Hamza Abdul Malik in the chat, it says over them. Yes, does it say over upon? It says over them.
Yeah, over them.
Alaykum.
Yeah, over them.
لَنَتَّخِذَنَّ عَلَيْهِمْ masjida. I don't know, man. I have no problem with this being a physical masjid.
But masjid, it could be, a place where you bow.
Look, yeah, man. Look, the masjid
prostrate.
masjid doesn't mean like a door with AC and like a minar, and it can be anything, a tent, a room or whatever. Even like a ground in the field or something. I don't care.
Yeah, any place where the prostration happens.
Yeah. There's even this hadith, like the whole world is a masjid for me. The Prophet saying.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
فأينما تولوا فثم وجه الله.
Anyway, man, we've moved past this, I guess. Yo, DV.
Yes.
Have you
Yeah.
read? I can. Have you read Arabia: The Untold Story?
No, I don't think so.
Though you should read it, man. It's right up your street. It's
Okay.
about the whole pharaoh and the Misr location and the place called Misr in the Quran and everything.
Is it a
I
book
think
or is
that
it a documentary?
it's a series of PDFs. And I think it'll tie in beautifully with your whole perennial thesis.
Okay, cool. Thanks for the recommendation. Orthodox Moore, you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we get into history?
Ooh. What would you like to talk about?
Right, so I guess the best place to start would be Noah.
I was gonna say, but I wanted to let you say it for yourself.
Noah. Okay.
He knows me well.
Don't know that I can be too much help with Noah, but go ahead, Phil.
He can't help himself, man.
So, what's everyone's understanding of whether Noah lived through a global flood or a local flood?
I say global.
You say global.
What about everyone else?
I'm glad you said global because I didn't really want to argue with you.
Well, you global as well, yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but he says global because of the hadith and all that.
No, I think even from the Quran you can extrapolate that. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah.
So what's everyone's position on this? Is it global or is it local? And if it's local, why do you say it's local? Is it because of what's in the Quran or because of something else.
Well, first of all, what's the Quran narrative on it? Like,
Well, the Quran narrative is that Noah preached to his nation, which I believe was a global nation,
okay,
like much like what we have now.
okay.
So when he says he destroyed all of them, that would mean he destroyed everyone on earth, all the disbelievers on earth. And there was only a small group of believers which went on the ark with Noah.
Can I ask a small question just to clarify? So, is everyone here like young Earth or old Earth creationists, or how does that work for everyone? Do y'all know the difference?
What is that?
Yeah, I believe it's about 10,000 years old.
Okay, so you're like a young Earth guy. Okay, interesting.
What
So
do you
I'm of the opinion that it's very old.
Old Earth. Okay.
Well, I was of the opinion it's millions and millions of years old.
Okay.
And the only reason that was initially was because of a hadith.
Really? Okay.
So
how old is the Earth that it the hadith?
Well, if there's 124,000 prophets that were sent down,
Okay.
now do the math.
Yeah.
How old were each one of them?
Yeah.
So if you then go by,
okay.
Sorry, what was the number of the messengers?
Well, according to hadith, it's 124,000 prophets have been sent down. That's one of the views, and the other view is 224,000.
Yeah, so either way, you're talking about a large chunk of time. Either way,
if we're going with the lower number, you have to then say, okay, how many were on Earth at any one time?
Right.
So if you play with the numbers and you say, let's just say 100 at any one time were on Earth, and they all lived for an average age of 100 years. That gives you 124,000 years of history. So if you say no, 100's too many, because then you have to kind of like, there has to be some evidence, right? We would see a lot more information about, you know, for instance, whilst the Prophet was on Earth, he was the only one. Prior to him, it was 500 years before that any prophet came. Right. So if you're looking at Jesus's time, you had John, Yahya, Zachariah, Imran, Isa, and I guess if you want to put Maryam in that, so you still only got 5 prophets. Do you know what I mean? So if you adjust the figures and you say 10 prophets have been on Earth any one time and lived an average year, time of 100 years, then that gives you 1.24 million years of history. So either the hadiths are wrong.
I have no problem with that. The first.
No. Here's a little point. Allah says, and the messengers that we have told you about, and messengers that we did not. There was other messengers, but we don't know them.
Okay.
How did anyone come to the conclusion that it's a number? Or this X number, whatever it is, 104 or.
Well, I'm just saying this is where I started off.
Yeah, gotcha.
Because obviously, I was brought up within traditional Sunni Islam. So obviously, I was told that these are bulletproof. Absolutely, you cannot question them. So obviously, that's my starting off point. So we've got 124,000 prophets. So you're looking at some time between 124,000 years and 1.24 million years.
By the way, just to help out theyve a bit here, yeah, if you guys look at chapter 25 verse 37, this is gonna add to your theory a bit. Surah Furqan verse 37.
क्या बोलता है?
ये बोलता है
37.
Yeah, 37. When the messengers with Nuh. One second. And the people of Nuh, when they rejected the messengers, Rusul, we
Yes.
drowned them and made of them a proof for mankind. So why does it say messengers for the people of Nuh?
Because during that time, if you go to now the Bible,
Yeah.
Enoch was a messenger, and he was
Idris?
alive. Yes,
Yeah.
he was alive during the time of Prophet Noah. So there would have been more than one messenger
Yeah.
It
at that
doesn't
time.
say Noah is the first of messengers.
That comes from Hadith,
No, you check that. I say it's in the Quran.
where
Just
Sorry?
find it. Noah in Islam, first
Yeah,
of messengers.
normally he's understood to be the first who started preaching the message of God.
he would be first, in the new world post flood,
Yeah.
but pre flood. And then if you now start looking at other cultures, mainly like the Vedic cultures and literature, the 124,000 would make sense. It's more in line with Vedic traditions because obviously, for them the Kali Yuga and the Yuga cycles, go back hundreds and thousands of years.
Yeah, but like Devi, the last time we talked about this, the question I asked you, and then it got drowned out from the other people. The thing I asked you was if this is the Vedas are the texts that survived after the flood, right?
Yeah. So they would have been the
Yeah.
first pieces of literature that would have been
Yeah, but this is what I don't understand. Like,
communicated. Yeah.
how can those things even survive after such a massive natural disaster?
Because it's oral transmission. The
Exactly.
Vedic
Yeah.
literature wasn't written down until way after. It's an
Yeah.
oral transmission that's passed down. So the way we maintain the Quran, this is how they would have done that prior, because prior to then, obviously you had spoken language, not necessarily written language, and this is still a
Yes.
practice that continues to today. They are like like the Vedic yogis that actually still memorize and
They
pass
pass it
down,
on.
orally. And if you listen to it, and if you didn't know about the Quran, and if you weren't aware, if you weren't Arabic or familiar with Arabic, the way it's constructed sounds very similar to something like the Quran.
Okay, so you've read or heard the Vedas in their what language are they? Sanskrit?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, but you probably read them in their translations, yeah?
No, I've not read them. I've only read like parts of it. I've not actually read the whole volume. Only like when you research a specific topic in history, you see what does this particular like compilation of texts say. So it's a bit like if I'm researching about inheritance law in the Quran, I'm not going to read the whole Quran for it. I'm just going to go to the verses that
Yeah.
are relevant.
So would you say like over time these translations or the translation of the Vedas themselves have been like severely affected?
They
For
were
people?
severely affected when you had the British Raj go over. Because what they started to do was they started to teach the Vedas to the people, and because obviously they started going after the religious folk, a bit like how they've done everywhere when colonialism was going around, because they wanted to control the narrative of history. So a lot of it became far more literal. So the people, the generations now are now reviewing the information, and they're realizing that this isn't literal speak. For instance, this is actually, it's referring to other things, like when it says so and so inserted themselves into so and so, right, or passed into so and so, right. They thought that it meant like, oh, this god had sex with this god, if you know what I mean. when it was like, no, actually, it's not talking about that. It's talking about a specific constellation of stars. This star interceded that star, or do you know what I mean? So they're now realizing that this is actually talking about, it wasn't literal speak. So they're now using that information to realize that this is actually, you know, talking about constellations. Why? Because they were dating things. They were passing on information in a way which was bulletproof, if you know what I mean. Like time, for instance, right? Like if you use a solar calendar and I say to you the 5th of January, that means nothing to you in terms of history. If I say that the Prophet was born on the 5th of January, can you identify when in history he was born by me saying that?
Why not with the calendar system?
But I've not told you a year yet.
Okay, yeah, sure. Without the year, I can't do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but even if I do give you the year,
Yeah.
do you think you can go back to it then?
Yeah, with the
Successfully.
calendar.
But you don't now know which calendar I'm referring to.
Yeah, but you just said the solar one, so you said January.
No, I didn't.
You said January, which is based on this solar calendar.
No, but this Gregorian calendar is not the only calendar that has January in it. The Russians had their own calendar, which was different. They had to marry these calendars up very like not into the two distant
okay.
past.
I understand the point you're making, but I'm just going off with the date you tell me and the calendar system that I'm using now.
What these guys used to use it's a very sophisticated system here. They used to use the what we could call, I guess, the astronomical calendar. So they used to use stars and positions of stars. Now they could only understand that these things all move around if they had been mapping this or had information of this for a very long time, or if they had technology. You cannot get the astronomical calendar and understand that it's the most accurate way to date something if you don't have knowledge or if you don't have technology. So either they were mapping the stars for a very long time, or they had technology which allowed them to decipher that you can actually date things through seeing where the planets are within our solar system, how they correlate to the stars, the constellations, so the zodiac. So all of these things influence when you could potentially be dating something. So, for instance, when they built the Hoover Dam, they put a star constellation print down so that if people were to discover this, let's say in 10,000 years' time, they could accurately date when this Hoover Dam was created because of the star constellation that they had imprinted on the dam. So that's the most accurate way to date things. Now, they're realizing that there's all sorts of reference in the Vedic texts about constellations, about when did a particular war happen. So the Mahabharata war and all that kind of stuff, it talks about, when we set off, this star was here, this was there, this was there. So if you now use computers to simulate when did all of this occur, you can actually get very accurate dates.
So these so in the Quran there's a calendar system sort of outlined here. God says you can use the stars and the moon to work out the dates and the years. So from these Vedic texts, the calendar system that they use, is that more advanced than the one in the Quran?
The Quran also talks about like the stars and stuff as well. So it's alluding to the astronomical calendar as well. It's not just talking about solar.
You can make a basic working calendar from the Quran without using these stars and.
Oh yes, but that's very primitive in comparison. Yeah.
So yeah, so you're saying this was more advanced from the Vedic text, the one that they used.
Oh yeah, absolutely. See, now where else do we find this calendar? If we're just talking about calendars, if we just start off our conversation on that, calendars, for instance, if you go to the Mayans, they also had the zodiac astronomical calendar. How did it get there? Unless there was some sort of global civilization around. And if you compare it to the Vedic calendar, it matches more or less like to a T.
The Mayan and the Vedic calendars, the Hindu calendar.
Yeah.
So can you not make these calendars just the naked eye looking at the stars, positions of the stars?
Of course you
I
can,
don't
but
know.
you have to understand what's going on with them. You have to understand what's going on with the equinoxes and all that kind of stuff. And for that, you need a lot of like knowledge of astronomy.
So
it's not
that's how
something you wake
they.
up one day and you figure out.
Sure, yeah, that's how these people used to navigate, especially the Arabs. Yeah, that's how they used to navigate through the desert by using the stars. So they were pretty experts in.
But where did they get the information from? They didn't. All of these like civilizations didn't just independently arrive at the same conclusion. The source
They
was
could
the
have
same.
developed it. They could have developed it out of necessity, couldn't they?
I can't see how they could have done that.
No, like, think about it, yeah. All these people have 12 months in a calendar year, 7 days a week, and even Orthodox more can go into this. You know, in the Bible, they were all around Babylon, and then from there they spread out.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This
So
is where I'm getting to. So obviously, where you've had Noah and the flood now, the biblical narrative, and I don't think the Quran contradicts it at all, is that once you had the global flood, you then had everybody. You had basically when they got off the ark, they had created the Tower of Babel or the city of Babel, basically. So this was the first civilization post flood. Now, if everyone got off the ark together and everybody lived in this one city together, all the source knowledge is going to be the same. So if they had knowledge of the astronomical calendar and the zodiac and all of that kind of stuff, that would all get recorded at that point and shared amongst everybody, because everyone's going to descend from that one point onwards, right?
yeah.
So this is how everybody has this flood narrative or flood story, because it all comes from the same source. They were all, if you take them all back, all the civilizations that we have now and all people, if you all put them into one place, they're obviously all going to have the same story. They're all going to remember that same story because it comes, the source is the same.
So like I'm gonna come at this from a different angle, yeah. So this, if I say this Veda scriptures were, I'm gonna say they were a revelation from God, and they were the last oral surviving with the community of Noah who escaped in the ship. So why haven't we? Why did God send down the Quran then? You know, like why hasn't anyone unlocked these scriptures? If there's guidance or something in them, knowledge. That's what the Veda means. Yeah, Veda means knowledge.
I mean, I remember Zach and Mike used to quote it. They got a lot of Tawheed within the Vedas.
Are these the 4 Vedas? There's 4 of them, right?
Yeah, Yajur Ved.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have,
so obviously
a link for a English translation of them?
Yeah, but if you're reading it, it's a bit like reading the Quran without any
with the Hadith
understanding.
theyve, I have a point to make. In the Quran, Surah Hud, verse 40, until when our command came and the oven overflowed, we said, load upon the ship of each creature 2 mates. If it was local, why would he say that? There would be like
Absolutely, this is one of my biggest
other
arguments.
other similar like species out there. Why would he take two? Would he take pair, a male and a female from each, humans and animals?
Not
You get my
necessarily humans and animals, but I use this to argue against a local flood because does Allah not? Is there any example of Allah telling a messenger to basically weather the storm of a punishment, or does He say move from this? If it's local, He would say move from this area, leave this area. I'm going to destroy them. Right?
yes,
So
just
the
like
same with Noah.
just like the
He would just
case
say,
with Lut.
yeah. So he would just say to Noah, leave, because I know there's a lot of people that say, oh, it was just the in Sumeria, or that's where it all happened and it was a local flood. Well, if that's the case, why didn't he just say to Noah, well, why don't you go Anatolia, or why don't you go Egypt, or why don't you go India, or why don't you go Rus?
He would have given him an alternative.
Exactly. And also in the Quran, Noah says to his son that on this day there's no peak that you can run to that's going to save you. So there is no saving, and the only saving is if you jump on board with me on the ark, and the only way I'm letting you on the ark is if you believe in the message.
And when he says, and it sailed with them through waves like mountains. I mean, if it was local, would waves be like mountains?
No, because this is describing tsunamis.
Yo, check another verse. 37, 77. 37, 77, it says, and we made his descendants those remaining. Meaning every person now descends from Noah.
Yeah.
37, 77.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's even confirmed in chapter 17. In the beginning of chapter 17, it's you know, the people of Bani Israel are actually the people who were in the ship with Noah. That's what it says in chapter 17.
Bani Israel.
Yeah.
How can that be?
They're referred as the descendants. Sorry, yeah, I should make that clear. They're referred to as the descendants of the people who were with Noah, Bani Israel.
Well, everybody would be the descendants of the people on board with Noah, not just them.
Actually, sorry, wrong person.
Right. So if we move on, because I don't think I've heard any objections for it to be a global flood.
I don't see why would be a local flood, and those terms are just too strong for a village.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so if this is true, then we can rely on the accounts of Genesis to say, okay, yeah, it was a global flood. We've got no reason to doubt the story of the Tower of Babel, unless does anybody doubt that the story of the Tower of Babel was accurate?
I haven't heard it.
Okay, so I'll just tell you in the gist of it. So basically, once they've got off the ark, they've set up this, because obviously they're all together, right? So they're not all going to just spread out. They're going to rebuild the human race, and obviously animals, the animal kingdom, and everything, right? So what happens is they all set up the city or the Tower of Babel, right? And obviously time passes where it's a bit like, imagine you've got a household, right? And any Asian man will understand this analogy, right? If you've got a father who's got 4 sons, those 4 sons get married, they get 4 wives, all of them living under the same household, right? Shit's gonna kick off.
Or why?
Yeah, I'm just saying, if like 4 sons each have a wife each, right? there's going to be 4 daughter-in-laws or 4 wives, you know, within that same household, right? That household's going to be on fire.
Yeah.
Right? And now imagine all of them have kids, 4 kids each, and each of those 4 kids takes on, you know, a wife each year. So now you've now got like 20, like, you know, wives living in the same household, right? You know, it's going to be like a war zone, right? So this is what's practically happened at the Tower of Babel, where over, you know, several generations have passed, and they're all like bickering amongst one another, right? And it starts becoming fashionable to talk in certain ways. Certain groups start turning their nose on certain other groups, and so everyone starts communicating in their own way, starts devising, because they don't want the others to understand what they're saying. They start like plotting against one another. So as a punishment from God, they have to disperse from that city. And then the narrative is that the earth is now carved up amongst the 3 sons of Noah. So you got Japheth, you got Shem, and you got Ham. So as you've got, so they decide which territories, and obviously the mountain ranges are what's used to divide up the earth. So one goes north of Anatolia, one goes to the east of Anatolia, and one goes south of Anatolia, because Anatolia was where Noah's Ark is said to have rested. So from this, if you now just look at how people look, for instance, that this basically shows that you've got the basically the dark-skinned race, which would be the African people. You've got the brown people, which would be the Indian people, and then you've got the light-skinned people, which would be like obviously people in the northern hemisphere, like you know, like the Russians and like the Europeans and like the Chinese, I guess. But you can actually see, if you map out from Anatolia, like how the migration would have taken place, and it all seems to like make sense. Now there's one area of all of this where it no longer starts to make sense, right? Which is the South Indian people. So when you look at the South Indian people, they seem to be spread more or less across South America, all the way along like Australasia, the what's it called? What those people call the
Aboriginals.
no, they call something else. The
Melanesians.
Polynesians.
Polynesians, right? Polynesians, all the way down to South America and Central America. This, like, obviously, when they've like mapped out DNAs and all that kind of stuff, all of this seems to link up, right? So when we look at the story of, is it Ad and Thamud, Prophet Hud?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at his story, and obviously, like, so let's just look at his story for a second. The nation, right, that got destroyed is destroyed by 4 or 5 cataclysmic events. Now, if this was like how people like traditionalists believe that this is one
You cut
sea,
off, man.
that was.
You cut off in the middle
Can you
there.
hear me?
Yeah. What did you say? This nation was destroyed 4 or 5 something?
Cataclysmic.
Like cataclysmic events occurred, right? To wipe to destroy this nation. Now, traditionalists believe that this is one city, but this makes no sense according to the Quran, because one of those punishments alone would have wiped them out. Why would it need 4 or 5? Unless this was a global civilization. Now, when we look at architecture,
Thamud, or Ad.
I think they're referred to as the same, Ad and Thamud.
No, there's 2 different ones. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm on about Prophet Hud. Which one was that?
Ad. That's Ad.
Yeah, Ad. Yeah,
but
sorry, the people of Ad.
That came after Noah.
Yeah, I know.
That was in Yemen. They say Yemen, but
See, now this is where I'm going to disprove that it couldn't have been in any one place.
All right, bring the verses,
Because I don't know the verses off the top of my head.
bro. Go ahead.
But if I tell you it, and then we can discuss it in detail, and then whatever you want to discuss, we'll bring up the individual. Because I'm gonna have to like Google which verses it was, if you know what I mean.
DK, no problem.
But basically, just like to facilitate the conversation forward, I'll just tell you the gist of it, and then we'll go into detail. So there is if you look at architecture, right, ancient architecture, there is actually a civilization that has occurred post Noah's flood, right, that seem to have built things all over the place, right, all over the world. And it's all connected as well in straight lines. So it's as if these guys had knowledge, you know, that we lived on a globe, for instance. And so basically what they had done is they'd built and they'd used the same, more or less, same architectural techniques, which is why we can connect these as one nation.
So
Because
have they left like landmarks across places or something?
Yeah, so obviously the pyramids of Giza would be one of them.
What about those massive stones in this one place? Where is that?
Easter Islands.
You know, those stones piled on top
Easter
of each
Island
other.
would be another. You've got as I said, so that would be like the Polynesians, basically the Easter Island. You've got like also in like Machu Picchu, that would be another. You've got Angkor Wat in Cambodia, which would be another. So there are remnants of this one civilization because of the same techniques of architecture, and then obviously you've got in India as well. They've used the same types of techniques to build these structures. Now, you don't get different cultures all around the world using the same techniques unless there's some sort of correlation between them. It's like,
bro,
for instance,
there's a difference between a Stonehenge and the pyramids, bro. Come on, man.
I didn't mention Stonehenge in any of this.
Easter Islands, those big heads on the Easter Islands. That looks different to the pyramids, man. Come on, man.
No, I'm talking about construction technique.
Bro, you're talking about
Graham Hancock. I'm not talking about what they created.
You're talking about Graham Hancock, right?
They've done works on it, yeah?
Yeah, I enjoy that stuff myself, so yeah, no problem.
Okay, so where it's talking about destruction, right? When it mentions like 4 or 5 different destructions, yeah? You could go to each one of these destinations and you could see how these places were destroyed. Like you could fit one destruction to one of these places. So this was a global network of basically this is a global civilization that occurred. Now this is where I'm connecting like the calendars now, right? The Mayans only simply had the calendars that the Indians have. The Indians, where did they get the calendar from? This is all remnants of that nation of Ad.
How?
This is how information in like that you find the same information in like Central America and South America as you do in India. These two places are on the opposite side of Earth. So when we seem to have this view that everything took place in the Middle East, and this is simply ain't the case.
Definitely no.
We actually when we're looking at you know, because Allah says look around. He doesn't say to him just look here. He says look around the earth. So when you look around the earth and you're seeing these evidences, you can see how basically each one of these nations was destroyed by a different destruction. Otherwise, only one of those was needed. If the nation of Ad was just in one place, only one was needed. My point being here is that this was a global network. They had information and technology.
Where does it say the Ad people were destroyed by more than one natural event? Does it say that?
Yeah. Of course it does.
I need to. There was things sent on people, so we let loose on them the flood and locusts and lice and frogs and blood. Is that what you're saying, or is it something else?
No, that was Prophet Moses. That.
So for the people of Ad, this is chapter 51, verse 41. It was the wind. So it was probably hurricanes or.
Yes, that was one punishment.
Where
do hurricanes occur the most?
Well, as far as I know, there's heaps in the USA.
Yeah, in America, in
Yeah.
Central America, and
So for the people of Samud, there was a thunderbolt from the sky. This is different.
Yo,
Right, so-
what happened to y'all? What are y'all smoking on?
so the people of Ad, right? They were very clever and could do many things. Yeah. So this, I'm just reading off Islam.org, yeah, because if I would have prepared for this, I would have kind of like I did have a document that had all of the verses, and I was connecting them. So one is that they used the mountains for their homes.
Yes,
right?
they carved
This is
homes in the
evident.
mountain.
This is evident in Machu Picchu.
That's Thamud. That's Thamud, bro.
No, there's Ad.
No, Qawm there's no trace left of them, bro.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
probably.
There's two in them. There's Qawm Saleh in Thamud and Qawm Ad, which was Prophet Hud.
Yeah. So I'm talking about Prophet Hud's time, yeah?
Yeah, but
Chapter 7, verse 74. They carved homes into the mountains. That's the people of Ad.
yeah, it's not Thamud then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
we're
make
talking about
castles out of it.
Yeah, so and then basically they carved out great mansions.
Wait, one minute. 7?
It's chapter 7, verse 74.
Oh, 1 minute. Go ahead, carry on.
Right, it would have been a lot better.
Yeah, you're right. My bad. You're right.
Oh, no. He's right. It's the people of Saleh. It's Samud. Yeah. Samud. And remember, when he made you successors after Ad and settled you in the earth, you make castles out of its plains and make mountains into houses.
It's
So this
speaking
is
about
about
Thamud.
it's about the people of Saleh. So
No,
Saleh
it's about
came
the people of
after Hud.
Thamud.
yeah, we should stop studying the Quran now, man. I suck at this. Oh man.
The ones that carved the houses from mountains are the people of Thamud.
Samud. So
It's
people
like
were
Petra. You know Petra?
Yeah.
It's like
So
that.
they were destroyed by the thunderbolt, the people of Samud.
The Qawm Ad was
The
destroyed by
thunder
the
was
wind.
صاعقة مثل Ad. That's Ad you're speaking about.
I think it'd be best if we discuss this in detail the next time. I'll prepare for it properly.
Yeah, man, but you're gonna, I think you're gonna reach like a sort of a dead end on this, don't you think?
Uh,
I don't think so. I think I've kind of like I've gone through it. It's only because I've gone through this before and come to this conclusion.
Is there like a scholarly body on this that holds this view as you?
Well, I don't think the evidence was there for anybody to hold this view prior. Which is why people who looked at the Quran were probably thinking that, the first building they saw carved into a mountain, they thought, oh, well, that must have been them.
I have a question. Is what we don't know about the Quran, things that are not mentioned or not specified, like the number of messengers, is it relevant to me dealing with the Quran now and understanding the Quran now? Am I required to understand what I haven't been told about?
No, for your salvation, you don't need to know any of this. This is only like for historical purposes.
Because the Quran contains stories of messengers, and when Allah speaks about stories of messengers, He always finishes it with take a lesson from it, take a ibrah from it, right?
Yeah.
So the stories of messengers, we must take a ibrah from it.
لها ما كسبت ولكم ما كسبتم.
Yeah, so we take the lesson and we deal with what we have in our hands now.
I'm not saying that this discussion is going to be any relevance to your salvation. I'm just saying I'm just saying basically to understand history. This is why I wanted to just speak about because Orthodox more was saying he's kind of like got an interesting view on history, so I wanted to share ideas on that.
Yeah, gotcha.
As I said, this what we're discussing is not going to take you to heaven.
Orthodox more going to sleep, lad.
Yeah, I want to make some food. My fault. But from what I've heard, it's been an interesting discussion.
But basically, what I've kind of like done is the reason why it's interesting to me is because it allows me to better understand what the condition was of ancient cultures, because we've been fed a narrative of the caveman theory, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is that for us to refute the caveman theory, we have to understand, is there any information in the Quran that kind of like explains these ancient cultures and like remnants of the past that we are finding? And if it is, then it kind of like debunks this whole caveman theory.
What do you mean when you say caveman? Like human beings or whatever they call them.
Yeah. So basically,
existed
and
before.
The whole Neanderthal bullshit will also be debunked with this.
Yeah. So currently, we've been told that
if we give it a Quranic perspective, when Allah speaks about it, and He speaks with the story of Adam, and He speaks to the angels and tell them that I'm gonna make a Khalifa in the land, in earth, and then they would ask him, are you going to make someone that or a species that kills and sheds blood? So humans did exist, and they were living off killing and shedding blood, just like animals.
Mm-hmm.
The Quran doesn't go against this, and the idea that Adam is the first human being is that's wrong, because Bashar, he is not the first, but Insan, he is the first. And the difference is when Allah says وَنَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحٍ, I don't know how to translate that in English.
We blew into him as the spirit.
Yes, and that is the difference between bashar and insan, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and they ask you about ruh, say that ruh is the commands of Allah and whatever knowledge that you have been given. You know what I mean? So the
So the ruh, I guess you could translate that as consciousness in
yes,
English.
yes.
Yo,
That's why.
Maverick made the point, man. There was jinns on the planet that had free will. They were killing. So the angels based it upon the jinns killing. That are
No,
going to
but-
make a humans. They're going
But
to do the same
here's
thing.
the thing. But here's the point. When Allah speaks about Adam, the angels say ask a question. Are you gonna like put a successor on earth that is like killing and shedding blood? So he must have been a similar kind to Adam. When Allah speaks
The
about
jinns.
Adam, Allah says, "Inna Allah astafa Adam wa Nuhan." Allah chose Adam. If he was alone and he's the first, why would he say he chose Adam?
Say that again.
Allah says, "Inna Allah astafa Adam wa Nuhan." Allah chose Adam and Noah. So he chose Adam. He was alone. How can he choose him?
You can still choose him. What are you talking about?
No, you can't choose him. You're just gonna take him. He must have chosen. You can't say that.
Chose for what? Chose for what?
Allah chose Adam. There was
For what?
options.
As Khalifa on earth to be his successor on earth.
Yeah. That doesn't go against first human.
No, it goes against it. He can't be the first if he has people with him for him to be chosen from. And when Allah speaks to Adam, he says, he was speaking to who he would have said, Habita, both of you. And he said, go down, all of you. Who's all of you? He says, اهبطوا منها جميعا بعضكم لبعض عدو. So go down from it, all of you, and basically you will be enemies. It doesn't sound as he's speaking to one person.
Iblis, man. It's Iblis.
No, he was speaking to Adam and kinds of Adam. He's similar kind.
Yeah, I'm kind of like open on the whole Adam story, because I think it's foolish to kind of like just take a traditionalist approach without actually, looking very closely at what's being said.
Yeah, 100% I agree with you.
Because if you are going to go with the traditional story that Adam was in heaven, created in heaven, because I believe this up until very recently, to be honest, and only very recently I've realized that actually, hold on a second, I've got a lot of things I need to answer if I actually believe this. So, for instance, the traditional story. I'll give you an example. If any of you have you watched Marvel movies, like Thor? Yeah. Okay. Everybody's more or less watched them, right? So, what the traditionalist view is basically saying, it believes in the Bifrost. You know that machine that Thor kind of like, they use
the Bifrost. Yeah, it's like the rainbow that they use to travel everything on over.
Where they transporting people from Asgard to Earth. You're basically believing in that.
How?
That's what you're believing in. So if Adam is in heaven, he's in Asgard, like Thor, right? And Thor has misbehaved on Asgard, right? And now Thor is being sent down on Earth as punishment, right? And how does he go through? He goes through the Bifrost. So this is what you're literally believing.
So what does the Quran say? Like, if it's saying something opposite to this?
No, the Quran speaks about Adam being in a place Allah called it Jannah, which is a garden, and he wasn't alone because he wasn't alone. When Allah speaks to a group of people, we can't just deny that. A group of people doesn't include Satan or jinn or any different kind of creation. And Allah says Allah chose Adam. He chose you. If you have options, you can choose. You can choose. If there's only one option, you will just take it.
So he did fashion him out of clay and everything, though, in the beginning, right?
He did, yes, he did. Allah speaks about that, but he never speaks about Adam being the first. Because first of all, the beginning of the story, the angels, their question tells you a lot. Because they ask God, are you putting there people that are already killing and shedding blood? And to me, it makes sense. I mean, before as my personal belief, before.
What verse says that they were already doing it?
Sorry, say again.
What verse says that they were already doing it? Just so I'm clear.
I didn't get it.
What verse says that they were already killing people and shedding blood?
Yeah. What are the?
Because the angels asked that question. Yeah.
Sorry, let me get the verse.
Yeah, because in the question that the angels asked God, it implies that they knew something about man and what man is capable of.
Exactly. It's Al-Baqarah 30, and mention, O Muhammad, when your Lord said to the angels, indeed, I will make upon the earth successive authority. They said, will you place upon it a one who causes corruption therein and sheds blood? So there's already similar ones to Adam there, similar in at least in their physical build.
So just so I'm okay, just so I'm trying to unpack what you're saying. So you're saying that there's already humans on Earth?
Yes.
Okay, let's say we agree to disagree on that part, but so you're saying that these humans on Earth are like the Neanderthals, or no?
Sorry?
So are you saying that these humans on Earth are like Neanderthals, or what?
I didn't understand that word. Sorry.
No, Neanderthal means like an older version of us, like something
like a hominid or something like that.
Yeah, we evolved from them. But no, it doesn't really have to
evolve. We didn't evolve. We had the same physical building, but no conscious. That's what I believe. The ruh is the conscience, as the Quran refers to it, which is basically
okay. That's where I'm confused, because the first brother was talking about the whole caveman theory, correct? Like the whole concept, like trying to bring everything back from the caveman concept, and so go ahead.
But here's the thing.
No, I was refuting the caveman theories.
Right. That's go ahead.
But the thing, if you tell me that Adam is the first, then who was God speaking to when he says, go down, all of you?
Is it when it says go down all of you, does it speak to a group or does it speak to two people? Because there was already Adam and his wife as well.
If it was two, it's simple. Bita, both of you. That's in Arabic. Bita is for plural. No, he's speaking to a man.
Yeah, it's not Iblis. Yeah.
It's not a jinn and a human or a shaitan and a human, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But
it's a group, if it's a group, what does it say?
Habitu, and it's exactly what the verse is saying.
And if it's like two people, what should it say if it's two people? Ihbita.
No.
Okay. And if it's like just one, it should say ihbit.
Khuruj, like a shaitan, Allah told them exit. Ukhruj.
Okay.
So real quick, I'm going by the word by word because my Arabic ain't up to par.
No, that's fine.
You know what I'm saying? So in the word by word, it's put in the tense. It's saying one who will spread corruption, right? Like a future.
No, it's a continuous verb. Yes, people, it's happening. Like I'm going.
The
action is happening. It's not deciding. And if هبطوا, if go down means from heaven to earth, then we have to be consistent and understand that the same the same books says هبطوا مصر, which is basically the same verse, just different locations. It means go down from heaven to Egypt.
So I'm looking at the same verb form in 17:4, where it talks about, where it says, and we convey to the children of Israel in the scripture that you will surely cause corruption on the earth twice, and you will surely reach a great haughtiness.
Yes.
That it was a corruption they hadn't caused yet, but that they would do it in the future. It's the same. It's the same verb form.
No, but this is Allah speaking. That's the angels speaking.
What does that have anything to do with the verb form, though?
No, but the angels do not know the unseen. You need to know that. Only Allah knows the unseen. How are they gonna know that He's shed? That's why they're wrong, because
So real quick. So literally in the conversation, they're talking about, like, they understand. They're talking about what they're made out of and how they're made from different things. So the substance itself implies something. Go ahead.
You see, here's the verse. When the verse is when you read the verse and the angels are speaking, they're speaking about something that is that is like it's ongoing. It's not that they speak about some specific time.
Okay, I'm hearing you say that, but that's what I just said. I just put out the same verb form in another verse where it's happening in the future, right? So
no,
hold on, real quick. So I'm asking you. So if I'm using the same verb form, how do you negate? What are you using linguistically to negate the future?
The context. Just the context. When Allah speaks about the future, it's Allah that speaks that knows the unseen, but the angels do not. The angels predicted something, but still Allah did what He did, and He told them that I know what you don't know.
No, so you're right. So they literally just demonstrated they did know the unseen.
They did not, yes.
Because He says, I know what you don't know. So they're talking about something that's obvious, that they can see.
Yes, but they were,
because He literally answers with the unseen.
No, so he's saying that, look, the thing is, the angels are saying that man will do harm and create bloodshed, but God says, I know what. So they've seen something like this. They've seen harm and bloodshed from men, but God is saying, no, I know what you do not know. So that's sort of implying that He knows man can do better than this or something.
Because of the soul, brother. Because of the ruh.
Yeah, because of the nafakhtu fihi min ruh.
Exactly. Without conscious, you depend on instinct, and instinct will tell you to survive, and killing is no problem.
So I hear the concept, but like, so if you plant a tree, right? Is it prophecy to say that the tree's going to grow?
No, like, you would have to have planted a tree before, or you would have seen trees grow before.
Or you'd have to know the capability of what the seed can do, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You would have to know the capability of the seed, right? So when they're talking about man and the difference between the man and them, etc., right? They're talking about being made out of different substances, right? So they're saying based upon this substance that they're made out of, blah blah blah, it's X, Y, and Z and whatnot, right? So it's not like a prophetic concept. They're talking about based upon the capability of what they can see. Hence, Allah is saying back to them something that's unseen. No, based upon what you can't see. I know what you don't know. So they're talking about something known. We agree on that part, correct?
Yeah, but
we might disagree on what's being known, but we agree that they're talking about something known, right?
Yeah. So
something that they witnessed.
They're not saying about the physical makeup of the. They're not talking about what they're made out of and what the angels are made out of. They're just saying the characteristics of the people on earth. They're saying they do harm and they shed blood.
Okay, let's agree to disagree on that part there. What I'm saying here is at this juncture, right? Like, so if Allah is responding with the unknown, then they would have to be talking about something known, correct? Either that, or either they're speculating, they're attempting to speculate about the future, or they're talking about something known, right?
Something that they've seen or known.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we agree that Allah responds with the unknown.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. There's a process that is happening when we read the verse. When Allah says, that he is gonna put the ruh in that kind, then that's the point. That's why Allah said that He knows what they do not know, because they're not gonna be living off killing and shedding blood after this, because you would have conscience, then you will have the.
So real quick, no,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not to cut you, but so in your paradigm, are there currently human beings that have the ruh and ones that don't?
I didn't hear that.
Are there currently beings that have a spirit and a soul, and human
No,
beings that do not?
there is none.
That's
No,
a
there is
good
none.
question.
That
That's a good
that was the
question.
change.
Because if there's a group of 4 that don't have them, and then Adam's the first one
Yeah,
that does have them, what happened to the
No,
first?
that Adam is the first one to have it.
yeah, but you see, it's a good question because sorry,
Did they
Ali.
all die off in the flood, or what?
Yeah, Ali, it's a good question because of what we're saying is they were already people, but then God made a man and put his ruh into him and then chose
Yes,
him as Khalifa. So now
yeah, that's
there's
right.
one group with the ruh and one without the ruh. That's what his
Yes,
question is.
yes.
Yeah, it's a good question.
So is that currently the state of things, or did something
Oh,
happen to where the ones without a soul or the ones without the ruh
Maybe yeah, there is like there's definitely so many different kinds of people. Yeah, there's believers and then there's atheists. So it's possible, man.
But here's the thing: the point is, the killing and shedding blood still exists.
Right.
You see now.
So
I
right.
would
Go
say
ahead.
that we still have images of that. Yeah.
So are the people who are committing murder are the ones without the soul?
Not necessarily, because it was Adam's son also that killed.
So that's what I don't understand. Like, so what would be the difference between the ones who killed and the ones who didn't kill if one had a ruh and one didn't?
I think the difference that God wanted to make is that He wanted to be the successor on earth, someone who had His ruh, His spirit.
Yes.
That's my opinion on it.
Hold on, I see Matt going crazy in the chat right quick. Hold on, he said
I'm just speculating, man.
You know the people where there was jinns before. This is the narrative, you know, that I go back. There was jinns on the planet before. They were causing bloodshed. Iblis was one of them. So Allah elevated Iblis to the station of the angels.
But sorry, but jinn is not made of clay. I mean, jinn is.
What's clay got to do with it? What's clay got to do with it?
But here's the thing: how would you able to put the verse "shed blood" on jinn?
Why can't they shed blood?
And that's why I was just talking about the difference in the substance they were made from.
But why can't they shed blood? How do you know that?
No, so we agree that Iblis is from the jinn, right?
No, Iblis, no. Yeah, Iblis from the jinn, yes.
Yes, he is. Yes, he
Yes,
is. That's
yes,
what the Quran claims.
Yes, yes.
So, and the Iblis, when he compares himself to Adam, he speaks to God. He says, "You created me from fire or flame, and you created him from clay." So that's the substance that he's made of.
Yeah. So what are you saying, that jinns don't bleed?
I mean, if they're made
Does
from
fire bleed?
Huh?
if they're made from fire,
How
I
do you
mean,
know? How do you know jinns don't bleed blood?
how do you know that they do?
You're the one who made the assumptions that they do.
You see, the word jinn, jinn has something to do with something that is almost invisible, can't be seen.
Yeah. All right, here's a quick question. Like, have you ever seen a lump of clay bleed?
Have I seen what?
A lump of clay bleed or mud.
Yeah. Have you seen teen? What teen? Have you seen teen bleed?
Nope.
Yeah.
What the hell is this? Disclaimer.
Hey, so real quick, I'm gonna read verse 4, Surah 4:1 for Ahmed in the chat right quick, because I know Maverick is
free from this.
So it says, "O mankind, fear your Lord, who created you from one soul and created from it its mate and dispersed from both of them many men and women, and fear Allah through whom you ask, and one another in the wombs. Indeed, Allah is ever over you an overseer, or an observer. Excuse me."
Interesting.
Yeah, and so that also goes along with the verse that says, "Oh mankind, I created you were made into many nations and tribes out of a single pair of male and female."
So Allah says that verse, yeah, it's says, and we have made you tribes and another word. Sorry, didn't know the translation. So you might get to know each other, or so you might contact with each other.
Right.
Would it be the ones who had the ruh with the ones who did not have it, or how did it happen?
So either you're talking about like Adam, or either you're talking about like Noah after the ark, and like him and his lady.
No, I'm speaking about Adam.
Or you're right. Or you're talking about Adam and Eve, right?
Yeah.
And so if it's Adam and Eve, it's saying mankind. Oh, mankind. It's talking to all of us.
Yeah.
So if you're saying that there's a people that existed before Adam, are they mankind or are they not mankind?
Mankind.
Because if they're mankind, then we would all have to have started with so Adam would have to be in their descent, and the law wouldn't have fashioned it from clay. Does that make sense? Because if it's saying all mankind, you were created into many, you're made into many nations, tribes from a single pair of male female. That's all of mankind. That would include them, and so Adam's lineage would have to descend would have to be related to them. They couldn't be like a separate making. It'd have to be the same group of people, the same genetic stock.
One nas.
Yeah.
See, this is why I wanted to start with Noah and not Adam.
Yeah, but that's cheating, man.
No, but that's
look what Ahmed said. Look what Maverick said in the chat. I think they're entertaining evolution with this, and that's kind of like where it's going when you're saying there's a people before Adam.
No, but my point is, when Allah speaks, sorry to cut you. When Allah
you're good.
And says all of you and speaks to a group, how do we explain that?
So in the soul realm, right? Like, or like this is before anyone's placed on earth, is what I'm reading, right? And so there's other parts of the Quran where literally says all of us literally agreed to certain things before we came down here. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like if we pre-existed, it's talking about all of us before we come down.
No, but when he's speaking about the situation of Adam, and he says that he chose Adam, he must have chosen him from options.
Now that must have is an assumption unless you can show the options there that he's choosing from, right? And so I agree with so Ahmed in the chat was talking about, or Maverick in the chat was saying that he was chosen above the jinns and the angels, etc. And I definitely agree with that because I see the comparison there. Hence, like he said, they're the ones that have to bow to him.
But the angels talking about people call them people shedding blood.
Okay, so this is where we're agreeing to disagree because the Quran uses that same verb, literally the same verb in the same form, and there's other verb forms of that same word, but that same verb form is used to talk about future tense things. That's why I pulled out 17:4. So we can agree to disagree on that concept, but there's reiteration from the Quran to show that word can be used for future tense calamities happening, future tense people getting slaughtered and whatnot.
Which word is
future
that?
bloodshed. 17:4. And it's a good verse because it literally talks about people doing it twice. The Israelites doing it twice.
And is the same verb as in the chapter 2 verse?
Literally the same verb form and everything, yes.
Yeah, so that's fine. The verb is the same, but what we're saying is the context is...
So what about the context eliminates a future happening from that's what I'm trying to understand.
What do you mean eliminates? Like,
so what makes it to where it's not possible for it to be talking about future bloodshed? So for the question to be like, how are you going to put someone down who will do this in the future if you do so, if you put them down there? How like, so I'm not understanding how that context is negated at all. Like how that's not possible.
Here's the thing: we know that the angels don't make decisions and such stuff. When they
we all agree. We all just agree that they were making what they were saying was based upon the seen and not the unseen.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. The context here: the angels are speaking. When you're reading when you're reading you said the same verb, then God is speaking. God knows the unseen. The angels don't. The angels must have spoke.
So why is there? So if we agree that they're speaking on something seen and that Allah responded with the unseen, then why are you making the jump assumption that out of nowhere they're going from speaking about the seen to the unseen? Because we literally all agreed just a few minutes ago that they're speaking about the seen.
But why is God saying, I do know what you do not know?
Because he's talking about the unseen in that juncture. That would have to be the only thing he's talking about. What is it that Allah knows that no one else knows?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Because Allah knows everything that no one else knows, that no one else can ever know. That's why we're raising the question, like, how did the angels make the assumption that there would be harm and bloodshed? You know,
the jinns, bro. There was a nation of jinns on the planet. They had free will, and then Allah.
Yaar, hadith nahi leke aana, bhai.
Yeah, that's you.
Real quick. No, I think Vegeta's making a great point. Like, so you're talking about, like, so based upon the free will that they knew that it was possible for them to choose craziness, right? That they wouldn't automatically just not do good.
Yeah, because the angels they don't have free will, they fully submit.
No, but what Ali's saying is that the angels must have observed man on earth committing bloodshed, and for him to be made as a successccer.
And they said that once.
He's trying to get at.
He's saying that's the only possibility, and there's other possibilities. So we agree that they're making what they're saying is based upon an observation, right?
This is the Quran, the Quranist. Since you restricted it to just Quran alone, I still think from the Quran alone you can still prove it, but that's why you're going to say that there was no jinns on earth.
I'm not saying there was no. I didn't say that.
Was there jinn on earth before Adam and Islam?
I know that jinn. We do not see jinn.
But was the jinn on earth before Adam and Islam?
Was he on earth?
The jinn.
He's still on. How do you know it's not still on earth?
I'm saying no. Before Adam, was there a nation jinns?
Yeah, based on what God says, he mentions them in creation before human.
Before human.
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's okay. So it is in the Quran then. So you should be accepting this.
But they said they gave their opinion once Allah spoke to them about Adam.
Hey yo, AJ, I didn't call him a kafir, man. But I do believe you folks are kuffar. But anyway, I didn't say no. I didn't tell you I didn't call no one a kafir. Sorry.
You just did.
Yeah, but I didn't. Before I didn't though. Anyway, carry on.
Hold on, real quick. Based upon what? Just so I'm clear going to the future. What makes us a kafir? Just so I know.
330 to 31. 330 to 31. Chapter 3, verse 30 to 31. Brother, do you from the Quran can you say that the jinns were before humans?
Sorry, repeat the question again.
From the Quran, does it say the jinns were before humans, before insan, the jinn?
What I know is that Allah says, I have created the jinn and ins, so they worship me willingly or disobey me willingly.
But does that verse say that the jinns were before humans?
Again, what I don't know is irrelevant.
I don't think the Quran specifies any of this.
Exactly, because here's the thing. Okay. Now here's the thing. They gave the example of shedding blood right after Allah told them about Adam. Now their reaction was based on something that is familiar, that they saw, that it's similar. Now Allah made that change and created Adam as the first with ruh, as the first person with ruh. And then Allah goes on and says, and he taught Adam all of the names.
But brother, Iblis, right? He came before Adam. Did Allah create Iblis before Adam?
That's not the point here, though. The point.
But
he's saying that if humans already existed before Adam, and Adam was the one that was elevated with consciousness, then even if Iblis was preceded Adam, doesn't necessarily mean he preceded man. That's the point here.
That's some big confusions, bro.
But
Carry on.
is Iblis a
So
person?
can you demonstrate via the Quran some other reiteration that there was human beings before Adam?
The evidence they're saying the angels said, didn't it? That they're bloodshed. That's what they're saying. So therefore, they're going to conclude that humans existed before Adam.
No, right.
Unless the angels
Hold on, real quick, sir. 39 ayat 23 says this is the best hadith. You know what I'm saying? That has much reiteration therein, right? Like, so is there any other verse in the Quran that corroborates the fact that there's human beings that exist before Adam? So, for instance, Maverick cited 4:1. I talked about the verse talking about being created out of a single pair of male and female. What is there any other reiteration you have in the Quran, from the Quran that says that there's human beings before Adam? Or is that just the only verse you got?
There is none, bro.
Maybe there is, maybe you haven't found it.
Yeah, but I haven't come. Have you come across any? I haven't come across any.
I haven't. Yeah.
You haven't.
We could pose the same question to you guys, like where AJ asked, is there any mention of jinn spilling blood on earth?
Or jinn on earth?
Iblis. Yeah, Iblis.
So it says in the Quran that Iblis was spilling blood on earth.
I don't know actually.
Iblis, God told us what is Iblis's job.
Okay, while we're on Iblis, yeah, I have a question for you guys. So if I say right now, like, all of you mute your mic except DV, so does that mean DV is part of all of us, all of you? Right?
Yes, he is.
DV is all of us, right?
Yeah,
so when God says to the angels, submit, and all of them submitted except Iblis, does that not mean that Iblis was also an angel?
Yeah, the Christian narrative, isn't it? Fallen angel. But nah, because Allah elevated him to the station of the angels. Doesn't mean he was the angels. He was elevated to the station.
I think the conversation of jinn and angels, right? That's a conversation for another time, because that needs a lot of looking at.
Can we
that's
can
not
we change the topic?
Yeah, that's not as clear cut as people think it is.
But 1 minute, DV, you went through the whole flipping Noah's Ark.
Tell him,
Mayans, pyramids, Stonehenge, Easter eggs. The Mayan calendar. What was it for? Because I listened to all of that, blood. What was it for?
Because the point I was getting to, right? The point I was getting to was that we can observe across the earth, right, information that if you go by the caveman theory and to say that we're on a single trajectory, right, of evolution, that makes no sense to what we are actually witnessing. You know, the evidence we see on Earth does not make sense to that single trajectory theory. That we started off as caveman, we then, decided to create the wheel, then we decided to create a knife and light a fire and all sorts, and now we're at today where we're, sending satellites into space. That's totally false.
Yeah, but it's a hell of a lot. There's so much shit you need to prove from just the Vedas, though, man. And that's like a text.
What I'm trying to get to is that there's cycles that occur where other, cultures or civilizations have existed on Earth that have surpassed our knowledge that we currently have today. It's not a single trajectory. It's more like a cycle that's been going on. So we can't look at the ancient past and think that they're all cavemen, that they had no knowledge, they had no technology. That was the point I was coming to. But before I could drop the punchline, we ended up on jinns.
Well, you talking about Kali Yuga and all that.
Kinda. I'm not giving authority to that. All I'm just saying is that they detail this as well. That there have been cycles of civilization of humanity rising, then being destroyed, rising, then being destroyed. And we can see evidence of that in the Quran as well, where it talks about, the nation of Ad, where, they had been given a lot of blessings and basically had been favored. And then they didn't appreciate it and they were destroyed. And then, obviously we see this over and over with throughout majority of the prophets when they have come, like King Solomon, him and his people, how he was ruling the world. And I don't believe that was a small area or territory that he was controlling. I believe that he was controlling the seas as well with the help of the Phoenicians. But obviously that's more, all I wanted to do was just touch upon it so that we could later then discuss certain things you want to discuss in detail. We could explore that. But I wanted just to kind of compare that with, the knowledge that Orthodox more has on history. I don't know if his is more micro or more of a macro view on history. So that's where I wanted the conversation to go, but somehow we ended up. This is why I intentionally avoid jinns, angel, and Adam, because that's a rabbit hole and a red herring.
Yeah, but let's talk about something else, man. Can we talk about the Northern Arabia theory of the Quran and the Prophet coming out of Northern Arabia? What do you guys know about that?
And to be clear, just to be clear for future reference, so the conversation I was talking about with history had to do with the history between the hadith, the early hadith rejectors and the people of the hadith. You know what I'm saying? So it was well, I know a lot about other parts of history too, but I was talking more about that. If you with the other stuff, yeah, we can always talk about that stuff. I find that stuff interesting. I'm always about that stuff, but it's so like you said, it's not salvific, so it's not that big of a deal. You know what I'm saying?
So the last stream you were part of, I can hear my echo now. You mentioned about history and all that. Are you on about pre-Islamic history, or are you on about early Islamic history?
Both. But
how far back are we talking?
But specifically, I deal with the early stuff. I'm having to do with what they call the classical Islamic period, to where the different schools are being dealt with, etc.
Where the different so what you just mentioned about the hadith and the people, I think that's called the Ahl al Hadith and the Ahl al Rai, the Kalam theology. You're talking about the whole Kalam thing that began.
And the Mithna and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And Imam Shafi'i, all them men. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's when the Hanafi school started going in two different directions. One was more towards the hadith based Islam, and then one was more of the opinion based Islam, the rationalism.
Yeah, and here's what people what I try to bring out historically is to try to give people just an understanding of what was actually going on. So the Moors went into Spain in 711 AD. That was before there was any school of theology. That was before there was any established school of jurisprudence, and that was before any major compilation of hadith.
So the Moors are what ethnicity or what background? Are they Muslim?
Berbers mostly.
So they came from the Middle East region to Africa.
Some of them did, yeah. But so you got people coming from Yemen, but you got a lot of people who are in North Africa and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And so in West Africa at that. So when they come into Spain or Al-Andalus or whatnot, they're there for almost 70 years before there's a major compilation of hadith. And not only that, the person who compiles the hadith was born the year they went into Spain.
Is that Malik?
Yeah, that's is Muwatta. Yeah, exactly. So I don't.
From my research on the Moors, they're from Saudi Arabia, like the Arabian Peninsula.
Some of them, some of them claim descendancy from Yemen.
And they moved. Well, Yeah, so Central Arabia or South Arabia, but basically from that area, that was their territory in like the ancient times, and they had moved over the spread of Islam to like the ends of like Morocco and Spain. So I'm not sure if that correlates with your understanding.
Yeah, no, there's that, but there's also like other people who were there way prior to Islam. That they mixed with when they got there to North and West Africa, etc.
So these early Moors or the Berbers who migrated, were they Muslim as well, or were they
yes, and that's the whole point. Yes, they were Muslim.
So yeah, that's fine, because it could have been any of the early Muslim. It could have been Hanafis
No, they couldn't. No. So Hanafi was 12, right? Abu Hanifa was 12 when they went into Spain. Imam Jafar al-Sadiq was 11 when they went into Spain. Malik bin Anas was born the year they went into Spain. And again, like I said, his compilation of hadith doesn't come out until they're in Spain for almost 70 years. So historically speaking, this whole thing about like, oh yeah, people act like there was like a book of compiled hadith like it was on the shelves of the righteously guided caliphs or whatnot, but they just never used it or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's not the case. That's not the case at all.
And I've heard that even the compilations, the Muwatta, that's allegedly the first compilations. I have heard people say that it can't really be proved from the manuscripts that it was during the time of Imam Malik. Like, could have been way after him.
It's possible, yeah. There's a lot of stuff getting fudged around with the dates there. But let's just say it's compiled in 780, right? Where a lot of the scholars say that they agree that that's when it's compiled. It's compiled in 780, and it's got like 1,700 and I think 32 hadith, something like that.
Was it started by Al-Shafi'i?
No. What Al-Shafi'i did was he was the one who was responsible for elevating the hadith to the equality of the Quran.
The concept of two revelations, yes.
Yes, that's his thing right there. So anytime you hear like literally all the arguments you hear about obey Allah, obey the messenger, what he gives you, take it, all that comes from Al-Shafi'i.
Yeah.
What is the book? What is the wisdom? What is the ayats? What is all that is Al-Shafi'i. Every argument you've ever heard.
He's also responsible for laying the foundation of the Usul al-Fiqh in the Sunni Islam, for where they put first it's the Quran, and then the Sunnah, and then the Ijma' of the scholars, and then there's Qiyas. So he makes that framework of the fiqh that they use today.
I just don't understand what gives authority to something else other than the Quran. I mean, not even a verse. When the Quran speaks and you read the word messenger, it's automatically the message. Muhammad, the person, is not concerned with anything in that. It's a messenger, then a message. His job.
Yeah, here's the funny thing. Like, so when you read Al-Shafi'i's work, he literally doesn't even answer the questions from the Akhlaq Kalam in his own work. Like he'll argue against the fictitious person from them, and he'll articulate their initial arguments well. And they always end up in his books. They always like out of nowhere. They just like tap. I'm like, oh, you're right. We agree out of nowhere, right? But they'll ask him questions he won't answer. And it's about the questions they ask us now. Like so he'll be like, so what is the book and what is the wisdom? And the Ahlul Kalam person will tell him, well, the book is the Quran and the wisdom is the judgments from the Quran. And then he'll be like, no, it can't be that. It has to be the Sunnah for this reason and that reason, blah 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 blah. But never goes into the judgments.
He never gives any reason for the hikmah being the Sunnah. There's no reason given ever.
Yeah, no direct reason.
It's just his interpretation.
No reason given ever to any type of authority besides the Quran.
Yo, you know this incident about Imam Shafi and the Mu'tazila having a where you get this one? What source?
So what I just said is that in his work, so in his Risalah and his Kitab al-Ilm, you can see that he's actually constructing a fictitious conversation with someone from that school and articulating their arguments.
What I'm saying is that stuff got reported 100 or something years after him. The Risala wasn't, the manuscript came after him. It was from his students. So you following a hadith to reach this thing in the first place.
So I'm following history. I'm so real quick. So you're saying I'm following history to come to a historical analysis?
Yes, you're following a historical account. Hadith is an historical account. So when it comes to Imam Shafi, you are ready to use historical accounts. But when it comes to the Prophet Sallallahu, you don't use historical accounts.
Yeah,
So-
because
Go ahead.
the
I'll answer in a
Risala,
second.
yeah, because the Risala of Imam Shafi is contemporary to his time. It was written by him. That's what the Sunnis say. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but
the
the
Sun- and
hadiths
the-
weren't written during the Prophet's time.
The hadith is the historical accounts of the Sunnah, right? The Prophet's Sunnah. The Risala that you have, what you're talking about, is written.
Yeah.
I mean, 100, like it was after 100 or something years.
No. He writes it in response to the other schools of thought, the Medinan school of thought and the
Yeah.
Kufan school, and it's
The
a whole,
public debate is huge, fam.
yeah, it's huge
It's
in that time.
crazy the amount of literature that's coming out, etc. Go ahead. My fault.
Because there's like 4 different schools of Quran or some popping up during those time. Medina, Kufa, Basra, and I think one more in Yemen or something.
So
Yeah.
before you guys continue, could you just? I'm a bit confused here right now. Yeah. So when you mentioned about Spain, what was the point in mentioning Spain? Were you trying to say that Islam spread into Spain without hadith?
Yeah, yes. And hold on, not just without hadith. At the time, there was no major school of theology established, and there was no major school of jurisprudence established.
So your point is that if they could spread Islam to Spain without any of this, why do we need it today?
My point is that there was literally a group of people who were living Muslims, living a real life, establishing caliphates and whatnot without all that stuff. So yeah, why do we
your
need it now?
sources for that? What's your sources
Right.
for that? You're gonna have what was his name? Ibn Abdul Hakam. His book about the conquest of Egypt that came 100 and 200 years after that.
Okay, so my sources are literally the dates and births and deaths of the people involved, right? Like so you can verify the birth date of Imam Jafar al-Sadiq and find out if he was 11 years old when the Moors went in Spain. You can verify the birth date of Abu Hanifa and find out if he was 12 years old. You
Through
can verify
historical
the birth
accounts.
date of Imam Malik and find out if he was born the same year or not.
Through historical accounts. Again, you use
No. I think he's asking like, how do you know the Moors went to Spain? Like, where do you know this from? Is that what you're asking?
Oh, you literally okay. So you have their accounts, and you have accounts from from the Christians that they fought. You have accounts from the Jews that opened the
Yeah.
doors in Toledo and fought with them, etc. You got accounts from
Yeah.
every side of that war.
historical accounts, man.
Yeah, historical accounts.
Yeah, so when it comes to
More
the Moors, you're
importantly-
using historical accounts.
Whenever it comes to history, I always use historical accounts.
Yeah, but when it comes to the Prophet's some history, why don't you use historical accounts then?
I have absolutely no history use. I have absolutely no issue using history when it comes to historical accounts of the Prophet. What I have an issue is using anything. Hold on. What I have an issue is using anything other than the verses of Allah for coming to judgment. When it comes, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to a spiritual
I
judgment.
understand your argument. I'm just pointing this out. I understand your argument.
Moses
Salam-
wants to say something.
Salam,
Brother
guys.
Moses.
What's
Salam.
about
I-
Gabut there?
Walaikum salam.
If I may quickly respond back to quote, which I think is the guy I was speaking to before last time as well.
Yeah, Gabut
The
there, brother.
Moorish or Moors or Berber invasion, conquering, whatever you want to call it, into Spain is also supported by other non-religious secular sciences such as archaeology, right? So you've got a lot of corresponding evidence that builds towards a historical occurrence that we can prove, we've got tangible evidence for, we've got means of corroborating, and there are multiple viewpoints, as the Orthodox Moor was saying. So it's a
Moses,
historical thing, really.
So yeah,
Moses,
but
can you
what-
mute your YouTube or something? I think it's echoing a lot.
Yeah, it's echoing for me as well. Okay, I'll have a look.
Oh, Yeah, so there's various sources of evidence we can use, but for the
Regarding
Prophet,
the conquest of Moors, right? It comes after 200 years. The first one to write about it was Ibn Abdul Hakam, who was Egyptian, who was in Egypt. He wrote about this 200 years after in the Fustat. He was in Fustat in Egypt,
I
right?
think that's a Muslim source. But I think Orthodox more is saying there's many other sources from Christians and the Berbers themselves.
Another thing, yeah. Orthodox more. You know, on the coins of the Andalus, it's written on the coins of La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah.
What time period?
Yeah,
900.
what time period?
It's
900.
not during the time period. Yeah, it's not during the time period I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
All right, no problem.
This comes during
If you pull one from like
Marwan.
730, I got you.
From 730?
Yeah,
'Cause you
like
know
I
why
said, like I said, so from 711 AD to 780, right? They were in Spain without any major school, with any major compilation of hadith, right? And the messenger of Allah being anything doesn't mean anything, right? That's bruh. Like you got the messenger in the Quran. That doesn't say that doesn't say that if you pull a coin from 900,
yeah,
saying that anyway, it doesn't mean like okay, back in 700 they was rocking with the hadith. That's not what that coin's saying. They're saying that back in 700 they thought that Muhammad was the messenger then too.
Yeah. All right, no problem. I hear that.
But there's literally no way you can shake the fact that when they went in there.
No, I agree though. I accept that. I'm just saying that when it comes to the methodology, right? The means and the ends. I agree with the ends, but I don't agree with your means because you're denying. When it comes to the Prophet, you don't apply the same means. You know.
So could I just ask?
So hold on, real quick. In what sense do I need to? Just so I'm clear. Chronically, where do I need to?
No, for example, the Qibla, right? Some say that the Qibla is not Mecca. There is no Qibla, Masjid al-Haram and all that.
Okay.
But archaeologically, there is even mosques or masjids in Africa that have two Qiblas. So stuff like this, you could use archaeological evidence to corroborate with hadith. That's just one example.
But can I not also use archaeological evidence to corroborate with the Quran?
Yeah, of course.
The word Qibla means a direction.
So
that's a separate topic, but
so what I'm trying to understand is like, so what specifically do I need the hadith to understand in terms of the history of the Prophet that is vital for me to understand in my everyday life that I don't got right now?
I mean, using the Quran alone, can you say that if someone says the Prophet came 1 million years ago, using the Quran alone, can you deny that?
Why would I need to, first of all? But yeah, I could, obviously, but why would I need to?
Yeah, I can.
How?
Because the language of Arabic didn't exist 1 million years ago.
How do you know that?
Bro, that's what I'm just like right. So every question you're asking is is assuming that we verify things without using history and archaeology. Like, bro, so again, the concept is like when it comes to jurisprudence, you don't use the hadith. When it comes to jurisprudence, you don't use other books besides the Quran.
Yeah, I see that. I see that part. But I'm just saying, my question to you about the Prophet came 1 million years ago. He said that the language of Arabic never existed 1 million years ago. He's using hadith to say that anyway.
No.
So first of all, it's a non sequitur argument. Like, so let's say he came 3 million years ago. Does it matter? Is what he said true?
No, but the thing is, that's how weak your position is. That something as bogus as what I just said.
No. You think it's weak because you're assuming. Okay, so why do I have to use the Quran alone to prove that?
You don't have to.
No, I don't, because it's not a jurisprudence thing. Does that make sense to you?
You don't have to. But I'm just
and
saying,
the Quran itself says, "Don't speak about what you don't know." Right. So if I want to know about it intelligence, speak about it intelligence. I go find out about the history.
Yeah. So in your premise, it doesn't matter how old. It could be 10 billion years ago. It don't affect it. Your premise is that weak. Not that weak. That pathetic. That's my point.
How is it pathetic? Break that one down for me real quick.
So someone could say to you that Mecca was actually in Ethiopia. Okay. You remember that guy, Tying Stevie? He used to say stuff like this.
Yeah, 100%.
And using the Quran alone, how can you,
I wouldn't use again. So this is not a jurisprudence argument. This is a historical argument.
Yeah.
All right.
So once we're talking jurisprudence, this is real simple. We're talking jurisprudence. It's just the Quran.
You would put your trust in the same people that accepted the Sunnah, basically.
Not really.
No,
Yeah.
me
Right
using
there,
our.
blood.
Oh my God.
Do you also believe that we have the Quran because of people? Or is it because Allah promised so?
Do we have the Quran because of the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam?
Because Allah promised so. No, having it has happened, and that's
It happened, right?
revealing
It happened, right?
revealing
Exactly.
it has
That's
happened,
what I'm saying,
that's
blood.
a fact. Now, maintaining the book
What's the
is a
fact?
matter
What's the fact?
that Allah
Yo,
is
Ali,
responsible of.
what's the fact, sorry?
The fact that we have the Quran and we have it preserved because of Allah, not because Allah gave us the ability to memorize
Do you
the
have the
book.
Quran because of Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam?
I have the Quran because the promise of Allah is ongoing, and I have
You
been.
can't even answer. Simple question. Of course, you have the
No,
Quran because of the messenger.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. What is it irrelevant to me dealing with the Quran is, as I said, irrelevant. Now, if that's sorry, if that's gonna affect my understanding for the Quran, whether the Prophet came a million years ago, if someone wants to claim that, I have the Quran and it's preserved, and what's inside of the Quran is what concerns me. Other than that, I don't have to prove anything.
You just got the ends, not the means. That's what you're talking about. You saying that the Quran is preserved. I agree with you. The Quran is preserved, but you don't talk about the means. You don't have the means.
Hold on.
What do you mean I don't have means?
Man.
So real quick, I have a question, bro. Like, so why should I take the hadith of the people who preserved the Quran and didn't have the sense to take out the verse that prophesies their hadith?
Where is that?
Those are the verses of Allah we recite to you, O Muhammad, with the truth. So in what hadith after that or after this would they believe?
Yeah, but even 66:3 says the Prophet ﷺ told the hadith to his wife. So if by your premise,
How do you
45,
have
40, hold on. The one shot killer is 45-6, bro.
45:6, yeah. But then in 66:3,
what does he say?
Hold on. So real quick, was the Prophet telling his wife verses of Allah?
No.
So I don't care what he was saying then, because 45-6 says what?
Yeah. So what woman? According to
So
you,
he could have been talking about the football game that weekend. I don't care.
So according to you, the hadith of the Prophet in 66:3, they are supposed to be rejected. By his wife.
There's two hadith in the Quran. There are
Brother
the
Moore.
verses of Allah and anything else.
Brother Moore, one second, please.
There's more than that. There's more hadith than that. There's also the hadith in Surah 12, which we understand as dreams. That's another one.
Hold on. Are they of Allah or no?
Brother Moore, can I make a point?
Yeah, go. My fault.
So the brother is a hadith follower.
Yeah, I made that clear
I'm
from
aware
the
of a
get-go.
hadith. I'm aware of a hadith in the authentic book of Muslim where the Prophet is. They say he said that you should not write about me anything than other than the Quran, and whoever writes other than the Quran, have them erase it. If you believe in the hadith, you should basically follow that, so you could be considered a hadith follower.
There's a hadith that says that's a hadith, that's true. And there's another hadith where the Prophet got it written down for another person.
Why still believe in it when he said, "Do not write about me other than the Quran"?
That's for that time.
If you claim he said that, and you're a hadith follower, then you should follow the Prophet.
Yeah, for a particular time period, the Prophet told the people.
Come on.
Now, what do you mean? Come on.
The hadith doesn't say.
Vegeta, real quick.
Let me talk to any woman.
Can you name one compilation of hadith from the time of the Rashidun?
Sahifa Hammam ibn
Sahifa
Hammam. Yeah.
No, that's a broken chain. That's a
manuscript. It's a manuscript. It is a manuscript.
No, it's got a broken chain, bro.
Sahifa Amr ibn al-As.
It's got a broken chain. The guy there was.
I'm not saying like something that's written down with the chain of narration, brother. I'm saying like a compilation that dates back to physical book, right? That carbon dates. And yes, I'm talking about historical stuff, not what I'm saying. That carbon dates back to the Rashidun.
I don't believe in carbon dating, but just for the thing, first century there was a Sahifa Hammam. There's a manuscript. There's 3 manuscripts. One's in Berlin, because after the colonialism they took some stuff, and there's one in Damascus.
I
This
don't
is
think
Sahifa
it's.
Hammam.
I don't think the manuscript is from the time of the Prophet. People have shown this to be like later forgeries and
Which
manuscripts.
people, blood? Which people?
I'll show you.
Can I just say something? Can I just say something, guys? We're kind of like moving from here to there to here to everywhere, and it's like
Yeah.
this conversation isn't like constructive at all. And you know,
I
we were
entertained
talking
it. I entertained
about
it.
Spain, right? And
I could have did a clinch there, but I entertained it. I thought, you know what, let the people do it.
no, it's just that it's this kind of like polemic approach of yours is it's not constructive at all, man.
Hmm.
You know, we're just arguing for no reason. I'm not learning anything here. All I'm just
One
hearing
minute.
is like, oh well,
My man,
no.
oh,
This is my
let me
argument,
bring something in. Let me bring something in. Yeah? Brother Ali,
as long as it's
he understands
constructive to the
Quran.
conversation.
Yeah. Bro, you talked about the Mayans, Incas, flipping Easter eggs. We listened to all of that.
Because
blood.
everybody agreed to talk about that.
One minute. We entertained it. We entertained it, bro. And as soon
Yeah,
as
but
I
we
would talk
agreed to
about
talk about that. We've agreed to talk about Spain, right, and early years, right, and you're going everywhere and anywhere, and you're talking about how can we validate the Quran?
You
and
talking
the
about
history of the
Mayan
Quran and all
calendars,
this
bro?
kind of stuff.
Flipping stars, Star Trek, flipping Stonehenge. We listened to it, and I'm only
Oh
talking
my
for like a
God.
couple of minutes, bro. So let's
A couple of
talk about
minutes,
this,
bro.
Yeah.
Every time you start asking questions and start discussing something, the conversation nosedives.
knows that's because you start you
Can I
understand that
ask
you
a
guys
question to
you knows that.
Orthodox more about the Spanish stuff he was talking about?
Are
Because
you?
we've kind of like got moved on from there, and next we're going to be talking about, you know, what color socks are we going to be wearing tomorrow?
Right, go ahead, man. Let's talk about let's talk about the conquest of Spain.
I've heard
No problem,
something from
Just
back in the day.
quickly, can I talk about? Am I echoing again?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
Have you got YouTube and StreamYard
But it's
open?
okay. It's okay. You have a really beautiful voice, man. Go ahead. We can.
Bro, I don't like echoes, man. We doing blood.
Okay. I may.
No
Okay,
problem.
I'll sign back in, but I do have an answer.
You sound fine to me.
Brother, Musa is critique. Go about.
Give us your answer, man. Give us your answer.
So your Safiha of Hammam bin Munabbih has been found by latest research to have been a reproduction. So there are articles, if you're interested, I can forward on to you.
Yeah,
It's
I've
French
seen them
research.
articles.
Say again?
I've seen them articles.
Well, the Dr. Hamidullah from India, who
India.
found those, his sources were later found to be reproductions. So we don't really have anything which is a collection of ahadith from the time, 60, 70 years after the Prophet. We've got nothing until Muwatta. And we haven't got any copies of Muwatta up until 300-400 years after the author passed away.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about?
But the thing is, you know, even the hadiths, they were absorbed into these bigger collections. So even the hadiths in the beginning, like Sahifa Amr ibn As, that got absorbed into Muslim Ahmad.
Yeah.
So later on, people didn't need to have the small booklet when they've got the big Muslim Ahmad. Right?
Yeah, so but what's the problem?
I'll just say one thing, and then I'll shut up about this. But do you know this, Vegeta, that in the Asma Rajal, you know what they do? They go up a chain. So who did we hear from? Who did we hear from? Who did he hear from? They check everybody. Do you know who they don't check?
The Sahaba.
They don't check the actual person who heard it in first position, the so-called Sahaba. So the theology goes, we don't care who the Sahabi was, we trust them all. So if there's a Sahabi saying it, whether he was from the last 1 year or 2 years, or from, was Abu Bakr all of his life, we're going to treat them all the same. We're going to take whatever they said.
Yeah.
We don't do any testing. So at least the Shia, at least they've got, they say we're only going to take a hadith from these 2 or 3 or 4 people. Unlike the Sunni tradition, which doesn't even check the first witness. You go to any court of law, and you've got everybody second chain onwards verified, but not the very first witness. How's that fair?
Do you trust the Prophet? Yeah? That's the first thing, innit?
We're talking about the people who say they heard from the Prophet.
Do you trust one minute. Do you trust the Prophet?
His word is the Quran. and the Quran, as
भाई
Al-Quran
वैसे
was
भाई
saying.
आपको रूस पाक सल्लम पर एतबार है?
In what regard?
Do you
He
trust the
said,
Prophet?
well, whatever he
All right,
was
so
given by God
the
is
Prophet.
passed on to
Okay,
us.
let me just say this: the Prophet, he certified the Sahaba. The Quran, we believe the Quran certified them. The Prophet certified, and then the Sahaba they certified. So then he reached. Let's say he reached after Sahaba Tabi'in. So Hassan al-Basri. Hassan al-Basri never certified the Wasil ibn Atta, which is from where the Mu'tazila come from. So when you go into that Mu'tazila thing, Ibrahim Nadam, then you got a uncertified chain. You understand? Your chain has to go back to the Prophet.
Not following your argument, to be fair.
I don't think anybody was. Can I ask that question about
Bro,
Spain again?
you ain't following the argument because you want to go to flipping the Mayans, the Peru, the flipping Easter egg. That's why.
Here we go.
Yeah, your
Here we
mind is
go.
there. If your mind is over here, you would follow the argument because your mind's in Easter Islands.
You
Bring your
didn't
mind
even
here.
answer his question. I don't think you even understood
What was his
it.
question? What was his question?
My question was...
No.
That you don't even check the first person, the first witness.
He was struggling there. He was struggling there. No problem. Any carry on. Do your thing, then.
Right. So about Spain for the fourth bloody time. What I've heard, right? You could correct me if it's. I don't even know if it's hadith or whatnot. Yeah, but tell me if this is true or not. That somebody was offended, right, and that's why the Muslim invasion of Spain occurred. And
yeah, nobleman's
like...
daughter got raped by I want to say King Roderick. I might have the name mixed up or whatnot. But yeah, so at the time the Jews in Spain were being heavily oppressed by the Christians. And there was a nobleman's daughter who got raped. And then there was basically some correspondence to the Berbers in Africa saying, hey, check this out. We can't take this no more. These people are doing way too much. How about you come through? We'll show you where to go take over and we'll fight with you. You know what I'm saying? And so the Moors went in via invitation and whatnot. It wasn't like just some straight invasion like Bob the Builder talks about. You know what I'm saying? It was more of like a relief kind of a thing. So when they got, like for instance, like when they got to the gates of Toledo, Spain, the Jews literally opened the gates for them and fought alongside them.
Okay, so this information we have via historical information, or is it just through
you got the Jews saying it, you got the Christians saying it, and you have Islamic sources saying it.
Yeah, woman, it was Tariq ibn Ziyad, right? He was a commander.
Yeah.
And before it was Musa ibn Nusayr who was the main.
So this story about the burning of the ships when they landed, they said we're going to conquer this.
Yeah.
Burning ships. So where's that from?
So you get that from Christian
18th century.
There's a lot of there's a lot of. So the thing about the Moors, there's a lot of Christian sources on there too. Like, you know what I'm saying?
So that's true then, yeah.
I don't know if it's true, but it's definitely a story that's recorded.
You know, regarding the Moors, right? The name itself comes from the Christians, bro. When did the Muslims call themselves Moor?
So there's dispute amongst that about like the Christians calling themselves that. You know what I'm saying? Like there's.
Okay, well, woman, we've got Ali here, yeah? Ali from Morocco. You're a Morocco brother. You Amazigh, right? Are you Amazigh? Are you Amazigh?
Yes.
Did the people call themselves Moors, or were they calling themselves Amazigh, or did they call themselves Berbers? What did they call themselves?
The Berbers.
Huh? They called them. So Ibn Battuta never called himself a Moor.
No, it wasn't an Amazigh.
Yeah, the word Moor comes from the Christians, man.
I never heard of that.
So real quick, Vegeta, are you saying historically there's not a group of people in North and Northwest Africa called the Maori people?
No, they are Moors, but it's a Christian term. It's something which the Europeans came up with.
Hold on. So did the Maori people, that's a tribal name, did they name themselves that, or did the Christians name themselves that?
Christians probably, man.
Christians probably.
Yeah, Christians. Because it's called Mauritania, right? That was a Roman province. They named it.
So there was 2 Mauritanians.
Yeah, where's the other one?
Similar location. One spelled with that's wicked feedback. One spelled with an E, one spelled with an I. But like, so if you look up the term more, right, it'll talk like it'll literally, it will tell you that there's ambiguity as to where it originates and whatnot. It doesn't originate with the Christians and whatnot. In fact, with the Greeks, where they get the term from, it could potentially be an ethnonym. It could be an ethnic term, right? So again, there's a group of people historically in North and West Africa called the Mori people, right? Not just Moors, but the Mori people, right?
I'm just saying because we guys Ali right now. I got Moroccan neighbors and everything, Moroccan people living around there.
Mm-hmm.
They don't call themselves Moors, bro. They call themselves Amazigh.
Okay.
Yeah, this more time. Even the when the Portuguese or the Spanish went to Philippines, they named the island Moros because it was Muslims and they were dark skinned. They called Sri Lanka Moros. You just anyone that was dark skinned.
Indonesia, all that, yeah. Not just dark skinned Muslims, not just
dark skinned Muslims, yeah.
There you go.
They were called the Moors.
So why did that happen? Why did that happen historically?
Because that's what the Europeans called them, innit? Anyone that was Muslim and dark skinned.
Or is that why, or is it because they were getting confronted real hardcore by people? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You're right. Yeah.
And then they identified anyone who resembled them as the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were shocked when they went to the other side of the world. They're like, what these Muslims doing over here? What these Moors doing over here?
Right.
Yeah. Hey, yo, DV, carry on. I'm gonna go and pray Fajr, man. I'll come back in half an hour.
Yeah, I gotta cut myself, but appreciate the conversation. You know what I'm saying? As always, family. Can't wait to jump back on again.
Likewise.
Hey, I've got a question.
Yeah, I'd like to learn more about the early history of the Islamic history because.
Sure, you got a question for me to.
It's an area that I'm now starting to look at.
Moses. I was gonna ask Moses side.
Yeah, go for it.
You know, in the Qiraat of Surah Fatiha, there's Malik Yawmuddin, yeah?
Yeah.
How do you spell Malik in Arabic?
Mim, Lam, Kaf.
That's Malik. How do you spell Malik?
You can go Malik, Mim, Alif, Lam, Kaf.
Yeah, so why is it that the Quran writes down Mim, Lam, Kaf, not Mim, Alif, Lam, Kaf?
I thought we talked about it last time. So the Quranic way of writing certain words does not match up with the way we write things today. So the example I like to go back to is words like Salat or Zakat and words with Ta Marbuta, etc. Like even the word Ibrahim, you can go and write those things in different ways. So I've never seen this as a problem. So my view on Qiraat is I go with the majority, which is 95% of the world. All of them follow the same Qiraat, and that's what I go by.
Yeah, but the thing is, historically, there was the Ottomans that spread Hafs al-Asim. The Ottomans spread it. Before the Ottomans, in Syria and other areas like that, it wasn't Hafs.
It's a long topic. If you want, there's a series by Dr. Shahzad Salim on YouTube. He's got 80 episodes and I've watched all. I can't remember everything, but he goes through all of these chains of manuscripts and reported ahruf and reported recitations. How did that story even get started? How did those different schools get developed? And why do we have those contrary readings and copies of the Quran today? And in my mind, he's rationalized it quite well.
What's his name?
Shahzad Salim.
Shahzad Salim. Dr. Shahzad Salim. Another thing, you know the earliest manuscripts, they say carbon date. I don't believe in carbon date, but they say the Birmingham Codex.
Well, that's science. Why wouldn't you believe in that?
Yeah, because the white man could make your lies up. I don't trust the white man. But anyway.
God commands you in the Quran to go and look at the sky, look at the earth, look at the phenomenon, look at yourself. These are all exhortations towards science.
But when they do carbon dating, are you relying upon the testimony of a guy or are you doing the experiment yourself?
These are corroborating evidences. And if you don't like the method he did it, you can go and apply your own test as well.
Since you ain't done it yourself, you can't really trust these kuffar, man. Even the Quran tells you when the fast comes to you, verify it.
Brother,
so I don't trust these.
Do you know who the kafir is? Per the Quran, it's not a non-Muslim.
It's someone that covers something.
All right, well, anyway, this is going a different direction. But when you see the codex, the earliest codex, it's called the Birmingham. They say the Birmingham manuscript. There's no harf, there's no nukta, there's no tashkil. So how can you read it?
It's like Urdu. I think we had that talk last time as well. If I write something up for you without even using dots or tashkil, and I give you that text in Urdu or Farsi, if you know the language, you're going to be able to read it fine.
Okay, then if I had to give you 3 letters in Urdu, Be, Noon, Dal, what's the word?
Depends on the context. So if you've got, and this is basically how they discovered the history behind hieroglyphics. So you got to look at all the ancient Hippie language. Now, I don't like Sam Gerrans, but that's how this example he gives, which is the way to decipher a dead language like the Hittite language was to go and look at the most common words to find out the particles, and then try and see, being an agrarian society, what type of words would they be using most frequently, and you bake your case from there. So it's not rocket science.
So there's no nukta. You know, there's no nukta.
Doesn't matter.
So can you read?
Yeah, and so as part of my Arabic learning, I think Quran AL is in Arab. I've been learning Arabic. Sometimes some of my teachers give me a test. They would write a whole sentence without any niqat or any harakat, and my job is to read it properly. And the classic example is it goes min, and depending on how you pronounce the min or man, you end up with a completely different sentence.
Yes, that's a good example. Mim nun.
But there's the thing: if you give me a sentence with no dots, it's no problem.
Yeah.
Because the context, if we take, for example, min, is if we're speaking about min, it's not for people, but men. It's for al-aqil, it's for the conscious, for man. So it's just the context, it defines everything. I mean, there's no problem with reading words with no dots or tashkil, because you can do that yourself based on the context.
I'm talking about just the rasm. Just the
rasm, and you're fine.
So you can read the Birmingham manuscript.
Yeah, I've seen it, and it's not a problem at all.
That's interesting.
Vijaya, can I give you an example with the English language?
Go ahead.
So somebody else used this example last week, so that's why it's fresh in my head. So if I said I can read, so if we're just looking at the word read now, yeah? You would know how to read that, wouldn't you? That sentence. You would.
The word, yeah, R-E-A-D.
Yeah. So you would know when it means read and when it means read.
Yeah.
Right. So I read a book yesterday. It's still spelled the same way.
Yeah.
But how do you know when to say read and when to say read?
Very good point.
The context, yeah, context.
I think that's what the brothers are trying to say.
No, I'm because I'm coming from a non-Arabic reading speaking person. I can read Quran but I need the harakat and I need all of the tashkil available to recite properly. But what my man Ali and Musa have said, without the nukta, without all that, they can read it.
Because they understand the language. Like in English, you understand English.
We're familiar with it. I don't speak the best English, but you guys can just correct me easily. But if I'm speaking Arabic and I see like my name written without dots, it's my name. It's like seeing your name, you know.
Because the thing is, how do you know it's a ta and a ya?
Because the word, if you look at it, it has a design. And we know how letters are, so the letters are what matters.
Brother Ali, you recite in Warsaw House in Morocco.
I'll be honest with you. I don't consider uh, different reads. I just read, and whatever the context uh, requires, then we apply it there, just like any, just
Brother
So I'm
like
saying
any.
Vegeta,
you
my
study the Quran.
Brother Vegeta, my
I
suggestion is
memorized the Quran. I've been on it for quite a bit.
Yeah, from Morocco, you
Yeah,
usually recite in Warsh, right?
whatever the context desires, brother. Whatever the context
So
requires.
is it Maliki Yawmiddin or Maliki Yawmiddin?
I don't see any effect on
On
the sentence.
both of them okay, yeah?
I don't see any effect on the sentence, but me personally, I read Maliki. I have no problem with that.
I would disagree with Quran Al on this. I think there's only one way of reading it, which is Malik. It's not Malik, it's
No,
Malik.
I didn't say.
Because
I said I don't read Malik because I don't see it in the context because Allah Subhanahu wa Taala is the king. You know, is the owner. Sorry, not the king. You know, he's not referring to himself as a king of something. He's referring to himself as an owner of all.
Hmm.
well, it could have, and I didn't get a chance to talk to Maverick about it before. I just caught bits in the very beginning. I don't see grammatically there being a problem with God being king of the Yawmiddin. I don't see
Now,
that as a problem.
now
So,
we read other verses in the Quran. Allah Subhanahu wa Taala says, "Allahumma Malik al Mulk." You know,
mhm.
he speaks about that. But Malik, uh, Malik, I'm trying to see if I can find any words in the Quran that describes God as Malik.
Lillahi mulku samawati wal ard. There's mulk
Yeah,
there,
the
to be fair.
ownership. Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. So the what we would call
You know,
God
in,
is
in Surah Yusuf,
Malik.
Surah Yusuf, the king, Aziz, Malik,
Yes,
is
that's a
there, right?
person.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's speaking about a person. We're speaking
But
about God.
it's written the same way, Mim Lam Kaf, right?
Yeah, Mim Lam Kaf, Malik, king, not
Yeah.
Malik, owner.
Oh, I'm gonna pray, inshallah. I'll come back if I can. Assalamu alaikum.
All right, brothers. Well, it was fun speaking to you. It's been a pleasure. I'll go too.
Okay. Well, next time, catch you inshallah.
Thank you, Moses. Thank you, DV, Abu Hamdan, and Quote.
No problem. We speak to
So,
you another time.
Another time, brothers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Peace.
I
Okay.
Yeah, I may have sidetracked us. I'm sorry for that. But yeah, that Malik discussion I missed out on before. I don't see a problem with either or. Like, had God
Yeah,
wanted to choose the word Malik Qiyawmiddin, well, that's fine. God
yeah,
is the king
same.
of
I don't have a
everything.
problem if it's Malik.
Yeah, he didn't, and that's why I said that's wrong, because I go by the Amiyah, the Ijma recitation, and that is Malik. So I would never go Malik. But if this were Malik, I don't have a problem.
But do you think it's wise to base our final decision on the ijma'ness of it? Because if we go by that, then we should be accepting a whole lot of other things by
Well, there's no
tawatur.
Ijma on anything except for the Quran. 95% of the world has always read the Quran as one specific way. No matter what rasam they used, they always recited it the same way.
Sure, yeah, but what about other aspects of Sunni Islam that are by tawatur?
There's no ijma, there's majority. There's schools who rose and passed away and who are no longer there. But there's no ijma anywhere.
For example, on salat, not salat prayer, is there not
Okay.
ijma?
We did have a talk, well, I had a chat with some of the guys last week. My understanding is that there seems to be there is evidence in my mind, because it's spread out so much, that it was started most possibly by the Prophet or people around him very beginning, which meant that when those people went out, expanded throughout into different parts of the world, they continued to do certain bodily motions which people saw and copied. So it could not have been poisoned or introduced by some Malik afterwards. it had to have come through from a proto source early enough in Islam. Now, what they said in those prayers is a different matter. I can't ever imagine them sitting down and the Prophet reading out the durood or the salawat to himself or his children. That would make no sense.
Yeah.
Or saying salam to himself, or reminding himself he's the messenger of God. Like, those things just sound ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, makes sense. So, okay. Yeah, no problem. The words are, what you're saying is that the kalimat in the salah are not ijma,
No, people
because
read them differently. The Shia,
we can just figure out that from logic, because the messenger wouldn't be sitting there doing durood on himself. That's fine. Yeah.
no, and even
But
if the Prophet passed away, are you really expecting the companions who knew that the Prophet was dead would be saying Assalamu alayka ya ayyuhan nabi in the present tense?
yes.
So the Shia read their prayer differently. When they sit down, they don't read the same things.
What do they don't say salam on the Prophet?
Well, their sayings are different. So it's like all the parts that you don't say out loud, you got variances. What they all agree on is when you're standing and speaking out loud, the only words you're allowed to say are Quranic. So all the non-Quranic stuff has been inserted into the hidden part, or the parts where you're quiet. Is Brother Maverick?
Brother Moses, I want to ask you, because you seem to know a lot about Salah and stuff. What's your take on Salah and when it started, and how it's morphed into what it is currently?
So I quite find myself agreeing with Quran-centric understanding, where the Salat session was a communal thing. People gathered in masajid, which were non-religious stations for communal practices. There the Prophet would have spoken out the Quran, maybe followed by his own understanding of or methods, processes of the day, questions of the day, etc. I think he would have stood up the way people do now. He would have led the people in a communal prayer, because whether we like it or not, common people love rituals, they like rituals, they get bounded by that. So I think the Prophet started it. I don't think the form is binding though.
What do you mean that the form's not binding?
Like the concept of the Salat is to bond with God, to follow what God has taught you, make sure that you're following his commandments, is keeping up his teachings throughout. Like I just read yesterday, people whose Salat are daim, continuous, without break, they're the ones who are successful. So it's obviously Salat is not 1 or 2 or 5 times a day thing. It goes all the time for one who's a muttaqi.
State of being.
But they are, say again?
A state of
Yeah.
being.
Yeah, that's how I read it. So because it's so spread out and everybody does it, and there's, in my mind, ijma on the form, not what they say in it, the form. I would think that the Prophet did start it. How many times he did it, how many times I think those have passed on accurately enough through history, and we can use history. If you look at other cultures, and how certain practices are passed on by parent to child, to child, to child, to child. We use the same principles and trace them back and apply them on what we see in our culture. Well, I come up with no other conclusion than to say, if I'm being honest, that the physical salat did originate either with the Prophet or very close to his time, and after that it spread so widespread that it was impossible for anybody to come and introduce it.
Okay, yeah.
So is it fair
Maverick
to
X
say?
is commenting, but he's not online, is he?
Yeah, he's busy with his. So is it fair if I say that? Oh fuck! I forgot what I was gonna say. Is it fair if I say that even though the form of the salah reaches us through ijma or tawatur, we can still do salah as we want, because one form isn't mandated by God.
That's my understanding based on the Quran. Because God has not given us one specific way of doing our salat, and salat is it's something that's daim, it's continuous. It goes from the morning till the end, right? And it's something that everybody is doing, not just the humans. So it's being done by angels, it's being done by non-living things. You know, everybody is doing salat in their own way. So in my understanding right now, everybody is allowed to do the salat in their own way, the way that they find best. Now, this is where I say, if somebody genuinely finds comfort in standing with other people, reading the Quran or listening to the Quran together in a communal sense, bowing down and being part of a community, I don't see that as a problem, so long we don't say this is the only way of doing the salat. Again, that's my view. I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but I haven't seen any historical evidence. So I'm guessing, replying to Maverick here, we do have, Quran is based in history. It does have context around it. The culture the Quran started, Muhammad, peace be on him, started, you know, that culture has spread everywhere, and we have to use historical non-religious tools to understand some of the phenomenon that we see today. One of those phenomenon is the fact that all of the Muslims, no matter whether they are Ahmadiyya or Shia or Sunni, they all seem to pray at the same time, doing approximately the same movements, which tell me that this is something that even the enemies agreed on.
But that could have been introduced at any time through during the period of the Rashidun period, right?
Could have been, which is why I think it's in the first 30, 40 years of Islam for which I haven't found any written history, any artifacts, any documents for. Like all the Rashidun history is just gone, which is
from
I
at
find very
least
sad.
Muslim sources, it's gone.
We have no history from the Rashidun period. We just don't know what they decided, what they commanded. Well, last week I said we don't even know the name of Abu Bakr or Abu Huraira. If you read the traditional Islamic sources, they've got just, what's the term? They've got dhan, they guess. They've got 10, 15 different names for Abu Bakr, similar different names for Abu Huraira. We just don't know.
Yeah, that's suspect. Because how can you say you've got all of these collections of hadith and everything like that, and not even know the real name of Abu Bakr?
It's not a reliable thing like the Vedas.
No, so all of these are historical, supposedly historical things, and we should treat them as historical, which is, you know, they're neither suspect straight away, nor are they true straight away. We've got to, well, I think academically, we need to investigate them and see which one makes sense, which one has got academic rigor, support behind it, which one doesn't. Like the Salat, to me, I find it academically dishonest to say there's nothing to do with the very early phase of Islam.
From my understanding, this kind of like seems to have been picked up during Umr's time, and being like more of a military type of man, it seems like a military regiment to me, to see, you know, who's on point, who's dedicated, putting the followers, you know, through these tests so he can ascertain who the, you know, real followers are. Obviously, this is just, you know, speculation on my behalf.
It is,
but that's what seems to be making most sense, because otherwise, why would it not be detailed in the Quran?
and I know Maverick is saying we should only use the Quran, but again, if you're being academically honest, and if I'm being honest to myself, I have to know the language Arabic. Otherwise, I don't think I'm qualified enough to say anything about the Quran. Like I heard the argument from Brother Hamza, who I respect greatly, and he pointed out to, look, go to this surah, that ayah, the same word Fatiha is used, hence this must refer to Surah Fatiha. And there's so many problems from a language perspective that I don't even know where to start. Like yastaftihuna, whenever you use, it's a different form of the verb, and to make a noun out of it called Fatiha, which is not even a name in the Quran. The people have given that the surah a name. that we call it by, like there's no way you can make an argument just because there's a word in this surah means, and there's another name that people have given to this surah. Now there's a link between the two, and as a result, this surah is no longer part of the Quran. I think we make a abyss for us, and we make a mockery
Yeah.
of the Quran only faith when we don't give justice to the language or the culture or the tradition that it espoused.
So, Moses, while we're on the language thing, yeah, the linguistic thing, I want to ask a question before I forget about it. So, the the preponderance of meanings in the lexicons of Salad, yeah, and I've used like most of the lexicons available on Hauramani website and the other ones. So why does it have most of the meanings say prayer? That's where they start off, and then just like Arabic is, then there's a more vivid sort of sentence definition which goes into the horse following the racing horse, and but the first meaning that comes up is prayer. So why do you think that is?
Oh, very simple. They were compiled in 10th century Baghdad, and by that time everybody called Salat as prayer. So that became the
Okay.
first meaning.
See now this, don't you think this is like speculation?
This is something we see today. So look at the dictionary for the word gay 60 years ago. What's the first meaning versus the dictionary today? You're going to see in today's dictionary both meanings, but what will be the dominant meaning, the first meaning you see?
Yeah, but we can see it because we have the dictionaries from 200 years ago, and then where gay were meant happy, and but then how can we speculate this for those times
This
that
is
Salah
where
was
I would always go back and say, if you're using a word in the lexicon and it does not seem to fit in every context in the text we're reading, the dictionary word we're using is wrong. So this is where I like Sam Garrett's hermeneutical approach with the quite a simple
yeah.
basic idea. You're reading a text that's 300 years before the dictionary was written. Now if you take that dictionary meaning and try and apply it and it doesn't work, there's a problem, because the word in the text is not being reflected properly in the dictionary.
Yeah, makes
And I
sense.
think that's a
Absolutely.
it's a pretty simple thing, really. Like I think you're from Pakistan, Abu Hamdan. If we read
Yeah.
poetry of Ghalib from 150 years ago, right? There are a lot of words we won't understand. But if we use today's
No,
dictionary
even
understanding,
Iqbal.
we won't understand
Yeah,
Ghalib.
yeah, even Iqbal Sahib, I don't understand like because he uses Farsi words in notebook.
Yeah. So words change,
Yeah.
their meanings devolve. But the way they were used in the original text, there's a consistency to it. Now, I think we were talking about jinn last time. I have written a couple of books, few fiction books. Whenever I use the word jinn in a fantasy, epic fantasy setting, my jinn, the best definition of what my jinn does, you're going to have to read my text to understand. If you use someone else's dictionary to understand what my jinn does, you may not get the whole picture, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
and a really good example of this, if someone wants to see it happening in real life or a depiction of real life, watch the movie The Lighthouse uh, with the vampire guy from Twilight, because they have a form of English used in that movie which is archaic. It's crazy, crazy old English.
Right,
Brother
right.
Moses, speaking of jinns, right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to get your take on so Sam Garrett's view on jinn. What do you make of that? Because I think that's the most plausible view I've come across.
Yeah, he's not the only one who came up with that. Like the Muhammad Asad seems to think the same. Uh, I find myself, as I more and more read the Quran, to be leading towards that direction as well. Like the jinn comes from the root, Jannah, Jinn, Jinnat, Majnoon. They all have the same root, which is something that's covered, something that's hidden, that's not visible. So I can see why you could take the meaning jinn to be the hidden ones, or the ones that are the puppeteers, so to speak. and not something which is magical or supernatural. So the more and more I read the Quran, personally, I find myself discarding the supernatural theories. And if I have to be honest, consistent in my own worldview, like Quran is talking about people, not some magical beings, then the word jinn, I have to translate also as the hidden ones. The ins and jinn are basically subgroups within humans.
Yeah,
But
I mean that.
how do you marry up this theory with them being made out of smokeless fire?
These are isti'aras for me. And as Maverick is right, we should be using the verses where we can. I just don't. I think I said before somewhere, I wish I had the memory of Mufti Abu Layth or some other person to sprout out Quranic verses before preparation. So I'd have to be prepared before I can bring up verses on demand. So this is just my understanding. Whenever God talks about men being created in a specific way, women, jinn being created in a specific way, we are being given a second, third level understanding of the key differences between these groups of people. Like Abu Lahab, right? Surah Lahab. Tabbat yada Abi Lahab. Yeah. So Abi Lahab for me is not actually some person called that. It's an archetype of a human type who can't control the fire within him. So fire being, whether it's being anger or quick to lose control over himself. So whenever he or his imrat or the woman that helps him or the person who helps him does help him in those bad things, both of them get their punishment. So this is the same logic I would apply to whenever the jinn are being talked about, being mentioned as being created from this. Well, we've got an understanding of the jinn. So these are the jinn who are controlled, governed by the fiery dispositions versus more laid back of the normal ins who behave as a sheep.
Yeah, so that I kind of like translate to that as high functioning autist.
Oh, this explanation.
Kinda, yeah. I could see how, yeah, do you know how I'm not saying that is it. I'm just saying that that's one way you can look at the differences within human beings, for instance. Those who are like high functioning, for instance, are clearly different to those who, are just normal functioning, if you know what I mean. What some people who are high functioning, what they can do, like, some people who can computate, large mathematical equations in an instant, there's something going on there, if you know what I mean. Whereas a normal person just cannot do that. So now in ancient times, I could see how they may refer to them as jinn, for instance. Oh, he's getting the help of jinn, or he's possessed. And it's like, no, he doesn't have to be. This is just a state of being that different human beings can, or fall within.
Yeah, and I guess if I go one step meta, I think Quran deliberately allows you to read the word jinn and some other words like this many ways. So I know Maverick has commented that I think from what he's saying is we should use the word fire as literal, like they're literally made of fire. And I think the Quran allows you to take away a very superficial meaning of verses, like there are actual gardens, Jannat, that there's an actual hell, there's an actual fire, and there are actual beings who fly around, the malaika, they're actual beings of fire that we can't see, the jinn. You could take away that meaning, and you will still have the same gist of the Quran as will anybody else, which is a book of guidance. You should do good, you should not do bad. Here's a overall ethical trajectory that's being set for you as humans to follow. I think some people, perhaps I would be in that category, are not happy with that. We'd much rather go deeper and see beyond the symbol towards the actual concept that's being pointed about. And the concept to me, in my mind, makes perfect sense when I take them as not literal, but as metaphors towards states of being, archetypes of people, and towards things that we just don't understand, that there's no language word equivalent for. So these words are more like symbols, and they're not explicit.
Yeah. They're like filler words, for instance. Like
Correct.
wherever the word fire is used, it means something much more than just literal fire. And
Yes,
like for instance, it could mean energy. Like when it says smokeless fire, what is smokeless fire exactly? In from a scientific perspective, it's energy.
Mhm.
So was that concept about, that scientific term about in the Prophet's time? No, it wasn't. So how can God, make that timeless and still get the point across to a, primitive nation, for instance? He would have to use these kind of words that mean much more than just the literal meaning of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So the other example is mountains have been put down as rawasiya. So the actual word means like pegs, like tent pegs, right? Now, people could not understand this before. Well, what does that mean? Only now do we know that the mountain that we see is not just the one above, but it's also down deep, kind of as a peg. It's kind of something you've smashed in, right? Or when it talks about the planetary bodies swimming, well, sabaha, and we talked about this with Ahmed last time. People could not understand this before. It came up with all sorts of things. But the same word now we're able to understand better, that they actually are swimming in a way, right? So that same word needs to work across multiple contexts. It needs to give you quick understanding, needs to be scientifically correct, and hopefully let you go past the word and grasp the concept. And have you guys heard of Wittgenstein, the philosopher? His book
No, I
Tractatus
haven't.
Philosophicus. So he basically he was a logically positivist. So his whole work was, what do we use language for? Can we have true sentences? Can we be absolutely precise, etc.? His takeaway moral was, language is a construct which is like a ladder. Once you use the ladder to get to where you need to get to, you throw the ladder away. So the only reason we use words is to get a point across. So once the point is there, you don't even need the words. So this is what I apply in the Quran in a way. So I think Maverick made that point before. All of the things we're reading, the talk between God and the Malaika, or talk between Fir'aun and others, they're not in Arabic. Of course they're not in Arabic. They've been translated or given to us so we get that concept and then move away from it. Again, that's my understanding.
You could use words as memory.
Yeah, I think Maverick wrote something in the comments section.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so he says you need warrant to interpret from the theme and context and be linguistically applicable. It can't be applied willy-nilly. Like the word fire, like I mentioned, for instance, hell is supposed to be a fire, right? But we can't imagine what hell is. We can imagine what fire is. So there is your, precedent to interpret that and not take it literally, if you know what I mean.
Maverick is absolutely right. We shouldn't change the meanings of the words just because we want them to be different. And that is where I find the Sunnis, the Shias, whatever group of people you pick up. I've sat in those debates with people, these scholars, and they've said, oh, the word salat, the hajj, all of these words, we know they mean differently in the dictionary, but we're not going to apply the meaning of the dictionary. We're going to apply the meaning as it's understood in Sharia, which is obviously their own made up schools. So I agree with Maverick in principle. In my reading of the book, if I take those second, third level deeper meanings of words like fire or Jannah or Jahannam, they are all consistent. They do not break the consistency of God's word to me.
Mm-hmm.
And if they did, well, I was wrong then.
Okay, so there was this one instance of the jinn being in the skies, listening to the Quran, or the skies were blocked for them, something like that.
Yeah, I read
It would be
about
good
that.
to look at the
What's
verses. But like the word sama or samawat does not mean skies. If that's the word that's being used, it means heights. So however we define, like sab'a samawat, you could take it literally to be 7 skies, or you could go 7 levels of elevations, or the way Arabs use it in their own language, if we are to be honest, as 7 referring to a countless number that we can't quantify. So above us are a number of other multitudes of heights, existences, what you call them, dimensions that we don't understand. So we'll have to look at that word for the jinn to be, I guess, clear about the one you were talking about, Abu Hamdan.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for it.
I think it's in 67.5.
67.5. By the way, I'm sorry if I'm echoing. I have no idea why.
No, you're not. You're not, bro.
I am echoing for myself, sadly.
Did you say 67.5?
Yeah, 67.5 when the devils get hit by stars.
No, this is a different one. The one I'm saying that the jinn were in the skies or in the stations on the skies. I can't exactly remember it. So, and then the skies were blocked out for them. I
There
need
might
to.
be.
It's the Shahab al-Thaqib ayah.
I think if you want clarity on
jinn.
if you want clarity on these kind of things, it really is good to kind of look at the guy who's actually promoting this theory and view, which would be Sam Gerrans, because he gives detailed explanation into all of this. What you would be hearing from us is
I've heard this.
our understanding.
Yeah, I've seen
But
both of his
trust me,
videos
but he
twice.
he goes through it quite in quite detail, and his points. Obviously, he addresses each one of the verses, and it makes sense. I find it very difficult to articulate because I don't have that level of English to explain to you exactly what he's trying to say. But I grasp the concept, and again, this like when it comes to when you're looking at verses about things in history, like when it talks about them being in the sky, for instance, and listening out for revelation, which revelation are they listening out for? And at what time period are we talking? Because if you start, it goes back to if you don't think that the ancients were technologically advanced, or some of the ancients weren't, then some of these verses won't even make any sense to you. Do you see what I mean?
Absolutely, and there's not to be, we should not have hubris about it. But there's a good chance there are a lot of verses even today we will never understand and will only be uncovered by the coming generations.
Yeah.
You're in Guru, I think 72.8.
Okay, 72, 72 verse 8.
Sorry guys, I have to go. If Maverick, if you're hearing, would be good, brother, if you could set up a schedule beforehand or when you're going to go online, and I'll try and come and hopefully have a bit more prepared as well. If you want, you want to talk about. All right, guys, have a good day. Catch you later.
Okay, you too, Moses. Been a pleasure.
So
we
Yeah,
tried to reach heaven, but discovered it to be full of stern guards and shooting stars.
So this is the jinn speaking in the first person.
Yeah. So again, if you're talking about jinn being a group of elites, for instance, then this would make sense because they're trying to reach space, but they can't because they're finding it difficult.
So you're saying that the jinns is NASA? You're saying the jinns is NASA?
Yeah, but the jinns in the Prophet's time, how are they trying to reach the sky?
Well, you don't know if this is talking about a specific time period in the Prophet's time, or do you?
But it's not.
It should, right? Because it says in the first verse, say, I am instructed, I have been inspired that a group of jinn listened in, and they said, "We have heard an amazing recitation." So it's obviously referring to the Quran and something in the present tense.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that is it talking about that throughout the verses, or is it referring to, jinns of the past now?
No, jinns of the present, because they listened in to the recitation.
Okay, I'll have a read of it.
Yo, Abu Hamdan, is he saying that jinns is NASA?
No, he's not saying that.
Neil Armstrong and the man. No?
We had supposed that men and jinn would not ascribe a lie to God. And that, read verse 6. And that men among mankind sought protection with men among jinn. Oh.
Say that again.
Oh. Read verse 6, man. Shit.
Men have sought refuge with the jinn in the past, but they only misguided them further. Yeah, so?
No. Verse 6.
Yeah, I've read verse 6. Men have sought
70
refuge with the jinn in the past, but they only misguided them further.
No, I think you need a better translation than this, because it says, let me read the Arabic. Kana rijalam minal ins ya'uduna birijalim minal jinn. So men among mankind sought protection with men among jinn. Shit.
No, again, that the Arabic doesn't actually say that. What it's trying to say, I think the translation I have is a bit more accurate on this. When it's using al-ins and al-jinn, it's talking about types of man. This is what we were saying.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
So basically, the common man sought refuge under the elite man, for instance. But the elites just misguided them.
Yeah, what I was saying is I've never noticed this verse before, because it says men amongst the jinn. So
yeah, that's interesting, man.
This is new. Men among jinn. Birijalim.
I thought you said you watched the Sam Garen's jinn video twice.
No. Yeah, I watched it twice, but obviously I can't be focused for the whole 2 hours long. And then the smokeless, actually the one I was looking for in India was the 55 one, the smokeless fire one. That's what I wanted him to explain, but he sort of rushed over it or something, and it's been a long time. So yeah, this is good.
But the jinn thing is it's a very interesting topic, because he says it's a concept of a word that's being used where you're talking about alpha and beta, if you know what I mean, something that's more dominant to something that's more submissive, I guess you could say, or not as dominant or inferior in. See, you can't see. I'm using English words to describe a concept here that is so much more deeper than just one word for word translation. Do you know what I mean? Which is why it took Sam Garen's 2-3 hours to explain this.
Yeah, and he did all the verses on it. So
who is this Sam Garen's guy? Who is he? How do you know this guy? I heard his name a few times.
I think Vijay, you might find him interesting. He's basically he's gone and looked at the Quran, right? And he's basically had no preconceived ideas of the Quran, and he's just looking at the Arabic and the way the Arabic's been used, the context in which the words are being used, and he's basically done a tafsir on it. And so when he's come to the word jinn, he's basically found that whenever the word jinn is used, al-ins is also used. So al-jinn and al-ins are both used together. So he's kind of like found these correlations between jinnatu and all of this kind of stuff. And he's come to the conclusion that this
It's describing a concept, not a mystical creation.
ये हीटर क्यों खोला हुआ है? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just googled
Man,
it. It's
I
by
have
the
been,
English writer.
yeah. He's got 2 videos on this concept, where he goes into like thorough detail. But yeah, there's a lot of credence to his theory. It makes more sense than anything else.
So one minute, this guy, he comes from a no Muslim, no Sunni, no Shia, not in there. He opens up the Quran.
So he was an
Independent.
ex-Christian before.
He was a Christian.
Then he left Christianity, and then
He
he
opened
worked
up.
on the Quran. Yeah.
And then he studied Arabic, or he knew Arabic, using just Arabic and the Quran. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone to classical Arabic, not modern day Arabic.
It was interesting.
But you should see his interpretation of it, because it'll make 100 million% more sense than what I'm saying.
No, check it out. I don't
But
really
it's
trust
something
these
that you
white
have
groups
to
though,
really,
bro.
but it's something you really have to focus on. I believe he's sincere. I don't believe he's there for mischief. And like, he accepts the Quran, and it's the word of Allah, and that it's the authority that he must submit to. So I mean, if he does that, then who am I to say he's a kafir or a non-believer? That's between him and Allah. Then, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Iron Man's video. Man. The Sunnah of the people before.
Sunnatullah. Iron Man, what's saying, man? You can't talk, or you might be busy. Yeah, you probably can't talk right now.
But it'd be good to see what Maverick's take on Sam Gerrans' view on the jinn is, because he only uses. Oh yeah, we can hear you. Go for it.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
क्या बोलते?
Nothing much, bro. Continue.
Yeah, DV, you should. What's that book I told you? You should definitely read it, man.
Arabian something, you said.
Arabia, the untold story of Arabia. It's actually on Sam Gerrans' website. The whole PDF thing. I've just started reading it.
What I don't understand, is the whole traditional narrative around Mecca and all that. Yeah, it doesn't seem to make sense, if you know what I mean, because it doesn't fit in line with the Quran or the Hadith.
Yeah.
Because
but this goes even before that. This starts off at the time of Moses and Pharaoh. And it goes on into detail about how the place called Misr in the Quran is actually not Egypt as we know today.
Who is this book written by? Is it written by an Egyptian guy?
It's written by a group of people. It's written by a society called Badr Society of Cultural Research.
Because I read there was some Egyptian dude. He's on YouTube. He said that Musa alayhi salam and the Fir'aun and all that story never took place in Misr, as in Egypt. It took place in Arabia.
Yeah.
Well, where is Misr, if you know what I mean? Like, what part of it are you referring to as Misr? When you say Egypt, what part are you talking about? Giza? Are you? Yeah, but River Nile is like the longest river on earth, kind of thing.
Yeah,
so
it's a huge civilization.
It goes like down from Ethiopia and all that, area, Sudan, all the way down to the Mediterranean. So where is Egypt for you? All along that river?
Egypt, yeah, around now there's like, in the Bible they say he was the son of Ham. His name was Mizraim, right? So Mizraim was they say it's like in Arabic when you have a duel, so it's Misraim. Mizraim. You get it? The two Egypts.
Mm-hmm.
So your Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt. So that region is Egypt. That's
Yeah,
what I
but
would say.
Lower Egypt is Giza. So Lower
Lower
Egypt
Egypt's the
for me
delta in it.
is yeah, and then you got Upper Egypt, which is basically Sudan and all of that area. Nubia, yeah.
Yeah, so this particular that Musa alayhi salam story, I would probably say it's Lower Egypt, as in the delta, because
Yeah, so what would you say the Sinai is? Would you say that is Egypt as well? Misr?
yeah, that's in between. That's like right between the Canaan and Egypt. You have Sinai in the middle.
Yeah, so if you look at where Petra and where Giza is, right in between them is Sinai.
Yeah.
So if you consider Sinai to be Misr as well, then you're only a stone throw away from basically, the Middle East, Arabia. Well, you're in the Middle East.
Yeah.
So is it too much to assume that the people of Pharaoh and all that ruled that territory as well? Because we know
Sinai.
they ruled all. Well, they definitely ruled Sinai. I'm on about like Saudi Arabia, for instance, modern day Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia,
Nah.
Jordan, even
I would say
we know that they had actually ruled areas, territory of Canaan as well.
Canaan, yes. But what about Madian? Madian, as in Midian. They say it's Midian in
But not Saudi Arabia though, right? Because there's no source outside of Muslim sources. Let's say there was ever any such a big city here in Mecca and.
No,
when I say they can. Sorry, when I say they ruled a territory, that doesn't mean that they inhabited it. For instance, Russia rules Siberia. Siberia is all the way near Alaska. Russia is all the way near Europe. Doesn't mean they've hardly got anyone living over there. America rules Alaska. Doesn't mean that they've got like massive civilizations there.
No, but you see, when Musa alayhi salam, he left Misr, and I don't know about it in the Quran, but the narrative that I go by, he went to Madian.
He went
So
to
where do you
Midian.
place Madian?
Yeah,
where do you
he
place
went to Midian before he went to Fir'aun.
Yeah.
So where do you place Madian?
Saudi. North.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, north, yeah. Which makes sense because obviously when he had gone back and then he had led the Exodus, he would have taken the people that way because he's familiar with that route.
Yeah, and I think the Quran also says that he stayed for 8 Hajjaj. 8 or 10 Hajjaj, meaning years. But some people say it was 8 Hajj. Yeah, he did 10 Hajj basically.
Yeah, because he fulfilled 8 and he said it'd be, a favor for me if you do 2 or 10. So
yeah. So
so
he did 10 Hajj.
What? No.
Yeah.
Hajj means probably
He's
something
saying
else there.
10 years.
No, but check the word. It says Hajj.
Hijaj.
Hajj, yeah.
Yeah.
So he did 10 Hajjs.
No, it's not Hajj.
Why not?
It's a different word.
10 years he did.
Yeah, but the word is not used sana. The word.
Let me go to the. What verse is it?
Well, I don't know. Maybe in 20.
Samaniya Hijaj. I remember the Arabic. 28, I think.
Iron Man, we can't read that. It's too small.
Oh, actually, you're right. Samania Hijaj. It's 8 Hijjah, pilgrimage.
Yeah.
So this is Sam Gerrans' notes on this verse, yeah? Here it means in effect years from Lane's lexicon. Petra is a pilgrimage site, the operation of which was, well, it is the area claimed for Midian under the Egypt-Palestine thesis, where Musa was, is local to Petra. Petra drew pilgrims from across the entire Arab region. So yeah.
Where did Sam Gerrans get that from? Where did he get that from?
From the same thing you said. You said the Midian is in the north, is in.
Yeah, but Petra. Where does he get that there was pilgrimage happening in Petra?
Oh, we have
Because there
archaeological
were-
evidence in Petra.
Yeah, I heard
There's
about that.
evidence for the Israelites having, when they left Egypt, they were around that northern Arabian area. That's where they were wandering.
Yeah, yeah. 40 years, isn't it?
Yeah. And obviously from the time of King David, then they moved north, and then from there they'd met the Phoenicians, and then all sorts happened during the time. Because King David, we hear, obviously the Quran also confirms that Allah made it easy for him to mold iron. But where did he discover that knowledge from? And the earliest historical information we have on molding of iron and working of iron is in Anatolia, modern day Turkey. So he would have learnt that information when he went north with the Israelites.
Is that the chain mail
and then from there
of David?
The what?
The one you're referring to, is that Solomon or someone else? David.
So King David,
Yeah.
his dad, and then King Solomon would have obviously ruled the empire afterwards. But what I'm referring to is how did the Israelites go, up towards? How did they go? We know that they went northwards because of King David having learned the knowledge about ironmongery, which was only available in Anatolia. So there must have been some sort of connection for him to have learnt that information, because that's the only place it was being produced. That's the first earliest place we know of where it was being produced. So he had to have gone north after, if you know what I mean. So from if Prophet Moses was near the Petra region, then for 40 years around there, then obviously it only makes sense if for him, he couldn't have gone south or any other way. Oh God, I thought Mufti Menk just joined us to takfir us.
Where's that?
Iron Man.
That's why some people cite this as a historical error in the Quran, that the chainmail didn't exist, but it's definitely.
I definitely did.
Yeah.
Because obviously, from my research into history, and this is now there's other places that you're other academic sources that you're now hearing this from as well. That King Solomon had connection with the Phoenicians, and the Phoenicians were sailors, and so basically he had connections to them
who basically more or less controlled the flow of stuff from the Mediterranean. So obviously, where did he get that connection from? He would have got that connection from his father. So when he had basically, King David had obviously been up towards near Anatolia, and Anatolia learned about the whole ironmongery. Spontaneously, you find that in Benin, West Africa, near Nigeria, a civilization had emerged out of nowhere, working iron, and there was no prior civilization there.
Is he cutting off for everyone else or just me?
It's cutting off.
Okay. Yeah.
And how?
But 1 minute, you know when he says your DV, go next to your Wi-Fi, man. You know when he says Dawood al-Islam learnt chainmail from Anatolia? Why isn't it the other way around?
Yeah.
Why can't you say Anatolia learnt it from Dawood al-Islam?
Because
your DV, you're cutting out.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, but you keep cutting out.
All right, I'm gonna start talking, and if I cut off, then
carry
it's
on.
fine now.
Yeah.
All right. So basically, there's two. When we look at where did iron originate from, right? There's two areas of the world that started producing iron roughly about the same time. The first one was Anatolia, and the second one was in Benin, basically modern day Nigeria. So these, what we know now as that's called the Nok civilization. So it's south of the Mali civilization. Now, these two areas of the world, right, are not connected. Right, they're not next door neighbors.
Sure.
Yet both of them started within 100 years of one another. Both of them were producing iron. Now, so is it plausible that one taught the other?
Yeah, it's plausible.
I'll tell you why it's plausible as well. Because one of the civilization had gone through copper and like bronze and had basically acquired the knowledge of how to produce iron, right? The other has no history of any archaeological evidence showing that they worked copper or anything else or any mineral for that matter, but just started producing iron and working with iron out of nowhere. That would indicate that they were taught this information, this knowledge. So we know that the kingdom of David existed, but no one can find any archaeological proof of it because everyone's looking in modern day Palestine. No one's looking anywhere else.
All right.
So when you actually start looking now elsewhere, you start finding like where else did you have iron being produced? And the only other place is the Nok civilization that emerged out of nowhere. We know King David's civilization or empire and King Solomon's empire emerged out of nowhere because we know they had no prior homeland before that. Because we know that the Exodus, they came out of Egypt, were in the Middle East, and then archaeological record just basically on the Israelites just vanishes. Does it vanish, or is it been located elsewhere where we're not looking? So now, if you look at the Nok civilization, about 200-300 years after King Solomon, guess what they start doing?
Chainmail.
No.
What do they start doing?
What's the biggest thing that Allah warns them about, the Israelites, not to do?
Shirk.
Yes, guess what? In the Nok civilization, you start finding idols. Loads of them, not even one or two. You're talking thousands of them.
Okay. So wait, let me complete where I think you're going to. So since idols started appearing in that civilization, they transitioned from stone tools to iron.
No, what I'm saying is during the Prophet Dawood's time and Prophet Sulaiman's time, there were no idol making. There's no trace of idols in West Benin, for instance.
Hmm.
In Benin, there is no idols, found dating to Prophet Dawood's time or Prophet Sulaiman's time, but there is evidence, archaeological evidence of them working iron. So what were they creating that wasn't idols? However, a couple of hundred years after, like 300-400 years after their time, suddenly you're now starting to find basically thousands and thousands of idols being created.
Bro, woman, are you saying that Dawood al-Islam was based in Benin?
Yeah,
All right.
that's where my research has taken me.
Benin, Africa. Benin.
Yo, man.
Yeah.
Benin and Nigeria, bro.
Yeah. West
What
Africa.
have you lot been up to tonight?
All sorts of mischief.
Wait, what the hell is it? Wait, 1 second.
Yo, I can hear mischief in his voice, man.
Woman, I don't get how you get from Dawood al-Islam in Nigeria.
Yo, can you not hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Yeah.
you, bro.
Yeah, what the hell happened tonight, man? You lot went out there, man. God damn.
Hey, we didn't have a moderator to steer the conversation, so we
Goodness
thought, you know what?
me. Bismillah.
Devil makes work of idle thumbs.
Do you know what I mean?
I was alright.
No.
What was wrong with the conversation tonight? It was alright, man.
What happened to using the Quran, man? There was bare opinions flying about.
I'm a Ahl Sunni guy, bro. I'm alright with the all history.
You're
He's
alright
alright
with
with
the
opinions.
You're alright with the opinions.
No, I accept. I entertain them.
Nah, it's because we got D here, yeah, and he's sort of every source of knowledge needs to be considered. So we just go down there anyway.
No. Historical information, right? History, you can take all sorts of sources. I absolutely stand by that. But when it comes to the matter of deen, it's only the Quran.
Yeah, and then we can bounce
I agree
those.
with you.
Yeah, we can bounce those history ideas off the Quran to see if they stand up or not.
If they stand up, that's the benchmark for me, or the tool that I use to measure everything. Yeah, is the Quran.
But with respect though, that was what was missing tonight.
No, but we were discussing things that we don't have the concrete knowledge of.
Well, okay, I'll give you an example. You guys discussed Salah in the end, I noticed, with Moses.
Yes.
Right? And he entertained the possibility that, there could have been a Salah that involved some sort of ritual, where that involved some sort of standing, bowing, prostrating, etc. Like, all you guys needed to do was just go to the Quran, and you would have seen whether that's even possible.
No, he didn't say. What he was saying is that you can find historical information where it points to having emerged at some early time in the Islamic history. So he wasn't saying it was necessarily from the Prophet.
Oh, he was.
He was saying that from that. No, he was saying you can't say it was and you can't say it wasn't, but it was from that era.
Here's the problem.
It was developed.
Here's the problem. I've had this conversation with Moses before, and he does entertain that it could have been from the Prophet. He does entertain that idea that the whole. As a matter of fact, he was discussing that with you guys. He said,
he said proto source. I remember we talked to him. He says proto source.
Yeah, but to be fair to him, in the end, he did say that he agrees with the Quran-centric view that these were sessions where people came and they recited the Quran and.
No, but you can't have both. You can't have both. You can't say it's the Quran session and the Salah session.
Yeah,
and also
so this is
it's a ritual.
Yeah, this is what I
Guys,
understood from him. Yeah.
hello.
Yes.
Yeah, can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear you.
hey.
I mean, the thing, yeah, Moses, he talked about proto roots. And the thing is, yeah, I gave you guys a link in the chats, and you can look up the word Salah in modern day Arabic language.
Mm.
And if you do that, I mean, it clearly means something like a connection, a link, yeah, a bond. And it's got absolutely nothing to do with any kind of ritual. So you've got to get this ritual thing out of your mind.
It
Well, I
needs to,
mean,
it,
Moses should anyway, yeah.
it needs to go. I mean, I've told Moses, look, I'm willing to entertain that it could have evolved somehow from the communities afterwards. But the moment you say the prophet, then we have a problem.
Yeah, man, look, see, the thing is, the Quran isn't a book of history or, a ritual. It's not going to show us how this ritual started and how it became what it is today. But so this is why we need to look at all the cultures that came into Islam and how they influence this sort of salah, whatever we call salah today, prayer, and how it became what it is today.
You know what my understanding is, yeah, it's going to be a mix of everything. It's going to have
Sure,
some
yeah.
Christianity in there because you have an Ameen at the end of Surah Fatiha. So where did
Yeah.
the Ameen come from?
I mean,
This
who
is
said?
got to be from Christianity.
Wait,
And then you've got
wait.
the 5 times ritual prayer. Well, if you look at Zoroastrianism, they've got something similar. Yeah,
Yeah,
they've got a ritual ablution before the.
definitely.
I mean, I think they might even call it namaz. I'm not 100%
They
sure.
they do. The Parsis
Who said
in
we
India.
needed to? Who said we needed to find out these things anyway? Who said we needed to answer for these things?
Because look, man, we need to have like a proper explanation on the Quran. Like it doesn't hurt to have more sources that can clarify salat for us, we can show it from different sources that this is not something that the Quran is talking about. The Quran
Well, you
is
know what,
referring
guys?
to.
I can give you a link. I can give you a link. You can click on it right now, and you can look at the use of this word in modern day Arabic language. I mean, would you like that?
It's not
Yeah.
even necessary.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
even
I mean,
necessary.
if it helps you to get the point across that Salah is
Yeah.
not a ritual prayer,
What I don't what I don't understand is why is it so difficult to accept that the Quran is sufficient? Even when you say the Quran is not a history book, as a matter of fact, I would argue against that because the Quran narrates about the histories of previous civilizations, including the last prophet. I don't understand why people think the last prophet civilization is somewhat different and special. I don't get it. It's all part of the Sunnah of Allah.
Can I just
Why
add
is the
something
last?
to
Yeah.
what Iron Man said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
there you go, guys. Yeah, there's 3 links there,
Iron
yeah,
Man
that you can
mentioned.
click on, and you can go have a look at this root word, or what I would call it, proto root word. Yeah, Sol, Sod, and Lam. Although people might say, yeah, you know what, it's a 3-letter root word, but I personally think it's a 2-letter proto root word. Yeah, and there's a link there for almani.com, and you can check up the word Sol.
Who's that laughing?
That's birds and stuff.
I don't know.
Uh,
So
Yeah.
Iron Man, you mentioned something about the Armene, right? The Christian thing.
Yeah, go on.
So
Yeah,
Armene obviously comes from Amen, which comes from Amen,
yeah.
which is Greek for righteous.
Well, you know what? I don't know if it's
Just thought I'd
Greek
just put that
for
out there for you.
righteous, but what I've heard is it's something similar to do with kun fayakun, be and it is. And the Christians used to curse like the adulterers and all these other types of bad people. And at the end of these so-called curses, they used to recite Ameen or Amen. Like be and it is. So it's the equivalent of be and it is. I mean, I don't know about, if it's from the Greek language or not.
Hey, you know this root word you just said, yeah? Saad al-lam, wow, or Saad al-lam, ya, or the two-letter word. Where you get, who wrote that down, man? Who told you that?
I mean, who told me?
Yeah.
This is through research.
Yeah, but who told you? And
looking at
Why are you
dictionaries,
acting like it's subjective? It's a
looking at
lexicon.
lexicons,
yeah,
looking
who wrote the
at
lexicon?
Arabic language.
Who wrote the lexicon in it? What's his name?
I don't need to answer that question. Just Google it.
No, look, I
Google
can
the lexicons.
Vegeta. I can just make it easy for the end because I know where this is going. Yeah, it's gonna end up at the Quran. Like we decide what the Quran means with the word. We don't rely upon the lexicon.
Exactly. Why can't we
The
just do that? I don't understand.
the lexicon is just a tool we use to see different meanings of a word. But in the end, the Quran and its context decides what the word means.
Yeah, but the word itself, right? You're gonna have
Yeah.
to inherit it from. Did you inherit it from the Prophet?
Look, we inherited it from the Arabic language.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but someone could
The
have changed the
Quran
Arabic language,
in
man.
Arabic, and guess what? Like I said to you, this word salah is used in modern day Arabic language.
Yeah.
So
The
why
word,
did
the
we
word
get it?
gay. What about the word gay? The word gay. Yeah, I think Shakespeare.
Forget about the word gay, bro. We're not discussing the word gay over here. We're
Yeah, well,
discussing
I'm
the word
explaining to you.
salah.
We
So
discussing
forget
the
about
word.
the
We
gay
discussing
examples.
language. We discussing language right now. Yeah, language evolves over time. Yeah. When I say blood, when I say
Veggie,
blood,
you know what you do, you divert away, yeah. I mean, your tactics are just diversion. I mean,
what
you
I'm
want to talk about gay? Why don't you go click on those links and
I
go
ain't
look for
clicking no gay
yourself?
links, man. I ain't
Have
clicking
you
no gay
go on,
links, bro.
answer this
Hey,
question? Have you clicked on any of those links that I've just sent you? Have you
no, I
had a
don't.
look?
Listen, what I'm
Have you
saying
had a
is,
look? Yes or
no, I
no?
didn't. No.
Precisely. So the thing is, stop
Well, I don't need to.
wasting our time with
I don't
these
need to.
questions,
You
and
telling me to
just
click a link, and I'm telling you why should I trust them?
go do the research. Just click on the links and go have a look yourself,
Alright. What I'm
After
saying
that,
is,
come back, and if you got any arguments, then present them.
Tiga. What I'm saying is, yeah, you have to put trust in the Arabic people that got the Arabic language to you. You have to put trust in them.
No, I don't need to trust any of them. I just need to trust in Allah. Full stop.
So why do you say that today the word salah, they use it in the Arabic language today? You have to trust the Arabs for that.
I have to trust the Arabs for that.
Yeah.
Why? I mean, the Arabs, amongst them were hypocrites as well. So does
Woman,
that
you
mean
say you
I
only
need to
trust
trust
Allah.
the Arabs?
You say you only trust Allah, right?
I don't need to trust the Arabs, because
Woman,
you know
let's go
as
back to
well
your
as
statement. You say you only trust
as
Allah.
well as all of us, that amongst
Do you trust?
the
You only trust
Arabs,
Allah.
there were hypocrites.
Yeah,
So why should I trust the Arabs?
exactly. So how do you know that the words that you're using right now, since the
Because
Arabs
I
had
put my
hypocrites?
trust in Allah, bro. Because
Alright,
Allah guides to the truth. The
alright,
Arabs can't guide. The Imams can't guide.
yeah.
So I put my trust in Allah, to guide me to the
Only
truth.
you only put your trust in Allah.
Yeah, that's it.
So do you trust that your dad is your dad?
You know what?
Vegeta, allow it, man.
Huh?
I
Now
don't,
you want to swing at me
Veggie said, I don't
intellectually,
know
come.
where you're going with this. These
Can
are
we
just
go back to the Quran, man?
ridiculous arguments. Yeah,
All these opinions.
maybe
Can we
you
go
heard
back
this
to the
argument
Quran, man?
from
Alright, yeah,
the
man,
now.
I'll drop it. I dropped it. Let's get back to what Maverick saying. I'll drop it, no problem.
Let's go back to the Quran, please. There's been too many
So,
opinions today, man.
Yeah, man. So in the end, it's even if it's whatever the word is used as today, we put that into the verse We see what the verse is saying, the context is saying, and then we decide what the correct translation of the word should be. That's all.
That's your
That's it.
method, yeah? That's your method.
Yes, the
Alright.
Quran decides in the end what the word means.
Alright, what I'm saying, my method is how the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam understood the Quran.
Sure.
We have to go back to that, not back to how the lexicons are. Like Sam Gerrans, you said, for example, he's quoting Edward Lane, right? So he's putting your trust in Edward Lane. You have to put your trust in somebody. I say you put your trust in the Prophet.
Veggie, look, the Prophet didn't teach you personally.
No.
Do you understand that? So when you say trust the Prophet, yeah, what you are actually doing is you're actually doing it to the Prophet, but you want us to trust people's imagination, like the imagination of your imams and forefathers.
Yeah. So what about the imagination of the Arabic language?
There is a big difference. Just because you are following your forefathers and your imams doesn't equate to we need to follow the messenger. Because what you were doing and what the messenger did, yeah, could be totally different.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, so you said imagination, yeah? Can a person teaching you the Arabic language imagine something and give it to you? Of course he can. It applies to you as well. You can't just put it on me, man. It's a double-edged sword, man. You're getting chopped by ears off.
You know what, Vegetal, you're right. Because I used to be a Sunni. So yeah, I did trust in the imagination of my imams and forefathers.
Yeah.
And then one
you
day,
admit
yeah,
yourself.
you
admitted it.
One day, I decided to stop all this and just follow what is in the Quran. It's as simple as that. So you can't say, yeah, that I have not been in your shoes because I have.
No. I'm saying that the Arabic lexicons, Arabic understand. You said the word sad, lam, two word source.
Yeah, you know what? The Arabic lexicons, whatever, yeah, when I was a Sunni, they didn't really help.
Yeah. So does it help you now?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so why are you putting your trust in them?
Why?
Why are you putting your trust in them, Black?
You know what? I didn't need to put the trust into any of the dictionaries. I didn't need to, put my trust in the Arabic grammar, the spoken language. I just put my trust in Allah. And guess what? I found my answers in the Quran. Yeah, by looking at the Quran, I know Salah is not a ritual namaz. It's not a ritual prayer.
Based upon the Arabic lexicons
Of the Quran, bro. The Arabic of the Quran, yeah. Yeah, because I looked at each and every occurrence of this word in the Quran. You know what? This ritual prayer, it did not fit in certain ayahs, yeah, in the concept.
Don't fit any.
Yeah, right. Yeah, any of them.
Let him do thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Yeah, so see, this is what I told you in the beginning.
Sorry. I forgot to mention, yeah, you know what? Afterwards, I found out, yeah, through dictionaries and Arabic grammar, that, you know what, this word, yeah, they actually use it in their spoken language. Like, there's a word called tosila. Yeah, it's got the Arabic root of salah in there. And they use this, yeah, for an extension lead, a men's extension lead. And the word they use is tosila.
Even for a chain, it's still sila. But listen, let's keep this very simple in it, yeah. Vegeta.
What's that?
Alright, just simple questions, my bro. Did the messenger convey the message?
Yes.
Did he do so at certain times in the day?
Did he do so at certain times of the day?
Yeah, or was it random?
I don't know, man.
You don't know?
But I don't know if it was. It could be random, yeah, random.
1778.
Let's go. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Established prayer at the decline of the sun until the darkness of the night, and also the Quran, recitation of the dawn. Indeed, the recitation of dawn is ever witnessed.
Is it single or plural?
Which word? Witnessed.
Aqim. The beginning. Aqim. Establish. Who's it addressing? Is it addressing single or plural?
Single.
Single. Who's it addressing?
The Prophet ﷺ.
Okay, so the Prophet is doing salah at certain times a day.
Yeah.
Does the salah involve the Quran?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to
But your question was, was the Quran revealed at certain times of the day?
Yeah, no problem. So right now, at least we have.
So if you go into the when the Quran was revealed during
No,
baths.
wait. Slowly. The point is, now you have the Prophet performing salah involving the Quran at certain times in a day, which are witnessed. Correct?
Yeah.
No problem.
Witnessed by who?
This is what we're going to go to. 17106.
17106. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And it is a Quran which we have separated by intervals, that you might recite it to people over a prolonged period. And we have sent it down progressively.
So recite the Quran to who?
To the people.
Okay. So the Quran is recited at certain times a day by the Messenger when he does his salah.
It says over a prolonged period, right?
No problem. Doesn't
So
change
is that
the
a
point.
day?
Doesn't change the point.
No.
The Quran is revealed for a prolonged period of time. We already know that. Stop trying it. The point is this: the Prophet, the Messenger, does salah at certain times a day. That salah involves the Quran, and the Quran is recited to the people.
Yeah, so what, bro? What's your point, man?
Well, the point is salah equals the Quran recited to the people at certain times a day by the Messenger. That's one form of salah anyway.
Salah equals Quran recited over certain times of the day because you read the word Salah, Quran, witness people in a couple of verses.
All you have to do is provide me a single verse that says the Quran is recited back to God. Because the only thing you have is the Quran is recited to people. To give you more, go to chapter 7, verse 204.
Even when it says witnessed, when it says the Quran is witnessed, what was it?
Go to chapter 7, 204.
We go back to, what was that first one you said? Because I don't want to forget that. 17? What was the first one you said?
We'll go there. 7204. Go there quickly.
7204. Hold on. This is Muhammad Asad. Hence, when the Quran is voiced, now let me get another one. He says, hearken. And when the Quran is recited, then listen to it, remain silent, that mercy may be shown to you.
Okay. So when the Quran is recited, listen to it and remain silent. So who's reciting the Quran and aren't the people witnessing it? These people that are listening to it, are they not witnessing it?
Yeah.
And who's reciting the Quran?
The Prophet also.
There you go. So now you have two verses. You can go back to 17106. Two verses telling you that the Quran is recited to the people, and the Quran is recited during Salah at 2 times a day by the Messenger.
Where did it say 2 times?
1778, the first verse that you read. Morning
so what about,
and sundown evening.
All right. So what about if it's recited during the prayer like we go to? Same time, morning we go to the prayer.
Okay, all you have to do, no problem. All you have to do is provide a verse that says the Quran is recited back to God. Because so far, all you have is the Quran recited to people.
The verse that you mentioned in the beginning said, The Quran is witnessed.
Yeah, by people. That's the only thing you have so far.
What about the angels?
Okay, so be it. Bottom line, you do not have the Quran recited back to God. That's
What
the
about the
verse.
Quran? Can the Quran be witnessed by Allah being recited?
Everything is witnessed by Allah. The
Yeah,
Quran
so-
is being brought. The Quran is being brought by Allah. So that's silly.
Exactly. So what's the problem there?
The problem is you need a verse that says the Quran recited back to Allah. Just like you have verses that saying the Quran
Why do you
recited.
need? Why do you need that?
Because you need evidence for your claims, my brother.
What claim have I made?
The claim you made is that Salah has something to do with the Quran recited back to God.
When did I say that? Recite back to God. What does it?
That's what you guys do.
I don't know, man. I don't think we do that, man.
Oh, really?
No.
Okay, so that's Salah for you. I'm gonna give you another one now. When the Quran came down.
So during Salah, you saying? Hold on. Let me just get it out. You saying during Salah, the focus is the people, and you're not Allah.
You tell me. The Quran has been sent to guide the
Why are
people.
you afraid to say? Just say in it, blood. Well, just say.
Yeah,
it.
of course.
All right,
Salah
there you
is
go.
Salah is Salah as
You
far as
say
the message.
people are making Salah to the people, not Allah.
Listen. Salah, as far as the messenger is concerned, is to recite the Quran to the people. That is the messenger's Salah.
All right.
Salah, as far as we are concerned, is to commit to said commandments. Is to commit to the message that we just have received.
So when the Prophet did Salah, he was committing to the people.
No, that's his commitment. His commitment is his duty as a messenger.
All
So
right.
part of his commitment is to convey the message. Is that not? Is that not his duty?
No, of course. His duty is just convey the message. And you said
But
that this.
I want to keep opinions out of it. Let's just keep it verse by verse. Like I said, I gave you verses for what I'm claiming here. So let me give you another one. Let me give you another quick one.
Go ahead.
Do you think when Abraham called the people over and they came to visit him, and by foot and by various means of transportation,
Yeah.
and he fed them, we all know that he fed them. Do you think he also taught them the scripture?
Which verse you talking about? Surah Hud?
No, Abraham.
No, which is it? Surah Hud? Which surah is this?
I think it's chapter 25 or 26, one of the two. I can't remember.
Probably
maybe
chapter 28.
Nah, it's not 28. Maybe it's 22, 25, 26, one of those. But bottom line,
maybe 26.
My question is very simple, bro.
Who visited him? Because it was angels who visited him.
Okay, people. I said I said Abraham. No, I'm not talking about when the angels came. When Abraham called for the Hajj, when he called for the Hajj, and people came to visit him, and he fed those people. He fed those people. He gave them a feast, right?
Yeah. I don't know about.
Yeah. Well, you don't know that verse, that chapter?
I need to read it, and that's what I'm asking you what the verse is. So just read the verse by verse, like you said.
Go to chapter 20.
Let me look for it. What was it? Hajj. Proclaim the Hajj.
Yeah.
Proclaim Hajj. Surah Hajj 22. Sorry, 22, 27. Go 22, 27. Shall I read it?
Start from 20. Yeah.
Shall I start from when?
Yeah, 27. Go on.
And proclaim to the people the Hajj. They will come to you on foot and on every lean camel, and they will come from every distant pass. Shall I carry on? That they may witness benefits for themselves and mention the name of Allah on known days over what has been provided for them of sacrificial animals. So eat of them and feed the miserable and poor. Shall I carry on?
Yep.
Then let them end the untidiness and fulfill their vows and perform tawaf around the ancient house. That has been Sure. Bus,
The last one. Continue.
that has been commanded, and whoever honors the sacred ordinances of Allah, it is best for him in the sight of his Lord. And permitted to you are the grazing livestock, except what is recited to you. So avoid the uncleanness of idols and avoid false statement. Are you?
Right. So, as you can see, Abraham called people over to the Hajj, and what involves this Hajj is that they get a feast. Now, besides the feast, there is also vows that they take. So, what are these vows?
What are these vows?
Yeah.
La ilaha illallah. I don't know, man.
Well, the last verse makes the vows clear.
And whoever honors the sacred ordinances of Allah, it is best for him in the sight of his Lord, and permitted to use a grazing livestock except what is recited to you. So avoid the uncleanness of idols and avoid false statement.
Clear?
La ilaha illallah.
Clear?
Yeah.
Is it clear? Is their
Yeah.
vows clear now?
Yeah, vows are clear. La ilaha illallah.
Okay, so basically, Abraham taught them about the message.
Yeah.
Okay, so is that what Hajj is?
Yeah.
Oh, so Hajj is basically a feast and a learning about the Deen.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess we have an agreement then.
We go to Hajj, that's part of it. But you see over in verse 28, it says that they may witness benefits for themselves and mention the name of Allah on known days. Yeah. Fi ayyamin ma'mulat. Are these days known to you?
They're known to them. Why do they need to be known to me? I'm not
Where
there.
it says over here, وَأَذِّن فِي النَّاسِ. Yeah. And proclaim to the people.
Mm-hmm.
So it should be known to the people.
Yeah, the people that
It
are
should be known
around
to
at
you,
this
blood.
time.
That's what I'm saying. It should be known to
No,
you.
no. Vegeta, let's not
Jump
go
to that,
too,
blood.
let's not go too far, bro. Stop it. Listen, let me give you
All right.
another one now.
No. Stick to this. Bro.
No,
This is beautiful.
allow it, bro. Come on. You gotta know which ones are possible, bro. My eyes getting fixed up.
Bro,
Listen,
stick around there, bro. What are the known days, bro? You don't know the days, bro.
I is skeptic, bro. Like we're talking about Abraham's time, man. Relax yourself.
No, then it says over here. No, hold on. No, carry on, Sahib. It says over here, and proclaim to the people the Hajj, they will come to you on foot and every lean camel.
Exactly. Come to who? Come to who?
Come to the Ibrahim alayhi salam. Or come to his
exactly. So how can that refer to?
They're
are we
coming
going
to his
Abraham?
proclamation. Coming to his proclamation. And we do go to Maqam Ibrahim.
See, look, why you gotta add that, bro? It says come to
I'm
you.
not adding that.
Literally.
Yeah. Come
so
to you.
Why you gotta add
proclamation
and blah blah blah.
This is Ibrahim's call. Yeah, I would say that even when I went to Hajj, is Ibrahim's call.
Vegeta.
Yeah. And Allah told Ibrahim to do this.
Vegeta, can we stick to what the verse actually says, brother, man? Stop it, man.
I'm cool. And it says here, they will come from every distant pass, bro.
Come to who?
Every distant pass.
Come to who, though?
To Abraham alayhi salam.
That's it.
To Maqam. And it says, and there's a place called Maqam Ibrahim, which is mentioned in the Quran as well.
Where does it? Oh my God.
Maqam Ibrahim is mentioned in the Quran.
Are we talking about Maqam Ibrahim in any of this context right now? Why you gotta bring that?
You said come to you. Say come to who? Come to the Ibrahim. Maqam Ibrahim is there. The standing of Abraham.
No, that's not what it says. It's come to you. Period. That's Abraham, bro.
Yeah. Abraham's.
That's period.
Ibrahim. But anyway, it says over here, come to you from every distant past, right?
Yeah, come to Abraham.
And it says on every lean camel.
Yeah, come to Abraham.
All right. So where did the people from every distant past here? Where did people from South America? When did they ever go Hajj or go to Abraham? That only happened today, blood. That
I
prophecy
don't
has
know.
been fulfilled today.
You don't have to believe in the Quran, innit?
No, it's
I'm not
there.
gonna defend the Quran from an alleged Muslim, bro. You don't have to
It's
believe in
there.
it. That's what it says.
It's there, blood. All right, then when, because listen, I went to Hajj. Yeah, Alhamdulillah.
I don't know what
2019.
Hajj you went to.
2019, I went. All right, this is just before. All right, then the COVID happened. So Alhamdulillah, Allah chose me for that. And I saw flipping Thailand, Albania. I saw Nigerians. I had a fight with a couple of them because it gets very heated. But Alhamdulillah, I saw people from every distant past there, bro. Also, it says over there and proclaim to the look over here.
By the way, let me ask you a quick question. Yeah,
Go ahead.
the people that you saw, were they all Muslim?
Yeah. I believe they're all Muslims.
Okay. But
Except
this,
maybe the Shia.
but wait.
I don't really trust them.
But hold on. This verse says to proclaim the Hajj to the people, not the
Yeah.
believers, to the
Yeah.
people. As a matter of fact, the people that are going to come to Abraham, they're not believers, are they?
Where do they say they're not believers?
Well, how can they be? They're just hearing about the message from Abraham now.
Yeah, but Abraham, there was believers. I don't know if there might be believers around the world that time, but I don't know. But there are believers today, though. And it is for the people because it's in the haram, right?
But they just took a vow now with Abraham, though, so they can't have been believers before.
So you're saying kuffar go there?
Huh? Well, but the Quran says people, bro. It does not say believers. The Hajj is for the people.
Yeah, but it says so avoid the uncleanliness of idols. I'm supposed to avoid them.
That's what they're being taught.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that I was an idol worshipper before I went there.
Yeah, but it's not saying disbelievers or believers. It's saying people.
Yeah. It's saying people, exactly. They're being taught about the deen there.
Yeah, people are invited there. People are
but you're not
people who are
you're already a
interested are
Muslim.
going to turn up to learn.
Sorry?
People who are interested are going to turn up to learn. So they're not going to be disbelievers, but they're not also believers because they're not believers until they believe in the message. So Allah's not going to refer to them as disbelievers, and He's not going to refer to them as believers, but just human beings.
Yeah, nas.
So that goes against you, then, isn't it? That goes against what you guys do. Because you guys,
lads, I just wanted to basically say I'm going to be off now. It's been a pleasure, and take care of yourselves, and we shall meet again.
Inshallah, my bro. Take it easy, bro.
Okay.
All right, cool, brother.
See you later.
Safe.
See ya.
Anyways, Vegeta, that's just a fact. You can't escape that, innit?
But I'm saying even there's a prophecy here. Yeah, there's a prophecy in this verse 27. It says they will come to you on foot and on every lean camel.
Yeah, come to Abraham.
Come
what
to
you lot are practicing has got nothing to do
come
with
to his
verse.
proclamation. Come into his proclamation, and he proclaimed to the people the Hajj, and they will come to you. What are they gonna come to Abraham to eat?
Yeah, they're coming to Abraham to be taught about the deen, to have a feast. You've read it yourself.
That they may witness benefits for themselves. And even look at this, it says over here that they may witness benefits for themselves.
Yeah.
You know this hadith, spreading of hadith, right? A lot of it happened during Hajj. In the Muslim Ummah I'm talking about, after Prophet ﷺ. There would be people coming to Hajj and they would witness benefits for themselves. So that's another prophecy, right? Mention the name of Allah on known specific days.
You are hell bent on defending the cause.
Bro, I'm seeing it.
Down, huh?
Bro, I'm seeing my cause fit within the Quran right here. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, check this out.
And I don't see your one fitting.
Okay, check this out. Let me ask you this, yeah. You see, when the Quran came down, yeah, and obviously people were busy, they were living their life, innit? So when the Quran came down, those that witnessed it, do you think they had to, pause whatever they were doing and listen to the Quran?
Some of them maybe did, some of them maybe didn't.
No, but do you think that? Well, do you think that's what a believer would do? Someone that wanted to become a believer. Do you think
Yeah,
that's what they would do?
that's what they'll do. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now, say if someone while they're still learning about the deen, say if they make some mistakes, do you think they would at minimum do you think they would need to basically study the Quran some more so that inshallah maybe they would develop some taqwa?
Yeah, yeah. I didn't read that. I was reading the comments. What you say? Say that again.
I was saying, see while they're learning the Quran, because the Quran is still being revealed,
Yeah.
say if someone does some mistakes, at minimum, do you think that person needs to basically spend some time studying the Quran so that inshallah they will develop some taqwa?
If someone is making mistakes in what the recitation,
No, mistakes as in, like, mistakes in life, like breaking
yeah,
breaking oaths and stuff like
doing
that.
murders.
No, breaking oaths and stuff like that.
Let's say some guy's committing murder.
Yeah, I would say someone killed someone that that wasn't a threat to them. Do you
Yeah,
think
yeah.
at minimum, obviously there are other measures that might be taken, but at minimum, do you think they would need to spend some time with the Quran so that so
Yeah.
that they would develop some
They,
taqwa?
they can't do that. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. They can't do that.
Not only
Was it
can do that. Do you think?
two one
Do you
eighty
think?
seven? Two
No,
one
wait,
eighty
wait.
seven. Yeah.
No, wait.
All right, all
Do,
right.
do, no, not only I'm not talking about can do that. Do you think it would make sense for a believer to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, a believer should do that. In fact.
If he should be reminded, he should be reminded with the Quran. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
You just described Psalm, right?
Psalm
Yeah.
2187. I said it as well. You're going there.
Yeah, I got
Huh?
you nicely.
Nah, it's not
You
about
just described Psalm, fam.
thing
Because when you
is,
said about the Quran coming down and basically stopping from what you're doing, abstaining and engaging with the Quran, you described Psalm there when the Quran comes down in 2185.
yeah.
You described Psalm when you talked about the when you make mistakes and whatnot. At minimum, you need to basically go back to the Quran.
You know what?
You described Psalm in 589, 595, 492, all of that,
19.
and even 58:4. You described all of that.
You know, I'll go. You know, yeah. I'll do whatever you say to whatever argument, whatever conversation you say to me. I always entertain. You know that, innit? Even this one, I'll entertain it.
You even described 1926
Yeah,
and
yeah.
33, 56.
All right. So
No,
right
33,
now,
35. You described all of that.
I don't know, man.
So
2187.
So far, yeah. Wallah, I'm not lying to you, Kazi. So far, you've accepted Salah, from the Quran. You've accepted Hajj from the Quran. You've accepted Psalm from the Quran. What's left for you, bruv? You're fighting for nothing.
Bro, even the prophecies of 22, that one I'm gonna keep that for another day, man. That one, you the one who brought this to me, 22, 27, and it ended up refuting you. So I'm like, you know what, blood? I'm gonna keep this for another day. Let me write this down. I'm gonna write this down, bro.
All right,
This
wait,
one
wait.
refutes the Quran. Is hardcore.
All right,
Sorry,
we're gonna
hadith
deal
rejector.
with that. We're gonna deal with that in a second. But let me ask you this though, yeah.
Go ahead.
You know the Shahadatain. There is no way you can escape the surah that is named hypocrites, for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying? Munafiqun, chapter 63, verse 1 to 4 or something like that. I think it says, you know, the those that say you are indeed the messenger of God. And Allah says they are liars. Allah knows that you are his messenger and they are liars. They use it as a cover. You see what I'm saying? They use it as a cover. So how can that not be applied to Sunnis today?
And also Allah does say as well that He says that you are the messenger of Allah.
Yeah,
right.
But you don't need to say that.
Bro, I even said, explain this to you. There's people to become it's known as declaration of faith. That's what it's known, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shahada means to declare.
But hold on. Okay, check this out. As
Go
this
ahead.
verse says in chapter 63, verse 3 or 4, yeah, is it possible to use the Shahadatain as a cover?
Yeah.
So if a hypocrite can use
It
it, what's the point of it?
is a possibility that even to use your Shahada, right?
I don't have a Shahada.
Sorry.
God knows what I conceal and what I reveal.
So you don't declare?
It's not necessary. Just declare in your heart, God knows.
No, I'm saying to what separates you from what separates you from the Sikhs, for example.
My actions.
I mean, some of your actions are the same, blood. What separates you from the? I don't know, man. But
My
even if
that's
you
what
give
matters.
me, if I open up my Quran, I can't open. This is the thing. If I open up my Quran app, I've got these verses bookmarked. But if I open it up, the audio on this StreamYard it goes off. So if you either go off and you re-enter me, yeah.
Oh wait, Vegeta. Do you know that we actually just dealt with Shahadatain, Salah, Som, and Hajj? You know that we've dealt with all of that. Like Zakah is just too easy. But you know you've dealt with all four just in a couple minutes.
Right, there was nothing, bro. You just
You
going around.
did.
You accepting it. But, you know what I mean? And you didn't even go to 2187. If you open up 2187,
Yeah.
your
We can
whole
go to
flip.
2187. No
Let's
problem.
go.
Go ahead.
Let's go. Let's go
You
2187.
want that eat and
But
drink,
but 1
innit?
minute, even the Hajj one, we just accepted that they go to Maqam Ibrahim, right? And we also accepted
No,
that
where did you
they.
get that? We didn't
1
accept,
minute.
we didn't accept that.
Before, but we also accepted that they're gonna come from every pass on every lean camel, right? Yeah.
To Abraham.
To Abraham, exactly. To Maqam Ibrahim, right there.
Where
Where
you
Abraham's.
getting Maqam Ibrahim from?
All right. Well, that's there. That's there, right there.
Where?
We also seen in
Wait,
in
where's
22.
Maqam Ibrahim? Why are you forcing it?
Maqam Ibrahim, and we also seen that they would benefit. That they should that the people will benefit.
Yeah. So what's the benefit?
Yeah. So the people go there and they learn, right?
There you go.
And we also know that a lot of the hadith were being spread from Hajj because Muslims will go to Hajj. And it's always been the case like that, you know. And it is a benefit for the whole mankind. And even if you think about it, what unified, what unified Nigerian Muslims and Indian Muslims 1,000 years ago?
They're bored with their own identities.
No, but why is it that both of these people, right?
They're playing identity politics. They're bored.
No, what unified? One of the things that unified them was the Hajj, then the Qibla. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, you know what, Vegeta? It's only a few things that they are united. It could be the Qibla, it could be the Hajj.
Yeah.
I mean, is there anything else? Okay, the Shahada.
There's Jihad as well. Jihad as well.
The Shias got their own Shahada, yeah.
And
the Sunnis have their own, but apart from that, yeah, you know what? You're all divided. Yeah, you've got your Salafis, Wahhabis. So the thing is, you're not really
You're
united.
divided amongst yourselves.
Wait. Check this out. Wait. Check this out, Iron Man. You know, you just reminded me of. I was thinking to myself, you know how a lot of people like to say, "What is your identity like? Are you a Muslim first, or are you whatever nation you come first?" Yeah. And I was thinking to myself, this thing about this idea that Muslim can be an identity. If you really think about it, other than hijab, mosques, not eating pork and alcohol, and Palestine, when else is the quote unquote Muslim identity relevant?
You mentioned a lot of things anyway. You acted like you only
all I
acted.
mentioned was mosques, alcohol, pork, hijab, and Palestine.
Palestine.
That's it. What else is the Muslim identity about?
Jihad.
When else is it relevant?
Jihad.
Jihad. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I'll give you that too. Like it's a good. All right,
Yeah.
fine. Have it.
Hatred for the
Go for it.
Yahud.
That's
Let's be
in
honest.
Palestine. Go ahead.
No,
I'll put
no. That's not part. That's not what. That's generally hate for the Yahud. Hatred for kufr.
So you want jihad and hatred for Yahud? I would be like,
That's there. It's there, bro. I'm saying, be honest now. You know yourself, bloody. I used to work in a warehouse, and there was Muslims there from Somalia, from India, Pakistan. I mean,
and that was the common agreement, yeah.
And we used to send packages to Israel, and every time we used to get package, we say Lanatullah Ali, unanimously. It was unanimous, right? That's what united us, and we used to pray together. And we used to pray together to the same qibla.
That's it.
Also, what unites us is halal food. Let's be honest now. Yeah, halal food.
He's got a point. Go on, son.
I'll give you another story. I was in a car park. I was eating chicken. I saw one black man. Right, he was doing some community service. You know, you have to clean some stuff. All right, I had some extra chicken. I went to him. I said, "Bro, hey, you have this." He go, "This is halal, right?" I said, "Bro, you Muslim?" Yeah, you go, "Muslim." See that unity right there. That's another point. Come on, man.
Yeah, he's got a point there, and you've also got the hunger fast as well.
The hunger fasting, yeah.
Hunger fast is there. Hajj.
So those are what you have in common, basically. But don't you see that they're all
there's a lot of things.
No, but they're all pretty petty. They're all just bunch of symbols.
Yeah, your words, from the Quran that people have taken, out of, and they've just superimposed rituals onto these words. For example, they say if you want to become a Muslim, a Sunni Muslim, you've got to recite the Shahada, which involves bearing witness that Muhammad is the messenger of God. And this is problematic because, like Maverick said earlier on, the hypocrites were bearing witness that Muhammad was the messenger of God.
Yeah.
And Allah is calling them liars.
Allah says, and say the whole thing, man.
And on top of that, Allah says in the Quran, وَكَفَى بِاللَّهِ شَهِيدًا, I am sufficient as a witness. That comes at the end of a certain ayah, and then the next ayah says Muhammad Rasulullah. And then you got chapter 6, verse 19, قُلْ أَيُّ شَيْءٍ أَكْبَرُ شَهَادَةً. What is the greatest shahada, akbar shahada? I mean, I don't hear the Sunnis or Shias reciting akbar shahada in the azan or in the salah. I mean, the shahada that you guys have got is not akbar shahada. Akbar shahada has got la ashhadu in it. La ashhadu, which is I do not bear witness. And I don't hear la ashhadu from any one of either the Sunni or the Shia. So, you know what I mean? To me, my understanding is people who bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, I think they're associating with Allah, because Allah says that, the Prophet was instructed to say that Allah is witness between me and you, that this Quran was wahi to me, so that I may warn you with it, and whomever it reaches.
All right.
So do you bear witness that with God there are other gods? Say, I do not bear witness. He is but one God. I am innocent of the shirk which you commit. So I think bearing witness that Muhammad is the messenger of God, because we are not witnesses. We're not witnesses to his wahi. We are not witnesses to his wahi. I mean, this is what a lot of people fail to understand. We are not witnesses to his wahi. We are not even witnesses to his, himself. And the hypocrites were witnesses, to his self-being. And on top of that, Allah calls them liars.
Yeah, and Allah
so the thing is,
confirms
my understanding, you know what my understanding is? I think the Shia and the Sunni, they both bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of God. And I reckon, yeah, the Sunni and the Shia, yeah, are among the hypocrites. They were the hypocrites, and then they divided